Chapter 23. The Marquis de Boiscoran had not been mistaken about Émile Gaboriau. Much shaken by Dionysia's statement, he had been completely overcome by Folgat's explanations. And, when he now came to the jail, it was with a determination to prove Jacques' innocence. "But I doubt very much whether he will ever forgive me for my incredulity," he said to Folgat while they were waiting for the prisoner in his cell. Jacques came in, still deeply moved by the scene with his father. Gaboriau went up to him, and said, "I have never been able to conceal my thoughts, Jacques. When I thought you guilty, and felt sure that you accused the Countess Claudius falsely, I told you so with almost brutal candor. I have since found out my error, and am now convinced of the truth of your statement, so I come and tell you as frankly, Jacques, I was wrong to have had more faith in the reputation of a woman than in the words of a friend. Will you give me your hand?" The prisoner grasped his hand with a profusion of joy, and cried, "Since you believe in my innocence, others may believe in me too, and my salvation is drawing near." The melancholy faces of the two advocates told him that he was rejoicing too soon. His features expressed his grief, but he said with a firm voice, "Well, I see that the struggle will be a hard one, and that the result is still uncertain. Never mind. You may be sure I will not give way." In the meantime Folgat had spread out on the table all the papers he had brought with him, copies furnished by Mechenet, and notes taken during his rapid journey. "First of all, my dear client," he said, "I must inform you of what has been done." And when he had stated everything, down to the minutest details of what Gauder and he had done, he said, "Let us sum up. We are able to prove three things: 1. That the house in Vine Street belongs to you, and that Sir Francis Burnett, who is known there, and you are one. 2. That you were visited in this house by a lady, who, from all the precautions she took, had powerful reasons to remain unknown. 3. That the visits of this lady took place at certain epochs every year, which coincided precisely with the journeys which the Countess Claudius yearly made to Paris." The great advocate of Sauveterre expressed his assent. "Yes," he said, "all this is fully established. For ourselves, we have another certainty, that Sucky Wood, the servant of the false Sir Francis Burnett, has watched the mysterious lady. That she has seen her, and consequently would know her again. True, that appears from the deposition of the girl's friend. Consequently, if we discover Sucky Wood, the Countess Claudius is unmasked. If we discover her," said Gaboriau. And here, unfortunately, we enter into the region of suppositions. "Suppositions," said Folgat. "Well, call them so, but they are based upon positive facts, and supported by 100 precedents. Why should we not find this Sucky Wood, whose birthplace and family we know, and who has no reason for concealment? Gauder has found very different people, and Gauder is on our side. And you may be sure he will not be asleep. I have held out to him a certain hope which will make him do miracles, the hope of receiving as a reward, if he succeeds, the house in Vine Street. The stakes are too magnificent, he must win the game, he who has won so many already. Who knows what he may not have discovered since we left him? Has he not done wonders already?" "It is marvelous," cried Jacques, amazed at these results. "Older than Folgat and Jacques, the eminent advocate of Sauveterre was less ready to feel such enthusiasm. "Yes," he said, "it is marvelous, and, if we had time, I would say as you do, we shall carry the day. But there is no time for Gauder's investigations, the sessions are on hand, and it seems to me it would be very difficult to obtain a postponement. Besides, I do not wish it to be postponed," said Jacques. "But on no account, Gaboriau, never." "What? I should endure 3 months more of this anguish which tortures me. I could not do it, my strength is exhausted. This uncertainty has been too much for me. I could bear no more suspense." Folgat interrupted him, saying, "Do not trouble yourself about that, a postponement is out of the question. On what pretext could we ask for it? The only way would be to introduce an entirely new element in the case. We should have to summon the Countess Claudius. The greatest surprise appeared on Jacques' face. Will we not summon her anyhow? He asked. That depends. I do not understand you. It is very simple, however. If Gauda should succeed, before the trial, in collecting sufficient evidence against her, I should summon her certainly, and then the case would naturally change entirely, the whole proceeding would begin anew. And you would probably appear only as a witness. If, on the contrary, we obtain, before the trial begins, no other proof but what we have now, I shall not mention her name even, for that would, in my opinion, and in M. Magloire's opinion, ruin your cause irrevocably. Yes, said the great advocate, that is my opinion. Jacques' amazement was boundless. Still, he said, in self-defense, I must, if I am brought up in court, speak of my relations to the Countess Claudius. No. But that is my only explanation. If it were credited. And you think you can defend me, you think you can save me, without telling the truth? M. Folgat shook his head, and said. In court the truth is the last thing to be thought of. Oh. Do you think the jury would credit allegations which M. Magloire did not credit? No. Well, then, we had better not speak of them any more, and try to find some explanation which will meet the charges brought against you. Do you think we should be the first to act thus? By no means. There are very few cases in which the prosecution says all it knows, and still fewer in which the defense calls for everything it might call for. Out of 10 criminal trials, there are at least 3 in which side issues are raised. What will be the charge in court against you? The substance of the romance which the magistrate has invented in order to prove your guilt. You must meet him with another romance which proves your innocence. But the truth is dependent on probability, my dear client. Ask M. Magloire. The prosecution only asks for probability, hence probability is all the defense has to care for. Human justice is feeble, and limited in its means, it cannot go down to the very bottom of things, it cannot judge of motives, and fathom consciences. It can only judge from appearances, and decide by plausibility. There is hardly a case which has not some unexplored mystery, some undiscovered secret. The truth. Ah! Do you think M. Galpin has looked for it? If he did, why did he not summon COCOLEU? But no, as long as he can produce a criminal, who may be responsible for the crime, he is quite content. The truth. Which of us knows the real truth? Your case, M. de Boiscoran, is one of those in which neither the prosecution, nor the defense, nor the accused himself, knows the truth of the matter. There followed a long silence, so deep a silence, that the step of the sentinel could be heard, who was walking up and down under the prison windows. M. Folgat had said all he thought proper to say, he feared, in saying more, to assume too great a responsibility. It was, after all, Jacques' life and Jacques' honor which were at stake. He alone, therefore, ought to decide the nature of his defense. If his judgment was too forcibly controlled by his counsel, he would have had a right hereafter to say, why did you not leave me free to choose? I should not have been condemned. To show this very clearly, M. Folgat went on. The advice I give you, my dear client, is, in my eyes, the best, it is the advice I would give my own brother. But, unfortunately, I cannot say it is infallible. You must decide yourself. Whatever you may resolve, I am still at your service. Jacques made no reply. His elbows resting on the table, his face in his hands, he remained motionless, like a statue, absorbed in his thoughts. What should he do? Should he follow his first impulse, tear the veil aside, and proclaim the truth? That was a doubtful policy, but also, what a triumph if he succeeded. Should he adopt the views of his counsel, employ subterfuges and falsehoods? That was more certain of success, but to be successful in this way, was that a real victory? Jacques was in a terrible perplexity. He felt it but too clearly. The decision he must form now would decide his fate. Suddenly he raised his head, and said, "What is your advice, M. Magloire?" The great advocate of Sauveterre frowned angrily, and said, in a somewhat rough tone of voice, "I have had the honor to place before your mother all that my young colleague has just told you. M. Folgat has but one fault, he is too cautious. The physician must not ask what his patient thinks of his remedies, he must prescribe them. It may be that our prescriptions do not meet with success, but, if you do not follow them, you are most assuredly lost." Jacques hesitated for some minutes longer. These prescriptions, as M. Magloire called them, were painfully repugnant to his chivalrous and open character. Would it be worth while, he murmured, to be acquitted on such terms? Would I really be exculpated by such proceedings? Would not my whole life thereafter be disgraced by suspicions? I should not come out from the trial with a clear acquittal, I should have escaped by a mere chance. That would still better than to go, by a clear judgment, to the galleys, said M. Magloire brutally. This word, the galleys, made Jacques bound. He rose, walked up and down a few times in his room, and then, placing himself in front of his counsel, said, "I put myself in your hands, gentlemen. Tell me what I must do." Jacques had at least this merit, if he once formed a resolution, he was sure to adhere to it. Calm now, and self-possessed, he sat down, and said, with a melancholy smile, "Let us hear the plan of battle." This plan had been for a month now the one great thought of M. Folgat. All his intelligence, all his sagacity and knowledge of the world, had been brought to bear upon this case, which he had made his own, so to say, by his almost passionate interest. He knew the tactics of the prosecution as well as M. Galpin himself, and he knew its weak and its strong side even better than M. Galpin. "We shall go on, therefore," he began, as if there was no such person as the Countess Claudius. "We know nothing of her. We shall say nothing of the meeting at Valpinson, nor of the burned letters. That is settled. That being so, we must next look, not for the manner in which we spent our time, but for our purpose in going out the evening of the crime. Ah! If we could suggest a plausible, a very probable purpose, I should almost guarantee our success, for we need not hesitate to say there is the turning point of the whole case, on which all the discussions will turn." Jacques did not seem to be fully convinced of this view. He said, "You think that possible? Unfortunately, it is but too certain. And, if I say unfortunately, it is because here we have to meet a terrible charge, the most decisive, by all means, that has been raised, one on which M. Galpin has not insisted, he is much too clever for that, but one which, in the hands of the prosecution, may become a terrible weapon." "I must confess," said Jacques, "I do not very well see." "Have you forgotten the letter you wrote to Miss Dionysia the evening of the crime?" broke in M. Magloire. Jacques looked first at one, and then at the other of his counsel. "What," he said, "that letter overwhelms us, my dear client," said M. Folgat. "Don't you remember it? You told your betrothed in that note, that you would be prevented from enjoying the evening with her by some business of the greatest importance, and which could not be delayed. Thus, you see, you had determined beforehand, and after mature consideration, to spend that evening in doing a certain thing. What was it?" "The murder of Count Claudius," says the prosecution. "What can we say? But, I beg your pardon, that letter. Miss Dionysia surely has not handed it over to them?" "No, but the prosecution is aware of its existence. M. de Chandor and M. Seneschal have spoken of it in the hope of exculpating you, and have even mentioned the contents. And M. Galpin knows it so well, that he had repeatedly mentioned it to you, and you have confessed all that he could desire." The young advocate looked among his papers, and soon he had found what he wanted. "Look here," he said, "in your third examination, I find this. Question. You were shortly to marry Miss Chandor. Answer. Yes. Q. For some time you had been spending your evenings with her. A. Yes, all. Q. Except the one of the crime. A. Unfortunately. Q. Then your betrothed must have wondered at your absence. A. No, I had written to her. Do you hear, Jacques? Cried M. Magloire. Notice that M. Galpin takes care not to insist. He does not wish to rouse your suspicions. He has got you to confess, and that is enough for him. But, in the meantime, M. Folgat had found another paper. In your 6th examination, he went on, I have noticed this. Q. You left your house with your gun on your shoulder, without any definite aim. A. I shall explain that when I have consulted with counsel. Q. You need no consultation to tell the truth. A. I shall not change my resolution. Q. Then you will not tell me where you were between 8 and midnight? A. I shall answer that question at the same time with the other. Q. You must have had very strong reasons to keep you out, as you were expected by your betrothed, Miss Chandor. A. I had written to her not to expect me. Ah. M. Galpin is a clever fellow, growled M. Magloire. Finally, said M. Folgat, here is a passage from your last but one examination. Q. When you wanted to send anybody to Sauveterre, whom did you usually employ? A. The son of one of my tenants, Michael. Q. It was he, I suppose, who, on the evening of the crime, carried the letter to Miss Chandor, in which you told her not to expect you. A. Yes. Q. You pretended you would be kept by some important business. A. That is the usual pretext. Q. But in your case it was no pretext. Where had you to go? And where did you go? A. As long as I have not seen counsel I shall say nothing. Q. Have a care, the system of negation and concealment is dangerous. A. I know it, and I accept the consequences. Jacques was dumbfounded. And necessarily every accused person is equally surprised when he hears what he has stated in the examination. There is not one who does not exclaim. What, I said that? Never. He has said it, and there is no denying it, for there it is written, and signed by himself. How could he ever say so? Ah. That is the point. However clever a man may be, he cannot for many months keep all his faculties on the stretch, and all his energy up to its full power. He has his hours of prostration and his hours of hope, his attacks of despair and his moments of courage. And the impassive magistrate takes advantage of them all. Innocent or guilty, no prisoner can cope with him. However powerful his memory may be, how can he recall an answer which he may have given weeks and weeks before? The magistrate, however, remembers it, and 20 times, if need be, he brings it up again. And as the small snowflake may become an irresistible avalanche, so an insignificant word, uttered at haphazard, forgotten, then recalled, commented upon, and enlarged may become crushing evidence. Jacques now experienced this. These questions had been put to him so skillfully, and at such long intervals of time, that he had totally forgotten them. And yet now, when he recalled his answers, he had to acknowledge that he had confessed his purpose to devote that evening to some business of great importance. That is fearful, he cried. And, overcome by the terrible reality of M. Folgat's apprehension, he added. How can we get out of that? I told you, replied M. Folgat, we must find some plausible explanation. I am sure I am incapable of that. The young lawyer seemed to reflect a moment, and then he said. You have been a prisoner while I have been free. For a month now I have thought this matter over. Ah! Where was your wedding to be? At my house at Boiscoran. Where was the religious ceremony to take place? At the church at Brecky. Have you ever spoken of that to the priest? Several times. One day especially, when we discussed it in a pleasant way, he said jestingly to me, I shall have you, after all, in my confessional. M. Folgat almost trembled with satisfaction, and Jacques saw it. Then the priest at Brecky was your friend? An intimate friend. He sometimes came to dine with me quite unceremoniously, and I never passed him without shaking hands with him. The young lawyer's joy was growing perceptibly. Well, he said, my explanation is becoming quite plausible. Just hear what I have positively ascertained to be the fact. In the time from 9 to 11 o'clock, on the night of the crime, there was not a soul at the parsonage in Breckie. The priest was dining with M. Besson, at his house. And his servant had gone out to meet him with a lantern. I understand, said M. Magloire. Why should you not have gone to see the priest at Breckie, my dear client? In the first place, you had to arrange the details of the ceremony with him. Then, as he is your friend, and a man of experience, and a priest, you wanted to ask him for his advice before taking so grave a step, and, finally, you intended to fulfill that religious duty of which he spoke. And which you were rather reluctant to comply with. Well said, approved the eminent lawyer of Sauveterre, very well said. So, you see, my dear client, it was for the purpose of consulting the priest at Breckie that you deprived yourself of the pleasure of spending the evening with your betrothed. Now let us see how that answers the allegations of the prosecution. They ask you why you took to the marshes. Why? Because it was the shortest way, and you were afraid of finding the priest in bed. Nothing more natural, for it is well known that the excellent man is in the habit of going to bed at 9 o'clock. Still you had put yourself out in vain, for, when you knocked at the door of the parsonage, nobody came to open. Here M. Magloire interrupted his colleague, saying, so far, all is very well. But now there comes a very great improbability. No one would think of going through the forest of Rochepomere in order to return from Breckie to Boiscoran. If you knew the country. I know it, for I have carefully explored it. And the proof of it is, that, having foreseen the objection, I have found an answer. While M. de Boiscoran knocked at the door, a little peasant girl passed by, and told him that she had just met the priest at a place called the Marshal's Crossroads. As the parsonage stands quite isolated, at the end of the village, such an incident is very probable. As for the priest, chance led me to learn this, precisely at the hour at which M. de Boiscoran would have been at Breckie, a priest passed the Marshal's Crossroads, and this priest, whom I have seen, belongs to the next parish. He also dined at M. Besson's, and had just been sent for to attend a dying woman. The little girl, therefore, did not tell a story, she only made a mistake. Excellent, said M. Magloire. Still, continued M. Folgat, after this information, what did M. de Boiscoran do? He went on. And, hoping every moment to meet the priest, he walked as far as the forest of Rochepomere. Finding, at last, that the peasant girl had, purposely or not, led him astray, he determined to return to Boiscoran through the woods. But he was in very bad humor at having thus lost an evening which he might have spent with his betrothed, and this made him swear and curse, as the witness Gaudry has testified. The famous lawyer of Sauveterre shook his head. That is ingenious, I admit, and I confess, in all humility, that I could not have suggested anything as good. But, for there is a but, your story sins by its very simplicity. The prosecution will say, if that is the truth, why did not M. de Boiscoran say so at once? And what need was there to consult his counsel? M. Folgat showed in his face that he was making a great effort to meet the objection. After a while, he replied. I know but too well that that is the weak spot in our armor, a very weak spot, too, for it is quite clear, that, if M. de Boiscoran had given this explanation on the day of his arrest, he would have been released instantly. But what better can be found? What else can be found? However, this is only a rough sketch of my plan, and I have never put it into words yet till now. With your assistance, M. Magloire, with the aid of Mechenet, to whom I am already indebted for very valuable information, with the aid of all our friends, in fine. I cannot help hoping that I may be able to improve my plan by adding some mysterious secret which may help to explain M. de Boiscoran's reticence. I thought, at one time, of calling in politics, and to pretend, that, on account of the peculiar views of which he is suspected, M. de Boiscoran preferred keeping his relations with the priest at Brecky a secret. "Oh, that would have been most unfortunate," broke in M. Magloire. "We are not only religious at Sauveterre, we are devout, my good colleague, excessively devout. And I have given up that idea." Jacques, who had till now kept silent and motionless, now raised himself suddenly to his full height, and cried, in a voice of concentrated rage. "Is it not too bad, is it not atrocious, that we should be compelled to concoct a falsehood? And I am innocent. What more could be done if I were a murderer?" Jacques was perfectly right, it was monstrous that he should be absolutely forced to conceal the truth. But his counsel took no notice of his indignation, they were too deeply absorbed in examining minutely their system of defense. "Let us go on to the other points of the accusation," said M. Magloire. "If my version is accepted," replied M. Folgat, "the rest follows as a matter of course." "But will they accept it?" On the day on which he was arrested, M. de Boiscoran, trying to find an excuse for having been out that night, has said that he had gone to see his wood merchant at Brecky. That was a disastrous imprudence. And here is the real danger. As to the rest, that amounts to nothing. There is the water in which M. de Boiscoran washed his hands when he came home, and in which they have found traces of burnt paper. We have only to modify the facts very slightly to explain that. We have only to state that M. de Boiscoran is a passionate smoker, that is well known. He had taken with him a goodly supply of cigarettes when he set out for Brecky. But he had taken no matches. And that is a fact. We can furnish proof, we can produce witnesses, we had no matches, for we had forgotten our matchbox, the day before, at M. de Chandour's, the box which we always carry about on our person, which everybody knows, and which is still lying on the mantelpiece in Miss Dionysia's little boudoir. Well, having no matches, we found that we could go no farther without a smoke. We had gone quite far already, and the question was, shall we go on without smoking, or return? No need of either. There was our gun, and we knew very well what sportsmen do under such circumstances. We took the shot out of one of our cartridges, and, in setting the powder on fire, we lighted a piece of paper. This is an operation in which you cannot help blackening your fingers. As we had to repeat it several times, our hands were very much soiled and very black, and the nails full of little fragments of burnt paper. "Ah! Now you are right," exclaimed M. Magloire. "Well done." His young colleague became more and more animated, and always employing the profession, "we," which his brethren affect, he went on. "This water, which you dwell upon so much, is the clearest evidence of our innocence. If we had been an incendiary, we should certainly have poured it out as hurriedly as the murderer tries to wash out the blood-stains on his clothes, which betray him." "Very well," said M. Magloire again approvingly. "And your other charges," continued M. Folgat, as if he were standing in court, and addressing the jury, "your other charges have all the same weight. Our letter to Miss Dionysia, why do you refer to that?" "Because, you say, it proves our premeditation." "Ah! There I hold you. Are we really so stupid and bereft of common sense? That is not our reputation. What? We premeditate a crime, and we do not say to ourselves that we shall certainly be convicted unless we prepare an alibi. What? We leave home with the fixed purpose of killing a man, and we load our gun with small shot. Really, you make the defense too easy, for your charges do not stand being examined." It was Jacques' turn, this time, to testify his approbation. "That is," he said, "what I have told Galpin over and over again. And he never had anything to say in reply. We must insist on that point." M. Folgat was consulting his notes. "I now come to a very important circumstance, and one which I should, at the trial, make a decisive question, if it should be favorable to our side. Your valet, my dear client, your old Anthony, told me that he had cleaned and washed your breech-loader the night before the crime." "Great God!" exclaimed Jacques. Well, I see you appreciate the importance of the fact. Between that cleaning and the time when you set a cartridge on fire, in order to burn the letters of the Countess Claudius, did you fire your gun? If you did, we must say nothing more about it. If you did not, one of the barrels of the breech loader must be clean, and then you are safe. For more than a minute, Jacques remained silent, trying to recall the facts. At last he replied. It seems to me, I am sure, I fired at a rabbit on the morning of the fatal day. Magloire looked disappointed. Fate again, he said. Oh, wait, cried Jacques. I am quite sure, at all events, that I killed that rabbit at the first shot. Consequently, I can have fouled only one barrel of the gun. If I have used the same barrel at Valpinson, to get a light, I am safe. With a double gun, one almost instinctively first uses the right-hand barrel. Magloire's face grew darker. Never mind, he said, we cannot possibly make an argument upon such an uncertain chance, a chance which, in case of error, would almost fatally turn against us. But at the trial, when they show you the gun, examine it, so that you can tell me how that matter stands. Thus they had sketched the outlines of their plan of defense. There remained nothing now but to perfect the details. And to this task the two lawyers were devoting themselves still, when Blangin, the jailer, called to them through the wicket, that the doors of the prison were about to be closed. 5 minutes more, my good Blangin, cried Jacques. And drawing his two friends aside, as far from the wicket as he could, he said to them in a low and distressed voice. A thought has occurred to me, gentlemen, which I think I ought to mention to you. It cannot be but that the Countess Claudius must be suffering terribly since I am in prison. However, sure she may be of having left no trace behind her that could betray her, she must tremble at the idea that I may, after all, tell the truth in self-defense. She would deny, I know, and she is so sure of her prestige, that she knows my accusation would not injure her marvelous reputation. Nevertheless, she cannot but shrink from the scandal. Who knows if she might not give us the means to escape from the trial, to avoid such exposure? Why might not one of you gentlemen make the attempt? Folgat was a man of quick resolution. I will try, if you will give me a line of introduction. Jacques immediately sat down, and wrote. I have told my counsel, Folgat, everything. Save me, and I swear to you eternal silence. Will you let me perish, Genevieve, when you know I am innocent? Jacques. Is that enough? He asked, handing the lawyer the note. Yes, and I promise you I will see the Countess Claudius within the next 48 hours. Blangin was becoming impatient, and the two advocates had to leave the prison. As they crossed the Newmarket Square, they noticed, not far from them, a wandering musician, who was followed by a number of boys and girls. It was a kind of minstrel, dressed in a sort of garment which was no longer an overcoat and had not yet assumed the shape of a short coat. He was strumming on a wretched fiddle. But his voice was good, and the ballad he sang had the full flavor of the local accent. In the spring, Mother Redbreast made her nest in the bushes. The good lady made her nest in the bushes. The good lady. Instinctively Folgat was fumbling in his pocket for a few cents, when the musician came up to him, held out his hat as if to ask alms, and said. You do not recognize me? The advocate started. You here, he said. Yes, I myself. I came this morning. I was watching for you, for I must see you this evening at 9 o'clock. Come and open the little garden gate at de Chandour's for me. And, taking up his fiddle again, he wandered off listlessly, singing with his clear voice. And a few weeks later. She had a wee bit birdie. Chapter 24. The great lawyer of Sauveterre had been far more astonished at the unexpected and extraordinary meeting than Folgat. As soon as the wandering minstrel had left them, he asked his young colleague. You know that individual? That individual, replied Folgat, is none other than the agent whose services I have engaged, and whom I mentioned to you. Gowder? Yes, Gauder. And did you not recognize him? The young advocate smiled. Not until he spoke, he replied. The Gauder whom I know is tall, thin, beardless, and wears his hair cut like a brush. This street musician is low, bearded, and has long, smooth hair falling down his back. How could I recognize my man in that vagabond costume, with a violin in his hand, and a provincial song set to music? Magloire smiled too, as he said. What are, after all, professional actors in comparison with these men? Here is one who pretends having reached Sauveterre only this morning, and who knows the country as well as Trummans himself. He has not been here 12 hours, and he speaks already of de Chandor's little garden gate. Oh! I can explain that circumstance now, although, at first, it surprised me very much. When I told Gauder the whole story, I no doubt mentioned the little gate in connection with Mechenet. Whilst they were chatting thus, they had reached the upper end of National Street. Here they stopped, and Magloire said. One word before we part. Are you quite resolved to see the Countess Claudius? I have promised. What do you propose telling her? I do not know. That depends upon how she receives me. As far as I know her, she will, upon looking at the note, merely order you out. Who knows? At all events, I shall not have to reproach myself for having shrunk from a step which in my heart I thought it my duty to take. Whatever may happen, be prudent, and do not allow yourself to get angry. Remember that a scene with her would compel us to change our whole line of defense, and that is the only one which promises any success. Oh, do not fear. Thereupon, shaking hands once more, they parted, Magloire returning to his house, and Folgat going up the street. It struck 5:30, and the young advocate hurried on for fear of being too late. He found them waiting for him to go to dinner. But, as he entered the room, he forgot all his excuses in his painful surprise at the mournful and dejected appearance of the prisoner's friends and relatives. Have we any bad news? He asked with a hesitating voice. The worst we had to fear, replied the Marquis de Boiscoran. We had all foreseen it, and still, as you see, it has surprised us all, like a clap of thunder. The young lawyer beat his forehead, and cried. The court has ordered the trial. The Marquis only bent his head, as if his voice had failed him to answer the question. It is still a great secret, said Dionysia, and we only know it, thanks to the indiscretion of our kind, our devoted Mechenet. Jacques will have to appear before the assizes. She was interrupted by a servant, who entered to announce that dinner was on the table. They all went into the dining room, but the last event made it well nigh impossible for them to eat. Dionysia alone, deriving from feverish excitement and amazing energy, aided Folgat in keeping up the conversation. From her the young advocate learned that Count Claudius was decidedly worse, and that he would have received, in the day, the last sacrament, but for the decided opposition of Dr. Seignebos, who had declared that the slightest excitement might kill his patient. And if he dies, said de Chandor, that is the finishing stroke. Public opinion, already incensed against Jacques, will become implacable. However, the meal came to an end, and Folgat went up to Dionysia, saying, I must beg of you, madam, to trust me with the key to the little garden gate. She looked at him quite astonished. I have to see a detective secretly, who has promised me his assistance. Is he here? He came this morning. When Dionysia had handed him the key, Folgat hastened to reach the end of the garden. And, at the third stroke of 9 o'clock, the minstrel of the Newmarket Square, Gauder, pushed the little gate, and, his violin under his arm, slipped into the garden. A day lost. He exclaimed, without thinking of saluting the young lawyer, a whole day, for I could do nothing till I had seen you. He seemed to be so angry, that Folgat tried to soothe him. Let me first of all compliment you on your disguise, he said. But Gauder did not seem to be open to praise. What would a detective be worth if he could not disguise himself? A great merit, forsooth. And I tell you, I hate it. But I could not think of coming to Sauveterre in my own person, a detective. Ugh! Everybody would have run away, and what a pack of lies they would have told me. So I had to assume that hideous masquerade. To think that I once took 6 months' lessons from a music teacher merely to fit myself for that character. A wandering musician, you see, can go anywhere, and nobody is surprised. He goes about the streets, or he travels along the high road, he enters into yards, and slips into houses. He asks alms, and in so doing, he accosts everybody, speaks to them, follows them. And as to my precious dialect, you must know I have been down here once for half a year, hunting up counterfeiters. And, if you don't catch a provincial accent in 6 months, you don't deserve belonging to the police. And I do belong to it, to the great distress of my wife, and to my own disgust. If your ambition is really what you say, my dear Gauder, said M. Folgat, interrupting him, you may be able to leave your profession very soon, if you succeed in saving M. de Boiscoran. He would give me his house in Vine Street. With all his heart. The detective looked up, and repeated slowly. The house in Vine Street, the paradise of this world. An immense garden, a soil of marvelous beauty. And what an exposure! There are walls there on which I could raise finer peaches than they have at Montreuil, and richer chasselas than those of Fontainebleau. Did you find anything there? Asked M. Folgat. Gauder, thus recalled to business, looked angry again. Nothing at all, he replied. Nor did I learn anything from the tradesman. I am no further advanced than I was the first day. Let us hope you will have more luck here. I hope so, but I need your assistance to commence operations. I must see Dr. Seignebos, and Mechenet the clerk. Ask them to meet me at the place I shall assign in a note which I will send them. I will tell them. Now, if you want my incognito to be respected, you must get me a permit from the mayor, for Gauder, street musician. I keep my name, because here nobody knows me. But I must have the permit this evening. Wherever I might present myself, asking for a bed, they would call for my papers. Wait here for a quarter of an hour, there is a bench, said M. Folgat, and I'll go at once to the mayor. A quarter of an hour later, Gauder had his permit in his pocket, and went to take lodgings at the Red Lamb, the worst tavern in all Sauveterre. When a painful and inevitable duty is to be performed, the true character of a man is apt to appear in its true light. Some people postpone it as long as they can, and delay, like those pious persons who keep the biggest sin for the end of their confession. Others, on the contrary, are in a hurry to be relieved of their anxiety, and make an end of it as soon as they can. M. Folgat belonged to this latter class. Next morning he woke up at daylight, and said to himself, I will call upon the Countess Claudius this morning. At 8 o'clock, he left the house, dressed more carefully than usual, and told the servant that he did not wish to be waited for if he should not be back for breakfast. He went first to the courthouse, hoping to meet the clerk there. He was not disappointed. The waiting rooms were quite deserted yet, but Mechenet was already at work in his office, writing with the feverish haste of a man who has to pay for a piece of property that he wants to call his own. When he saw Folgat enter, he rose, and said at once, You have heard the decision of the court? Yes, thanks to your kindness, and I must confess it has not surprised me. What do they think of it here? Everybody expects a condemnation. Well, we shall see, said the young advocate. And, lowering his voice, he added, But I came for another purpose. The agent whom I expected has come, and he wishes to see you. He will write to you to make an appointment, and I hope you will consent. Certainly, with all my heart, replied the clerk. And God grant that he may succeed in extricating M. de Boiscoran from his difficulties, even if it were only to take the conceit out of my master. Ah! Is M. Galpin so triumphant? Without the slightest reserve. He sees his old friend already at the galleys. He has received another letter of congratulation from the Attorney General, and came here yesterday, when the court had adjourned, to read it to anyone who would listen. Everybody, of course, complimented him, except the president, who turned his back upon him, and the Commonwealth attorney, who told him in Latin that he was selling the bear's skin before he had killed him. In the meantime steps were heard coming down the passages, and M. Folgat said hurriedly, "One more suggestion. Gowder desires to remain unknown. Do not speak of him to any living soul, and especially show no surprise at the costume in which you see him." The noise of a door which was opened interrupted him. One of the judges entered, who, after having bowed very civilly, asked the clerk a number of questions about a case which was to come on the same day. "Goodbye, M. Mechenet," said the young advocate. And his next visit was to Dr. Seignebo's. When he rang the bell, a servant came to the door, and said, "The doctor is gone out, but he will be back directly, and has told me to beg you to wait for him in his study." Such an evidence of perfect trust was unheard of. No one was ever allowed to remain alone in his sanctuary. It was an immense room, quite full of most varied objects, which at a glance revealed the opinions, tastes, and predilections of the owner. The first thing to strike the visitor as he entered was an admirable bust of Bichat, flanked on either side by smaller busts of Robespierre and Rousseau. A clock of the time of Louis XIV. stood between the windows, and marked the seconds with a noise which sounded like the rattling of old iron. One whole side was filled with books of all kinds, unbound or bound, in a way which would have set M. d'Aubigen laughing very heartily. A huge cupboard adapted for collections of plants bespoke a passing fancy for botany, while an electric machine recalled the time when the doctor believed in cures by electricity. On the table in the center of the room vast piles of books betrayed the doctor's recent studies. All the authors who have spoken of insanity or idiocy were there, from Apostolides to Tardian. M. Folgat was still looking around when Dr. Seignebo's entered, always like a bombshell, but far more cheerful than usual. "I knew I should find you here," he cried still in the door. "You come to ask me to meet Gowder." The young advocate started, and said, all amazed, "Who can have told you?" "Gowder himself. I like that man. I am sure no one will suspect me of having a fancy for anything that is connected with the police. I have had too much to do all my life with spies and that ilk. But your man might almost reconcile me with that department." "When did you see him?" "This morning at 7. He was so prodigiously tired of losing his time in his garret at the Red Lamb, that it occurred to him to pretend illness, and to send for me. I went, and found a kind of street minstrel, who seemed to me to be perfectly well. But, as soon as we were alone, he told me all about it, asking me my opinion, and telling me his ideas. M. Folgat, that man Gowder is very clever, I tell you so, and we understand each other perfectly." "Has he told you what he proposes to do?" "Nearly so. But he has not authorized me to speak of it." "Have patience, let him go to work, wait, and you will see if old Seignebo's has a keen scent." Saying this with an air of sublime conceit, he took off his spectacles, and set to work wiping them industriously. "Well, I will wait," said the young advocate. "And, since that makes an end to my business here, I beg you will let me speak to you of another matter. M. de Boiscoran has charged me with a message to the Countess Claudius. The deuce! And to try to obtain from her the means for our discharge. Do you expect she will do it?" M. Folgat could hardly retain an impatient gesture. "I have accepted the mission," he said dryly, "and I mean to carry it out." "I understand, my dear sir. But you will not see the Countess. The Count is very ill. She does not leave his bedside, and does not even receive her most intimate friends. And still I must see her. I must at any hazard place a note which my client has confided to me, in her own hands. And look here, doctor, I mean to be frank with you. It was exactly because I foresaw there would be difficulties, that I came to you to ask your assistance in overcoming or avoiding them." "To me? Are you not the Count's physician?" 10,000 devils, cried Dr. Seignebo's. "You do not mince matters, you lawyers." And then speaking in a lower tone, and replying apparently to his own objections rather than to M. Folgat, he said. Certainly, I attend Count Claudius, whose illness, by the way, upsets all my theories, and defies all my experience, but for that very reason I can do nothing. Our profession has certain rules which cannot be infringed upon without compromising the whole medical profession. But it is a question of life and death with Jacques, sir, with a friend. And a fellow Republican, to be sure. But I cannot help you without abusing the confidence of the Countess Claudius. Ah, sir! Has not that woman committed a crime for which M. de Boiscoran, though innocent, will be arraigned in court? I think so. But still. He reflected a moment, and then suddenly snatched up his broad-brimmed hat, drew it over his head, and cried. In fact, so much the worse for her. There are sacred interests which override everything. Come. Chapter 25. Count Claudius and his wife had installed themselves, the day after the fire, in Mautrec Street. The house which the mayor had taken for them had been for more than a century in the possession of the great Julius family, and is still considered one of the finest and most magnificent mansions in Sauveterre. In less than 10 minutes d'hour, Seignebos and M. Folgat had reached the house. From the street, nothing was visible but a tall wall, as old as the castle, according to the claims of archaeologists, and covered all over with a mass of wild flowers. In this wall there is a huge entrance gate with folding doors. During the day one half is opened, and a light, low openwork railing put in, which rings a bell as soon as it is pushed open. You then cross a large garden, in which a dozen statues, covered with green moss, are falling to pieces on their pedestals, overshadowed by magnificent old linden trees. The house has only 2 stories. A large hall extends from end to end of the lower story, and at the end a wide staircase with stone steps and a superb iron railing leads upstairs. When they entered the hall, Dr. Seignebos opened a door on the right hand. Step in here and wait, he said to M. Folgat. I will go upstairs and see the count, whose room is in the 2nd story, and I will send you the countess. The young advocate did as he was bid, and found himself in a large room, brilliantly lighted up by 3 tall windows that went down to the ground, and looked out upon the garden. This room must have been superb formerly. The walls were wainscoted with arabesques and lines in gold. The ceiling was painted, and represented a number of fat little angels sporting in a sky full of golden stars. But time had passed its destroying hand over all this splendor of the past age, had half effaced the paintings, tarnished the gold of the arabesques, and faded the blue of the ceiling and the rosy little loves. Nor was the furniture calculated to make compensation for this decay. The windows had no curtains. On the mantelpiece stood a worn-out clock and half-broken candelabra. Then, here and there, pieces of furniture that would not match, such as had been rescued from the fire at Valpenson, chairs, sofas, armchairs, and a round table, all battered and blackened by the flames. But M. Folgat paid little attention to these details. He only thought of the grave step on which he was venturing, and which he now only looked at in its full strangeness and extreme boldness. Perhaps he would have fled at the last moment if he could have done so, and he was only able by a supreme effort to control his excitement. At last he heard a rapid, light step in the hall, and almost immediately the Countess Claudius appeared. He recognized her at once, such as Jacques had described her to him, calm, serious, and serene, as if her soul were soaring high above all human passions. Far from diminishing her exquisite beauty, the terrible events of the last months had only surrounded her, as it were, with a divine halo. She had fallen off a little, however. And the dark semicircle under her eyes, and the disorder of her hair, betrayed the fatigue and the anxiety of the long nights which she had spent by her husband's bedside. As M. Folgat was bowing, she asked. "You are M. de Boiscoran's counsel?" "Yes, madam," replied the young advocate. "The doctor tells me you wish to speak to me." "Yes, madam." With a queenly air, she pointed to a chair, and, sitting down herself, she said. "I hear, sir." M. Folgat began with beating heart, but a firm voice. I ought, first of all, madam, to state to you my client's true position. That is useless, sir. I know. You know, madam, that he has been summoned to trial, and that he may be condemned? She shook her head with a painful movement, and said very softly. I know, sir, that Count Claudius has been the victim of a most infamous attempt at murder. That he is still in danger, and that, unless God works a miracle, I shall soon be without a husband, and my children without a father. But M. de Boiscoran is innocent, madam. The features of the Countess assumed an expression of profound surprise, and, looking fixedly at M. Folgat, she said. And who, then, is the murderer? Ah! It cost the young advocate no small effort to prevent his lips from uttering the fatal word, you, prompted by his indignant conscience. But he thought of the success of his mission. And, instead of replying, he said. To a prisoner, madam, to an unfortunate man on the eve of judgment, an advocate is a confessor, to whom he tells everything. I must add that the counsel of the accused is like a priest, he must forget the secrets which have been confided to him. I do not understand, sir. My client, madam, had a very simple means to prove his innocence. He had only to tell the truth. He has preferred risking his own honor rather than to betray the honor of another person. The Countess looked impatient, and broke in, saying. My moments are counted, sir. May I beg you will be more explicit? But M. Folgat had gone as far as he well could go. I am desired by M. de Boiscoran, madam, to hand you a letter. The Countess Claudius seemed to be overwhelmed with surprise. To me, she said. On what ground? Without saying a word, M. Folgat drew Jacques' letter from his portfolio, and handed it to her. Here it is, he said. She took it with a perfectly steady hand, and opened it slowly. But, as soon as she had run her eye over it, she rose, turned crimson in her face, and said with flaming eyes. Do you know, sir, what this letter contains? Yes. Do you know that M. de Boiscoran dares call me by my first name, Genevieve, as my husband does, and my father? The decisive moment had come, and M. Folgat had all his self-possession. M. de Boiscoran, madam, claims that he used to call you so in former days, in Vine Street, in days when you called him Jacques. The Countess seemed to be utterly bewildered. But that is sheer infamy, sir, she stammered. What? M. de Boiscoran should have dared tell you that I, the Countess Claudius, have been his mistress. He certainly said so, madam. And he affirms, that a few moments before the fire broke out, he was near you, and that, if his hands were blackened, it was because he had burned your letters and his. She rose at these words, and said in a penetrating voice. And you could believe that, you? Ah! M. de Boiscoran's other crimes are nothing in comparison with this. He is not satisfied with having burnt our house, and ruined us, he means to dishonor us. He is not satisfied with having murdered my husband, he must ruin the honor of his wife also. She spoke so loud, that her voice must have been distinctly heard in the vestibule. Lower, madam, I pray you speak lower, said M. Folgat. She cast upon him a crushing glance. And, raising her voice still higher, she went on. Yes, I understand very well that you are afraid of being heard. But what have I to fear? I could wish the whole world to hear us, and to judge between us. Lower, you say. Why should I speak less loud? Do you think that if Count Claudius were not on his deathbed, this letter would not have long since been in his hands? Ah, he would soon have satisfaction for such an infamous letter, he. But I, a poor woman. I have never seen so clearly that the world thinks my husband is lost already, and that I am alone in this world, without a protector, without friends. But, Madame M. de Boiscoran pledges himself to the most perfect secrecy. Secrecy in what? In your cowardly insults, your abominable plots, of which this, no doubt, is but a beginning. Folgat turned livid under this insult. Ah, take care, madam, he said in a hoarse voice, we have proof, absolute, overwhelming proof. The countess stopped him by an imperious gesture, and with the haughtiest disdain, grief, and wrath, she said. Well, then, produce your proof. Go, hasten, act as you like. We shall see if the vile calumnies of an incendiary can stain the pure reputation of an honest woman. We shall see if a single speck of this mud in which you wallow can reach up to me. And, throwing Jacques' letter at Folgat's feet, she went to the door. Madam, said Folgat once more, madam. She did not even condescend to turn round, she disappeared, leaving him standing in the middle of the room, so overcome with amazement, that he could not collect his thoughts. Fortunately Dr. Seignebos came in. Upon my word, he said, I never thought the Countess would take my treachery so coolly. When she came out from you just now, she asked me, in the same tone as every day, how I had found her husband, and what was to be done. I told her. But the rest of the sentence remained unspoken. The doctor had become aware of Folgat's utter consternation. Why, what on earth is the matter? He asked. The young advocate looked at him with an utterly bewildered air. This is the matter, I ask myself whether I am awake or dreaming. This is the matter, that, if this woman is guilty, she possesses an audacity beyond all belief. How, if? Have you changed your mind about her guilt? Folgat looked altogether disheartened. Ah, he said, I hardly know myself. Do you not see that I have lost my head, that I do not know what to think, and what to believe? Oh. Yes, indeed. And yet, doctor, I am not a simpleton. I have now been pleading 5 years in criminal courts, I have had to dive down into the lowest depths of society. I have seen strange things, and met with exceptional specimens, and heard fabulous stories. It was the doctor's turn, now, to be amazed, and he actually forgot to trouble his gold spectacles. Why? What did the Countess say? He asked. I might tell you every word, replied Folgat, and you would be none the wiser. You ought to have been here, and seen her, and heard her. What a woman! Not a muscle in her face was moving, her eye remained limpid and clear. No emotion was felt in her voice. And with what an air she defied me. But come, doctor, let us be gone. They went out, and had already gone about a third down the long avenue in the garden, when they saw the oldest daughter of the Countess coming towards them, on her way to the house, accompanied by her governess. Dar. Seignebos stopped, and pressing the arm of the young advocate, and bending over to him, he whispered into his ear. Mind, he said. You know the truth is in the lips of children. What do you expect, murmured Folgat. To settle a doubtful point. Hush. Let me manage it. By this time the little girl had come up to them. It was a very graceful girl of 8 or 9 years, light-haired, with large blue eyes, tall for her age, and displaying all the intelligence of a young girl, without her timidity. How are you, little Martha? Said the doctor to her in his gentlest voice, which was very soft when he chose. Good morning, gentlemen, she replied with a nice little courtesy. Dar. Seignebos bent down to kiss her rosy cheeks, and then, looking at her, he said. You look sad, Martha. Yes, because Papa and little sister are sick, she replied with a deep sigh. And also because you miss Valpinson. Oh, yes. Still it is very pretty here, and you have a large garden to play in. She shook her head, and, lowering her voice, she said. It is certainly very pretty here, but, I am afraid. And of what, little one? She pointed to the statues, and all shuddering, she said. In the evening, when it grows dark, I fancy they are moving. I think I see people hiding behind the trees, like the man who wanted to kill Papa. You ought to drive away those ugly notions, Miss Martha, said M. Folgat. But Dr. Seniebos did not allow him to go on. What, Martha? I did not know you were so timid. I thought, on the contrary, you were very brave. Your papa told me the night of the fire you were not afraid of anything. Papa was right. And yet, when you were aroused by the flames, it must have been terrible. Oh. It was not the flames which waked me, doctor. Still the fire had broken out. I was not asleep at that time, doctor. I had been roused by the slamming of the door, which Mamma had closed very noisily when she came in. One and the same presentiment made M. Folgat tremble and the doctor. You must be mistaken, Martha, the doctor went on. Your mamma had not come back at the time of the fire. Oh, yes, sir. No, you are mistaken. The little girl drew herself up with that solemn air which children are apt to assume when their statements are doubted. She said, I am quite sure of what I say, and I remember everything perfectly. I had been put to bed at the usual hour, and, as I was very tired with playing, I had fallen asleep at once. While I was asleep, Mamma had gone out, but her coming back waked me up. As soon as she came in, she bent over little sister's bed, and looked at her for a moment so sadly, that I thought I should cry. Then she went, and sat down by the window. And from my bed, where I lay silently watching her, I saw the tears running down her cheeks, when all of a sudden a shot was fired. M. Folgat and Dr. Seniebos looked anxiously at each other. Then, my little one, insisted Dr. Seniebos, you are quite sure your mamma was in your room when the first shot was fired? Certainly, doctor. And mamma, when she heard it, rose up straight, and lowered her head, like one who listens. Almost immediately, the second shot was fired. Mamma raised her hands to heaven, and cried out, Great God! And then she went out, running fast. Never was a smile more false than that which Dr. Seniebos forced himself to retain on his lips while the little girl was telling her story. You have dreamed all that, Martha, he said. The governess here interposed, saying, The young lady has not dreamed it, sir. I, also, heard the shots fired, and I had just opened the door of my room to hear what was going on, when I saw Madame cross the landing swiftly, and rush downstairs. Oh! I do not doubt it, said the doctor, in the most indifferent tone he could command, the circumstance is very trifling. But the little girl was bent on finishing her story. When Mamma had left, she went on, I became frightened, and raised myself on my bed to listen. Soon I heard a noise which I did not know, cracking and snapping of wood, and then cries at a distance. I got more frightened, jumped down, and ran to open the door. But I nearly fell down, there was such a cloud of smoke and sparks. Still I did not lose my head. I waked my little sister, and tried to get on the staircase, when COCOLEU rushed in like a madman, and took us both out. Martha, called a voice from the house, Martha. The child cut short her story, and said, Mamma is calling me. And, dropping again her nice little courtesy, she said, Goodbye, gentlemen. Martha had disappeared, and Dr. Seniebos and M. Folgat, still standing on the same spot, looked at each other in utter distress. We have nothing more to do here, said M. Folgat. No, indeed. Let us go back and make haste, for perhaps they are waiting for me. You must breakfast with me. They went away very much disheartened, and so absorbed in their defeat, that they forgot to return the salutations with which they were greeted in the street, a circumstance carefully noticed by several watchful observers. When the doctor reached home, he said to his servant, This gentleman will breakfast with me. Give us a bottle of Medes. And, when he had shown the advocate into his study, he asked, And now what do you think of your adventure? M. Folgat looked completely undone. I cannot understand it, he murmured. Could it be possible that the Countess should have tutored the child to say what she told us? No. And her governess? Still less. A woman of that character trusts nobody. She struggles, she triumphs or succumbs alone. Then the child and the governess have told us the truth. I am convinced of that. So am I. Then she had no share in the murder of her husband. Alas! Folgat did not notice that his alas was received by Dr. Seignebos with an air of triumph. He had taken off his spectacles, and, wiping them vigorously, he said. If the Countess is innocent, Jacques must be guilty, you think? Jacques must have deceived us all, then. Folgat shook his head. I pray you, doctor, do not press me just now. Give me time to collect my thoughts. I am bewildered by all these conjectures. No, I am sure de Boiscoran has not told a falsehood, and the Countess has been his mistress. No, he has not deceived us, and on the night of the crime he really had an interview with the Countess. Did not Martha tell us that her mother had gone out? And where could she have gone, except to meet de Boiscoran? He paused a moment. Oh, come, said the physician, you need not be afraid of me. Well, it might possibly be, that, after the Countess had left de Boiscoran, fate might have stepped in. Jacques has told us how the letters which he was burning had suddenly blazed up, and with such violence that he was frightened. Who can tell whether some burning fragments may not have set a straw-rick on fire? You can judge yourself. On the point of leaving the place, de Boiscoran sees this beginning of a fire. He hastens to put it out. His efforts are unsuccessful. The fire increases step by step, it lights up the whole front of the chateau. At that moment Count Claudius comes out. Jacques thinks he has been watched and detected, he sees his marriage broken off, his life ruined, his happiness destroyed. He loses his head, aims, fires, and flees instantly. And thus you explain his missing the Count, and also this fact which seemed to preclude the idea of premeditated murder, that the gun was loaded with small shot. Great God, cried the doctor. What have I said? Take care never to repeat that. The suggestion you make is so fearfully plausible, that, if it becomes known, no one will ever believe you when you tell the real truth. The truth? Then you think I am mistaken? Most assuredly. Then fixing his spectacles on his nose, Dr. Seignebos added. I never could admit that the Countess should have fired at her husband. I now see that I was right. She has not committed the crime directly. But she has done it indirectly. Oh! She would not be the first woman who has done so. What I imagine is this, the Countess had made up her mind, and arranged her plan, before meeting Jacques. The murderer was already at his post. If she had succeeded in winning Jacques back, her accomplice would have put away his gun, and quietly gone to bed. As she could not induce Jacques to give up his marriage, she made a sign, and the fire was lighted, and the Count was shot. The young advocate did not seem to be fully convinced. In that case, there would have been premeditation, he objected, and how, then, came the gun to be loaded with small shot? The accomplice had not sense enough to know better. Although he saw very well the doctor's drift, Folgat started up. What, he said, always COCOLEU. Dr. Seignebos tapped his forehead with the end of his finger, and replied. When an idea has once made its way in there, it remains fixed. Yes, the Countess has an accomplice, and that accomplice is COCOLEU, and, if he has no sense, you see the wretched idiot at least carries his devotion and his discretion very far. If what you say is true, doctor, we shall never get the key of this affair. For COCOLEU will never confess. Don't swear to that. There is a way. He was interrupted by the sudden entrance of his servant. Sir, said the latter, there is a gendarme below who brings you a man who has to be sent to the hospital at once. Show them up, said the doctor. And, while the servant was gone to do his bidding, the doctor said. And here is the way. Now mind. A heavy step was heard shaking the stairs, and almost immediately a gendarme appeared, who in one hand held a violin, and with the other aided a poor creature, who seemed unable to walk alone. "Gouter," was on M. Folgat's lips. It was Gouter, really, but in what a state! His clothes muddy, and torn, pale, with haggard eyes, his beard and his lips covered with a white foam. "The story is this," said the gendarme. "This individual was playing the fiddle in the court of the Baroque, and we were looking out of the window, when all of a sudden he fell on the ground, rolled about, twisted and writhed, while he uttered fearful howls, and foamed like a mad dog. We picked him up, and I bring him to you." "Leave us alone with him," said the physician. The gendarme went out, and, as soon as the door was shut, Gouter cried with a voice full of intense disgust. "What a profession! Just look at me! What a disgrace if my wife should see me in this state! Phew!" And, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped his face, and drew from his mouth a small piece of soap. "But the point is," said the doctor, "that you have played the epileptic so well, that the gendarmes have been taken in. A fine trick indeed, and very creditable. An excellent trick, since you can now quite safely go to the hospital. They will put you in the same ward with COCOLEU, and I shall come and see you every morning. You are free to act now." "Never mind me," said the detective. "I have my plan." Then turning to M. Folgat, he added, "I am a prisoner now. But I have taken my precautions. The agent whom I have sent to England will report to you. I have, besides, to ask a favor at your hands. I have written to my wife to send her letters to you, you can send them to me by the doctor. And now I am ready to become COCOLEU's companion, and I mean to earn the house in Vine Street." Dr. Seignebos signed an order of admission. He recalled the gendarme. And, after having praised his kindness, he asked him to take that poor devil to the hospital. When he was alone once more with him, Folgat, he said, "Now, my dear friend, let us consult. Shall we speak of what Martha has told us and of Gouter's plan? I think not, for M. Galpin is watching us, and, if a mere suspicion of what is going on reaches the prosecution, all is lost. Let us content ourselves, then, with reporting to Jacques your interview with the Countess, and as to the rest, silence." Chapter 26. Like all very clever men, Dr. Seignebos made the mistake of thinking other people as cunning as he was himself. M. Galpin was, of course, watching him, but by no means with the energy which one would have expected from so ambitious a man. He had, of course, been the first to be notified that the case was to be tried in open court, and from that moment he felt relieved of all anxiety. As to remorse, he had none. He did not even regret anything. He did not think of it, that the prisoner who was thus to be tried had once been his friend, a friend of whom he was proud, whose hospitality he had enjoyed, and whose favor he had eagerly sought in his matrimonial aspirations. No. He only saw one thing, that he had engaged in a dangerous affair, on which his whole future was depending, and that he was going to win triumphantly. Evidently his responsibility was by no means gone. But his zeal in preparing the case for trial was no longer required. He need not appear at the trial. Whatever must be the result, he thought he should escape the blame, which he should surely have incurred if no true bill had been found. He did not disguise it from himself that he should be looked at askance by all Sauveterre, that his social relations were well nigh broken off, and that no one would henceforth heartily shake hands with him. But that gave him no concern. Sauveterre, a miserable little town of 5,000 inhabitants. He hoped with certainty he would not remain there long, and a brilliant preferment would amply repay him for his courage, and relieve him from all foolish reproaches. Besides, once in the large city to which he would be promoted, he could hope that distance would aid in attenuating and even effacing the impression made by his conduct. All that would be remembered after a time would be his reputation as one of those famous judges, who, according to the stereotyped phrase, sacrifice everything to the sacred interests of justice. Who put inflexible duty high above all the considerations that trouble and disturb the vulgar mind, and whose heart is like a rock, against which all human passions are helplessly broken to pieces. With such a reputation, with his knowledge of the world, and his eagerness to succeed, opportunities would not be wanting to put himself forward, to make himself known, to become useful, indispensable even. He saw himself already on the highest rungs of the official ladder. He was a judge in Bordeaux, in Lyons, in Paris itself. With such rose-colored dreams he fell asleep at night. The next morning, as he crossed the streets, his carriage haughtier and stiffer than ever, his firmly closed lips, and the cold and severe look of his eyes, told the curious observers that there must be something new. M. de Boiscoran's case must be very bad indeed, they said, or M. Galpin would not look so very proud. He went first to the Commonwealth attorney. The truth is, he was still smarting under the severe reproaches of M. de Bijan, and he thought he would enjoy his revenge now. He found the old bookworm, as usual, among his beloved books, and in worse humor than ever. He ignored it, handed him a number of papers to sign. And when his business was over, and while he was carefully replacing the documents in his bag with his monogram on the outside, he added with an air of indifference. "Well, my dear sir, you have heard the decision of the court. Which of us was right?" M. de Bijan shrugged his shoulders, and said angrily. "Of course I am nothing but an old fool, a maniac, I give it up. And I say, like Horace's man, stultum me fader, liceat considera vires. Ac etiam insanum. You are joking. But what would have happened if I had listened to you? I don't care to know. M. de Boiscoran would none the less have been sent to a jury. Maybe. Anybody else would have collected the proofs of his guilt just as well as I. That is a question. And I should have injured my reputation very seriously. For they would have called me one of those timid magistrates who are frightened at a nothing. That is as good a reputation as some others, broke in the Commonwealth attorney. He had vowed he would answer only in monosyllables. But his anger made him forget his oath. He added in a very severe tone. Another man would not have been bent exclusively upon proving that M. de Boiscoran was guilty. I certainly have proved it. Another man would have tried to solve the mystery. But I have solved it, I should think. M. de Bijan bowed ironically, and said. I congratulate you. It must be delightful to know the secret of all things, only you may be mistaken. You are an excellent hand at such investigations, but I am an older man than you in the profession. The more I think in this case, the less I understand it. If you know everything so perfectly well, I wish you would tell me what could have been the motive for the crime, for, after all, we do not run the risk of losing our head without some very powerful and tangible purpose. Where was Jacques' interest? You will tell me he hated Count Claudius. But is that an answer? Come, go for a moment to your own conscience. But stop. No one likes to do that. M. Galpin was beginning to regret that he had ever come. He had hoped to find M. de Bijan quite penitent, and here he was worse than ever. The court of inquiry has felt no such scruples, he said dryly. No, but the jury may feel some. They are, occasionally, men of sense. The jury will condemn M. de Boiscoran without hesitation. I would not swear to that. You would if you knew who will plead. Oh. The prosecution will employ M. Grandsier. Oh. You will not deny that he is a first-class man. The magistrate was evidently becoming angry, his ears reddened up, and in the same proportion M. de Bijan regained his calmness. God forbid that I should deny M. Grandsier's eloquence. He is a powerful speaker, and rarely misses his man. But then, you know, cases are like books, they have their luck or ill luck. Jacques will be well defended. I am not afraid of M. Magloire. But Mr. Folgat? A young man with no weight. I should be far more afraid of M. Lachant. Do you know the plan of the defense? This was evidently the place where the shoe pinched, but M. Galpin took care not to let it be seen, and replied. I do not. But that does not matter. M. De Boiscoran's friends at first thought of making capital out of COCOLEU, but they have given that up. I am sure of that. The police agent whom I have charged to keep his eyes on the idiot tells me that Dr. Seignebos does not trouble himself about the man any more. D'Abidjan smiled sarcastically, and said, much more for the purpose of teasing his visitor than because he believed it himself. Take care. Do not trust appearances. You have to do with very clever people. I always told you COCOLEU is probably the mainspring of the whole case. The very fact that Grand Sire will speak ought to make you tremble. If he should not succeed, he would, of course, blame you, and never forgive you in all his life. Now, you know he may fail. There is many a slip between the cup and the lip. And I am disposed to think with Villon. Nothing is so certain as uncertain things. Galpin could tell very well that he should gain nothing by prolonging the discussion, and so he said. Happen what may, I shall always know that my conscience supports me. Then he made great haste to take leave, lest an answer should come from D'Abidjan. He went out. And as he descended the stairs, he said to himself. It is losing time to reason with that old fogey who sees in the events of the day only so many opportunities for quotations. But he struggled in vain against his own feelings. He had lost his self-confidence. D'Abidjan had revealed to him a new danger which he had not foreseen. And what a danger, the resentment of one of the most eminent men of the French bar, one of those bitter, bilious men who never forgive. Galpin had, no doubt, thought of the possibility of failure, that is to say, of an acquittal, but he had never considered the consequences of such a check. Who would have to pay for it? The prosecuting attorney first and foremost, because, in France, the prosecuting attorney makes the accusation a personal matter, and considers himself insulted and humiliated, if he misses his man. Now, what would happen in such a case? Grand Sire, no doubt, would hold him responsible. He would say, I had to draw my arguments from your part of the work. I did not obtain a condemnation, because your work was imperfect. A man like myself ought not to be exposed to such an humiliation, and, least of all, in a case which is sure to create an immense sensation. You do not understand your business. Such words were a public disgrace. Instead of the hope for promotion, they would bring him an order to go into exile, to Corsica, or to Algiers. Galpin shuddered at the idea. He saw himself buried under the ruins of his castles in Spain. And, unluckily, he went once more over all the papers of the investigation, analyzing the evidence he had, like a soldier, who, on the eve of a battle, furbishes up his arms. However, he only found one objection, the same which D'Abidjan had made. What interest could Jacques have had in committing so great a crime? There, he said, is evidently the weak part of the armor, and I would do well to point it out to Grand Sire. Jacques' counsel are capable of making that the turning point of their plea. And, in spite of all he had said to D'Abidjan, he was very much afraid of the counsel for the defense. He knew perfectly well the prestige which Magloire derived from his integrity and disinterestedness. It was no secret to him, that a cause which Magloire espoused was at once considered a good cause. They said of him, he may be mistaken, but whatever he says he believes. He could not but have a powerful influence, therefore, not on judges who came into court with well-established opinions, but with jurymen who are under the influence of the moment, and may be carried off by the eloquence of a speech. It is true, Magloire did not possess that burning eloquence which thrills a crowd, but Folgat had it, and in an uncommon degree. Galpin had made inquiries, and one of his Paris friends had written to him. Mistrust Folgat. He is a far more dangerous logician than Lachant, and possesses the same skill in troubling the consciences of jurymen, in moving them, drawing tears from them, and forcing them into an acquittal. Mind, especially, any incidents that may happen during the trial, for he has always some kind of surprise in reserve. These are my adversaries, thought Galpin. What surprise, I wonder, is there in store for me? Have they really given up all idea of using COCOLEU? He had no reason for mistrusting his agent, and yet his apprehensions became so serious, that he went out of his way to look in at the hospital. The lady superior received him, as a matter of course, with all the signs of profound respect, and, when he inquired about COCOLEU, she added, "Would you like to see him? I confess I should be very glad to do so. Come with me, then." She took him into the garden, and there asked a gardener, "Where is the idiot?" The man put his spade into the ground. And, with that affected reverence which characterizes all persons employed in a convent, he answered, "The idiot is down there in the middle avenue, mother, in his usual place, you know, which nothing will induce him to leave." M. Galpin and the lady superior found him there. They had taken off the rags which he wore when he was admitted, and put him into the hospital dress, which was a large grey coat and a cotton cap. He did not look any more intelligent for that. But he was less repulsive. He was seated on the ground, playing with the gravel. "Well, my boy," asked M. Galpin, "how do you like this?" He raised his inane face, and fixed his dull eye on the lady superior, but he made no reply. "Would you like to go back to Valpinson?" asked the lawyer again. He shuddered, but did not open his lips. "Look here," said M. Galpin, "answer me, and I'll give you a 10-cent piece." No, COCOLEU was at his play again. "That is the way he is always," declared the lady superior. "Since he is here, no one has ever gotten a word out of him. Promises, threats, nothing has any effect. One day I thought I would try an experiment. And, instead of letting him have his breakfast, I said to him, 'You shall have nothing to eat till you say, I am hungry.' At the end of 24 hours I had to let him have his pittance. For he would have starved himself sooner than utter a word." "What does Dr. Seignebos think of him?" "The doctor does not want to hear his name mentioned," replied the lady superior. And, raising her eyes to heaven, she added, "And that is a clear proof, that, but for the direct intervention of Providence, the poor creature would never have denounced the crime which he had witnessed." Immediately, however, she returned to earthly things, and asked, "But will you not relieve us soon of this poor idiot, who is a heavy charge on our hospital? Why not send him back to his village, where he found his support before? We have quite a number of sick and poor, and very little room. We must wait, sister, till M. de Boiscoran's trial is finished," replied the magistrate. The lady superior looked resigned, and said, "That is what the mayor told me, and it is very provoking. I must say, however, they have allowed me to turn him out of the room which they had given him at first. I have sent him to the insane ward. That is the name we give to a few little rooms, enclosed by a wall, where we keep the poor insane, who are sent to us provisionally." Here she was interrupted by the janitor of the hospital, who came up, bowing. "What do you want?" she asked. Vaudevin, the janitor, handed her a note. "A man brought by a gendarme," he replied. "Immediately to be admitted." The lady superior read the note, signed by Dr. Seignebos. "Epileptic," she said, "and somewhat idiotic, as if we wanted any more. And a stranger into the bargain. Really Dr. Seignebos is too yielding. Why does he not send all these people to their own parish to be taken care of?" And, with a very elastic step for her age, she went to the parlor, followed by M. Galpin and the janitor. They had put the new patient in there, and, sunk upon a bench, he looked the picture of utter idiocy. After having looked at him for a minute, she said, "Put him in the insane ward, he can keep COCOLEU company. And let the sister know at the drug room. But no, I will go myself. You will excuse me, sir." And then she left the room. M. Galpin was much comforted. "There is no danger here," he said to himself. And if M. Folgat counts upon any incident during the trial, COCOLEU, at all events, will not furnish it to him. Chapter 27. At the same hour when the magistrate left the hospital, Dr. Seignebos and M. Folgat parted, after a frugal breakfast, the one to visit his patients, the other to go to the prison. The young advocate was very much troubled. He hung his head as he went down the street, and the diplomatic citizens who compared his dejected appearance with the victorious air of M. Galpin came to the conclusion that Jacques de Boiscoran was irrevocably lost. At that moment M. Folgat was almost of their opinion. He had to pass through one of those attacks of discouragement, to which the most energetic men succumb at times, when they are bent upon pursuing an uncertain end which they ardently desire. The declarations made by little Martha and the governess had literally overwhelmed him. Just when he thought he had the end of the thread in his hand, the tangle had become worse than ever. And so it had been from the commencement. At every step he took, the problem had become more complicated than ever. At every effort he made, the darkness, instead of being dispelled, had become deeper. Not that he as yet doubted Jacques' innocence. No. The suspicion which for a moment had flashed through his mind had passed away instantly. He admitted, with Dr. Seignebos, the possibility that there was an accomplice, and that it was COCOLEU, in all probability, who had been charged with the execution of the crime. But how could that fact be made useful to the defense? He saw no way. Gauder was an able man, and the manner in which he had introduced himself into the hospital and COCOLEU's company indicated a master. But however cunning he was, however experienced in all the tricks of his profession, how could he ever hope to make a man confess who entrenched himself behind the rampart of feigned imbecility? If he had only had an abundance of time before him. But the days were counted, and he would have to hurry his measures. I feel like giving it up, thought the young lawyer. In the meantime he had reached the prison. He felt the necessity of concealing his anxiety. While Blangen went before him through the long passages, rattling his keys, he endeavored to give to his features an expression of hopeful confidence. "At last you come," cried Jacques. He had evidently suffered terribly since the day before. A feverish restlessness had disordered his features, and reddened his eyes. He was shaking with nervous tremor. Still he waited till the jailer had shut the door, and then he asked hoarsely. "What did she say?" M. Folgat gave him a minute account of his mission, quoting the words of the Countess almost literally. "That is just like her," exclaimed the prisoner. "I think I can hear her. What a woman! To defy me in this way." And in his anger he wrung his hands till they nearly bled. "You see," said the young advocate, "there is no use in trying to get outside of our circle of defense. Any new effort would be useless." "No," replied Jacques. "No, I shall not stop there." And after a few moments' reflection, if he can be said to have been able to reflect, he said. "I hope you will pardon me, my dear sir, for having exposed you to such insults. I ought to have foreseen it, or, rather, I did foresee it. I knew that was not the way to begin the battle. But I was a coward, I was afraid, I drew back, fool that I was. As if I had not known that we shall at any rate have to come to the last extremity. Well, I am ready now, and I shall do it." "What do you mean to do?" "I shall go and see the Countess Claudius. I shall tell her." "Oh. You do not think she will deny it to my face? When I once have her under my eye, I shall make her confess the crime of which I am accused." M. Folgat had promised Dr. Seignebos not to mention what Martha and her governess had said. But he felt no longer bound to conceal it. And if the Countess should not be guilty, he asked. Who, then, could be guilty? If she had an accomplice? Well, she will tell me who it is. I will insist upon it, I will make her tell. I will not be disgraced. I am innocent, I will not go to the galleys. To try and make Jacques listen to reason would have been madness just now. "Have a care," said the young lawyer. "Our defense is difficult enough already. Do not make it still more so." "I shall be careful. A scene might ruin us irrevocably. Be not afraid." M. Folgat said nothing more. He thought he could guess by what means Jacques would try to get out of prison. But he did not ask him about the details, because his position as his counsel made it his duty not to know, or, at least, to seem not to know, certain things. "Now, my dear sir," said the prisoner, "you will render me a service, will you not?" "What is it?" "I want to know as accurately as possible how the house in which the Countess lives is arranged." Without saying a word, M. Folgat took out a sheet of paper, and drew on it a plan of the house, as far as he knew, of the garden, the entrance hall, and the sitting room. "And the Count's room," asked Jacques, "where is that?" "In the upper story." "You are sure he cannot get up?" "Dr. Seignebos told me so." The prisoner seemed to be delighted. "Then all is right," he said, "and I have only to ask you, my dear counsel, to tell Miss Dionysia that I must see her today, as soon as possible. I wish her to come accompanied by one of her aunts only. And, I beseech you, make haste." M. Folgat did hasten, so that, 20 minutes later, he was at the young lady's house. She was in her chamber. He sent word to her that he wished to see her. And, as soon as she heard that Jacques wanted her, she said simply, "I am ready to go." And, calling one of the Misses Laverand, she told her, "Come, Aunt Elizabeth, be quick. Take your hat and your shawl. I am going out, and you are going with me." The prisoner counted so fully upon the promptness of his betrothed, that he had already gone down into the parlor when she arrived at the prison, quite out of breath from having walked so fast. He took her hands, and, pressing them to his lips, he said, "Oh, my darling! How shall I ever thank you for your sublime fidelity in my misfortune? If I escape, my whole life will not suffice to prove my gratitude." But he tried to master his emotion, and turning to Aunt Elizabeth, he said, "Will you pardon me if I beg you to render me once more the service you have done me before? It is all important that no one should hear what I am going to say to Dionysia. I know I am watched." Accustomed to passive obedience, the good lady left the room without daring to make the slightest remark, and went to keep watch in the passage. Dionysia was very much surprised, but Jacques did not give her time to utter a word. He said at once, "You told me in this very place, that, if I wished to escape, Blangen would furnish me the means, did you not?" The young girl drew back, and stammered with an air of utter bewilderment. "You do not want to flee?" "Never. Under no circumstances. But you ought to remember, that, while resisting all your arguments, I told you, that perhaps, some day or other, I might require a few hours of liberty. I remember. I begged you to sound the jailer on that point. I did so. For money he will always be ready to do your bidding." Jacques seemed to breathe more freely. "Well, then," he said again, "the time has come. Tomorrow I shall have to be away all the evening. I shall like to leave about 9. And I shall be back at midnight." Dionysia stopped him. "Wait," she said, "I want to call Blangen's wife." The household of the jailer of Sauveterre was like many others. The husband was brutal, imperious, and tyrannical. He talked loud and positively, and thus made it appear that he was the master. The wife was humble, submissive, apparently resigned, and always ready to obey. But in reality she ruled by intelligence, as he ruled by main force. When the husband had promised anything, the consent of the wife had still to be obtained, but, when the wife undertook to do anything, the husband was bound through her. Dionysia, therefore, knew very well that she would have first to win over the wife. Mrs. Blangen came up in haste, her mouth full of hypocritical assurances of goodwill, vowing that she was heart and soul at her dear mistress's command, recalling with delight the happy days when she was in M. de Chandour's service, and regretting forevermore. "I know," the young girl cut her short, "you are attached to me. But listen." And then she promptly explained to her what she wanted. While Jacques, standing a little aside in the shade, watched the impression on the woman's face. Gradually she raised her head. And, when Dionysia had finished, she said in a very different tone, "I understand perfectly, and, if I were the master, should say, all right. But Blangen is master of the jail. Well, he is not bad, but he insists upon doing his duty. We have nothing but our place to live upon. Have I not paid you as much as your place is worth? Oh, I know you do not mind paying. You had promised me to speak to your husband about this matter. I have done so. But I would give as much as I did before. In gold? Well, be it so, in gold. A flash of covetousness broke forth from under the thick brows of the jailer's wife. But, quite self-possessed, she went on. In that case, my man will probably consent. I will go and put him right, and then you can talk to him. She went out hastily, and, as soon as she had disappeared, Jacques asked Dionysia. How much have you paid Blangen so far? 17,000 francs. These people are robbing you outrageously. Ah, what does the money matter? I wish we were both of us ruined, if you were but free. But it had not taken the wife long to persuade the husband. Blangen's heavy steps were heard in the passage, and almost immediately, he entered, cap in hand, looking obsequious and restless. My wife has told me everything, he said, and I consent. Only we must understand each other. This is no trifle you are asking for. Jacques interrupted him, and said. Let us not exaggerate the matter. I do not mean to escape, I only want to leave for a time. I shall come back, I give you my word of honor. Upon my life, that is not what troubles me. If the question was only to let you run off altogether, should open the doors wide, and say, goodbye. A prisoner who runs away, that happens every day. But a prisoner who leaves for a few hours, and comes back again, suppose anybody were to see you in town. Or if anyone came and wanted to see you while you are gone. Or if they saw you come back again. What should I say? I am quite ready to be turned off for negligence. I have been paid for that. But to be tried as an accomplice, and to be put into jail myself. Stop. That is not what I mean to do. This was evidently but a preface. Oh. Why lose so many words? Asked Dionysia. Explain yourself clearly. Well, the Boiscoran cannot leave by the gate. At tattoo, at 8 o'clock, the soldiers on guard at this season of the year go inside the prison, and until reveille in the morning, or, in others' words, till 5 o'clock. I can neither open nor shut the gates without calling the sergeant in command of the post. Did he want to extort more money? Did he make the difficulties out greater than they really were? After all, said Jacques, if you consent, there must be a way. The jailer could dissemble no longer, he came out with it bluntly. If the thing is to be done, you must get out as if you were escaping in good earnest. The wall between the two towers is, to my knowledge, at one place not over 2 feet thick. And on the other side, where there are nothing but bare grounds and the old ramparts, they never put a sentinel. I will get you a crowbar and a pickaxe, and you make a hole in the wall. Jacques shrugged his shoulders. And the next day, he said, when I am back, how will you explain that hole? Blangen smiled. Be sure, he replied, I won't say the rats did it. I have thought of that too. At the same time with you, another prisoner will run off, who will not come back. What prisoner? Truman's, to be sure. He will be delighted to get away, and he will help you in making the hole in the wall. You must make your bargain with him, but, of course, without letting him know that I know anything. In this way, happen what may, I shall not be in danger. The plan was really a good one. Only Blangen ought not to have claimed the honor of inventing it, the idea came from his wife. Well, replied Jacques, that is settled. Get me the pickaxe and the crowbar, show me the place where we must make the hole, and I will take charge of Truman's. Tomorrow you shall have the money. He was on the point of following the jailer, when Dionysia held him back. And, lifting up her beautiful eyes to him, she said in a tremor. You see, Jacques, I have not hesitated to dare everything in order to procure you a few hours of liberty. May I not know what you are going to do in that time? And, as he made no reply, she repeated. Where are you going? A rush of blood colored the face of the unfortunate man, and he said in an embarrassed voice. I beseech you, Dionysia, do not insist upon my telling you. Permit me to keep this secret, the only one I have ever kept from you. 2 tears trembled for a moment in the long lashes of the young girl, and then silently rolled down her cheeks. I understand you, she stammered. I understand but too well. Although I know so little of life, I had a presentiment, as soon as I saw that they were hiding something from me. Now I cannot doubt any longer. You will go to see a woman tomorrow. Dionysia, Jacques said with folded hands, Dionysia, I beseech you. She did not hear him. Gently shaking her head, she went on. A woman whom you have loved, or whom you love still, at whose feet you have probably murmured the same words which you whispered at my feet. How could you think of her in the midst of all your anxieties? She cannot love you, I am sure. Why did she not come to you when she found that you were in prison, and falsely accused of an abominable crime? Jacques could bear it no longer. Great God! He cried, would 1,000 times rather tell you everything than allow such a suspicion to remain in your heart. Listen, and forgive me. But she stopped him, putting her hand on his lips and saying, all in a tremor. No, I do not wish to know anything, nothing at all. I believe in you. Only you must remember that you are everything to me, hope, life, happiness. If you should have deceived me, I know but too well, poor me, that I would not cease loving you, but I should not have long to suffer. Overcome with grief and affection, Jacques repeated. Dionysia, Dionysia, my darling, let me confess to you who this woman is, and why I must see her. No, she interrupted him, no. Do what your conscience bids you do. I believe in you. And instead of offering to let him kiss her forehead, as usual, she hurried off with her Aunt Elizabeth, and that so quickly, that, when he rushed after her, he only saw, as it were, a shadow at the end of the long passage. Never until this moment had Jacques found it in his heart really to hate the Countess Claudius with that blind and furious hatred which dreams of nothing but vengeance. Many a time, no doubt, he had cursed her in the solitude of his prison. But even when he was most furious against her, a feeling of pity had risen in his heart for her whom he had once loved so dearly, for he did not disguise it to himself, he had once loved her to distraction. Even in his prison he trembled, as he thought of some of his first meetings with her, as he saw before his mind's eye her features swimming in voluptuous languor, as he heard the silvery ring of her voice, or inhaled the perfume she loved ever to have about her. She had exposed him to the danger of losing his position, his future, his honor even, and he still felt inclined to forgive her. But now she threatened him with the loss of his betrothed, the loss of that pure and chaste love which burnt in Dionysia's heart, and he could not endure that. I will spare her no longer, he cried, mad with wrath. I will hesitate no longer. I have not the right to do so, for I am bound to defend Dionysia. He was more than ever determined to risk that adventure on the next day, feeling quite sure now that his courage would not fail him. It was Truman's tonight, perhaps by the jailer's skillful management, who was ordered to take the prisoner back to his cell, and, according to the jail dictionary, to curl him up there. He called him in, and at once plainly told him what he expected him to do. Upon Blangen's assurance, he expected the vagabond would jump at the mere idea of escaping from jail. But by no means. Truman's smiling features grew dark. And, scratching himself behind the ear furiously, he replied. You see, excuse me, I don't want to run away at all. Jacques was amazed. If Truman's refused his cooperation he could not go out, or, at least, he would have to wait. Are you in earnest, Truman's? He asked. Certainly I am, my dear sir. Here, you see, I am not so badly off, I have a good bed, I have 2 meals a day, I have nothing to do, and I pick up now and then, from one man or another, a few cents to buy me a pinch of tobacco or a glass of wine. But your liberty? Well, I shall get that too, I have committed no crime. I may have gotten over a wall into an orchard, but people are not hanged for that. I have consulted M. Magloire, and he told me precisely how I stand. They will try me in a police court, and they will give me 3 or 4 months. Well, that is not so very bad. But, if I run away, they put the gendarmes on my track, they bring me back here, and then I know how they will treat me. Besides, to break jail is a grave offense. How could he overcome such wise conclusions and such excellent reasons? Jacques was very much troubled. Why should the gendarmes take you again? He asked. Because they are gendarmes, my dear sir. And then, that is not all. If it were spring, I should say at once, I am your man. But we have autumn now, we are going to have bad weather, work will be scarce. Although an incurable idler, Trummans had always a good deal to say about work. You won't help them in the vintage? Asked Jacques. The vagabond looked almost repenting. To be sure, the vintage must have commenced, he said. Well. But that only lasts a fortnight, and then comes winter. And winter is no man's friend, it's my enemy. I know I have been without a place to lie down when it has been freezing to split stones, and the snow was a foot deep. Oh! Here they have stoves, and the board gives very warm clothes. Yes. But there are no merry evenings here, Trummans, eh? None of those merry evenings, when the hot wine goes round, and you tell the girls all sorts of stories, while you are shelling peas, or shucking corn. Oh! I know. I do enjoy those evenings. But the cold. Where should I go when I have not a cent? That was exactly where Jacques wanted to lead him. I have money, he said. I know you have. You do not think I would let you go off with empty pockets? I would give you anything you may ask. Really? Cried the vagrant. And looking at Jacques with a mingled expression of hope, surprise, and delight, he added. You see, I should want a good deal. Winter is long. I should want, let me see, I should want 50 Napoleons. You shall have 100, said Jacques. Trumment's eyes began to dance. He probably had a vision of those irresistible taverns at Rochefort, where he had led such a merry life. But he could not believe such happiness to be real. You are not making fun of me? He asked timidly. Do you want the whole sum at once? Replied Jacques. Wait. He drew from the drawer in his table a 1,000-franc note. But, at the sight of the note, the vagrant drew back the hand which he had promptly stretched out to take the money. Oh! That kind? No. I know what that paper is worth, I have had some of them myself. But what could I do with one of them now? It would not be worth more to me than a leaf of a tree, for, at the first place I should want it changed, they would arrest me. That is easily remedied. By tomorrow I shall have gold, or small notes, so you can have your choice. This time Trummans clapped his hands in great joy. Give me some of one kind, and some of the other, he said, and I am your man. Hurrah for liberty! Where is that wall that we are to go through? I will show you tomorrow. Until then, Trummans, silence. It was only the next day that Blangin showed Jacques the place where the wall had least thickness. It was in a kind of cellar, where nobody ever came, and where cast-off tools were stored away. In order that you may not be interrupted, said the jailer, I will ask 2 of my comrades to dine with me, and I shall invite the sergeant on duty. They will enjoy themselves, and never think of the prisoners. My wife will keep a sharp lookout. And, if any of the rounds should come this way, she would warn you, and quick, you would be back in your room. All was settled. And, as soon as night came, Jacques and Trummans, taking a candle with them, slipped down into the cellar, and went to work. It was a hard task to get through this old wall, and Jacques would never have been able to accomplish it alone. The thickness was even less than what Blangin had stated it to be, but the hardness was far beyond expectation. Our fathers built well. In course of time the cement had become one with the stone, and acquired the same hardness. It was as if they had attacked a block of granite. The vagrant had, fortunately, a strong arm, and, in spite of the precautions which they had to take to prevent being heard, he had, in less than an hour, made a hole through which a man could pass. He put his head in, and, after a moment's examination, he said, "All right. The night is dark, and the place is deserted. Upon my word, I will risk it." He went through, Jacques followed. And instinctively they hastened towards a place where several trees made a dark shadow. Once there, Jacques handed Trumance a package of 5-franc notes, and said, "Add this to the 100 Napoleons I have given you before. Thank you, you are a good fellow, and, if I get out of my trouble, I will not forget you. And now let us part. Make haste, be careful, and good luck." After these words he went off rapidly. But Trumance did not march off in the opposite direction, as had been agreed upon. "Anyhow," said the poor vagrant to himself, "this is a curious story about the poor gentleman. Where on earth can he be going?" And, curiosity getting the better of prudence, he followed him. Chapter 28. Jacques de Boiscoran went straight to Mautrec Street. But he knew with what horror he was looked upon by the population. And in order to avoid being recognized, and perhaps arrested, he did not take the most direct route, nor did he choose the more frequented streets. He went a long way around, and well nigh lost himself in the winding, dark lanes of the old town. He walked along in feverish haste, turning aside from the rare passers-by, pulling his felt hat down over his eyes, and, for still greater safety, holding his handkerchief over his face. It was nearly 9:30 when he at last reached the house inhabited by Count and Countess Claudius. The little gate had been taken out, and the great doors were closed. Never mind. Jacques had his plan. He rang the bell. A maid, who did not know him, came to the door. "Is the Countess Claudius in?" he asked. "The Countess does not see anybody," replied the girl. "She is sitting up with the Count, who is very ill tonight. But I must see her." "Impossible. Tell her that a gentleman who has been sent by M. Galpin desires to see her for a moment. It is the Boiscoran affair." "Why did you not say so at once?" said the servant. "Come in." And forgetting, in her hurry, to close the gates again, she went before Jacques through the garden, showed him into the vestibule, and then opened the parlor door, saying, "Will you please go in here and sit down, while I go to tell the Countess?" After lighting one of the candles on the mantelpiece, she went out. So far, everything had gone well for Jacques, and even better than he could have expected. Nothing remained now to be done, except to prevent the Countess from going back and escaping, as soon as she should have recognized Jacques. Fortunately the parlor door opened into the room. He went and put himself behind the open half, and waited there. For 24 hours he had prepared himself for this interview, and arranged in his head the very words he would use. But now, at the last moment, all his ideas flew away, like dry leaves under the breath of a tempest. His heart was beating with such violence, that he thought it filled the whole room with the noise. He imagined he was cool, and, in fact, he possessed that lucidity which gives to certain acts of madmen an appearance of sense. He was surprised at being kept waiting so long, when, at last, light steps, and the rustling of a dress, warned him that the Countess was coming. She came in, dressed in a long, dark, undress robe, and took a few steps into the room, astonished at not seeing the person who was waiting for her. It was exactly as Jacques had foreseen. He pushed to, violently, the open half of the door. And, placing himself before her, he said, "We are alone." She turned round at the noise, and cried, "Jacques!" And terrified, as if she had seen a ghost, she looked all around, hoping to see a way out. One of the tall windows of the room, which went down to the ground, was half open, and she rushed towards it, but Jacques anticipated her, and said, "Do not attempt to escape. For I swear I should pursue you into your husband's room, to the foot of his bed." She looked at him as if she did not comprehend. "You," she stammered, "you here. Yes, he replied, I am here. You are astonished, are you? You said to yourself, he is in prison, well kept under lock and key, I can sleep in peace. No evidence can be found. He will not speak. I have committed the crime, and he will be punished for it. I am guilty, but I shall escape. He is innocent, and he is lost. You thought it was all settled. Well, no, it is not. I am here. An expression of unspeakable horror contracted the beautiful features of the Countess. She said, This is monstrous. Monstrous indeed. Murderer. Incendiary. He burst out laughing, a strident, convulsive, terrible laughter. And you, he said, you call me so. By one great effort the Countess Claudius recovered her energy. Yes, she replied, yes, I do. You cannot deny your crime to me. I know the motives which the judges do not even guess. You thought I would carry out my threats, and you were frightened. When I left you in such haste, you said to yourself, it is all over, she will tell her husband. And then you kindled that fire in order to draw my husband out of the house, you incendiary. And then you fired at my husband, you murderer. He was still laughing. And that is your plan, he broke in. Who do you think will believe such an absurd story? Our letters were burnt, and, if you deny having been my mistress, I can just as well deny having been your lover. And, besides, would the exposure do me any harm? You know very well it would not. You are perfectly aware, that, as society is with us, the same thing which disgraces a woman rather raises a man in the estimate of the world. And as to my being afraid of Count Claudius, it is well known that I am afraid of nobody. At the time when we were concealing our love in the house in Vine Street, yes, at that time, I might have been afraid of your husband. For he might have surprised us there, the code in one hand, a revolver in the other, and have availed himself of that stupid and savage law which makes the husband the judge of his own case, and the executor of the sentence which he himself pronounces. But setting aside such a case, the case of being taken in the act, which allows a man to kill like a dog another man, who cannot or will not defend himself, what did I care for Count Claudius? What did I care for your threats or for his hatred? He said these words with perfect calmness, but with that cold, cutting tone which is as sharp as a sword, and with that positiveness which enters irresistibly into the mind. The Countess was tottering, and stammered almost inaudibly. Who would imagine such a thing? Is it possible? Then, suddenly raising her head, she said. But I am losing my senses. If you are innocent, who, then, could be the guilty man? Jacques seized her hands almost madly, and pressing them painfully, and bending over her so closely that she felt his hot breath like a flame touching her face, he hissed into her ear. You, wretched creature, you! And then pushing her from him with such violence that she fell into a chair, he continued. You, who wanted to be a widow in order to prevent me from breaking the chains in which you held me. At our last meeting, when I thought you were crushed by grief, and felt overcome by your hypocritical tears, I was weak enough, I was stupid enough, to say that I married Dionysia only because you were not free. Then you cried, "Oh God, how happy I am that that idea did not occur to me before." What idea was that, Genevieve? Come, answer me and confess, that it occurred to you too soon after all, since you have carried it out. And repeating with crushing irony the words just uttered by the Countess, he said. If you are innocent, who, then, would be the guilty man? Quite beside herself, she sprang up from her chair, and casting at Jacques one of those glances which seem to enter through our eyes into the very heart of our hearts, she asked. Is it really possible that you have not committed this abominable crime? He shrugged his shoulders. But then, she repeated, almost panting, is it true, can it really be true, that you think I have committed it? Perhaps you have only ordered it to be committed. With a wild gesture she raised her arms to heaven, and cried in a heartrending voice. Oh God, oh God! He believes it. He really believes it. There followed great silence, dismal, formidable silence, such as in nature follows the crash of the thunderbolt. Standing face to face, Jacques and the Countess Claudius looked at each other madly, feeling that the fatal hour in their lives had come at last. Each felt a growing, a sure conviction of the other. There was no need of explanations. They had been misled by appearances, they acknowledged it, they were sure of it. And this discovery was so fearful, so overwhelming, that neither thought of who the real guilty one might be. "What is to be done?" asked the Countess. "The truth must be told," replied Jacques. "Which?" "That I have been your lover, that I went to Valpinson by appointment with you, that the cartridge case which was found there was used by me to get fire. That my blackened hands were soiled by the half-burnt fragment of our letters, which I had tried to scatter." "Never," cried the Countess. Jacques' face turned crimson, as he said with an accent of merciless severity. "It shall be told. I will have it so, and it must be done." The Countess seemed to be furious. "Never," she cried again, "never." And with convulsive haste she added. "Do you not see that the truth cannot possibly be told? They would never believe in our innocence. They would only look upon us as accomplices. Never mind. I am not willing to die. Say that you will not die alone. Be it so. To confess everything would never save you, but would most assuredly ruin me. Is that what you want? Would your fate appear less cruel to you, if there were two victims instead of one?" He stopped her by a threatening gesture, and cried. "Are you always the same? I am sinking, I am drowning, and she calculates, she bargains. And she said she loved me." "Jacques," broke in the Countess. And drawing close up to him, she said. "Ah! I calculate, I bargain. Well, listen. Yes, it is true. I did value my reputation as an honest woman more highly, 1,000 times more, than my life, but, above my life and my reputation, I valued you. You are drowning, you say. Well, then, let us flee. One word from you, and I leave all, honor, country, family, husband, children. Say one word, and I follow you without turning my head, without a regret, without a remorse." Her whole body was shivering from head to foot, her bosom rose and fell, her eyes shone with unbearable brilliancy. Thanks to the violence of her action, her dress, put on in great haste, had opened, and her dishevelled hair flowed in golden masses over her bosom and her shoulders, which matched the purest marble in their dazzling whiteness. And in a voice trembling with pent-up passion, now sweet and soft like a tender caress, and now deep and sonorous like a bell, she went on. "What keeps us? Since you have escaped from prison, the greatest difficulty is overcome. I thought at first of taking our girl, your girl, Jacques, but she is very ill, and besides a child might betray us. If we go alone, they will never overtake us. We will have money enough, I am sure, Jacques. We will flee to those distant countries which appear in books of travels in such fairy-like beauty. There, unknown, forgotten, unnoticed, our life will be one unbroken enjoyment. You will never again say that I bargain. I will be yours, entirely, and solely yours, body and soul, your wife, your slave." She threw her head back, and with half-closed eyes, bending with her whole person toward him, she said in melting tones. "Say, Jacques, will you? Jacques!" He pushed her aside with a fierce gesture. It seemed to him almost a sacrilege that she also, like Dionysia, should propose to him to flee. "Rather the galleys," he cried. She turned deadly pale, a spasm of rage convulsed her features. And drawing back, stiff and stern, she said. "What else do you want?" "Your help to save me," he replied. "At the risk of ruining myself?" He made no reply. Then she, who had just now been all humility, raised herself to her full height, and in a tone of bitterest sarcasm said slowly. "In other words, you want me to sacrifice myself, and at the same time all my family. For your sake." "Yes, but even more for Miss Shandor's sake. And you think that it is quite a simple thing. I am the past to you, satiety, disgust, she is the future to you, desire, happiness. And you think it quite natural that the old love should make a footstool of her love and her honor for the new love? You think little of my being disgraced, provided she be honored, of my weeping bitterly, if she but smile? Well, no, no. It is madness in you to come and ask me to save you, so that you may throw yourself into the arms of another. It is madness, when in order to tear you from Dionysia, I am ready to ruin myself, provided only that you be lost to her forever. Wretch, cried Jacques. She looked at him with a mocking air, and her eyes beamed with infernal audacity. You do not know me yet, she cried. Go, speak, denounce me. Folgat no doubt has told you how I can deny and defend myself. Maddened by indignation, and excited to a point where reason loses its power over us, Jacques de Boiscoran moved with uplifted hand towards the Countess, when suddenly a voice said, Do not strike that woman. Jacques and the Countess turned round, and uttered, both at the same instant, the same kind of sharp, terrible cry, which must have been heard a great distance. In the frame of the door stood Count Claudius, a revolver in his hand, and ready to fire. He looked as pale as a ghost, and the white flannel dressing gown which he had hastily thrown around him hung like a pall around his lean limbs. The first cry uttered by the Countess had been heard by him on the bed on which he lay apparently dying. A terrible presentiment had seized him. He had risen from his bed, and, dragging himself slowly along, holding painfully to the balusters, he had come down. I have heard all, he said, casting crushing looks at both the guilty ones. The Countess uttered a deep, hoarse sigh, and sank into a chair. But Jacques drew himself up, and said, I have insulted you terribly, sir. Avenge yourself. The Count shrugged his shoulders. Great God! You would allow me to be condemned for a crime which I have not committed. Ah, that would be the meanest cowardice. The Count was so feeble that he had to lean against the doorpost. Would it be cowardly? He asked. Then, what do you call the act of that miserable man who meanly, disgracefully robs another man of his wife, and palms off his own children upon him? It is true you are neither an incendiary nor an assassin. But what is fire in my house in comparison with the ruin of all my faith? What are the wounds in my body in comparison with that wound in my heart, which never can heal? I leave you to the court, sir. Jacques was terrified. He saw the abyss opening before him that was to swallow him up. Rather death, he cried, death. And, baring his breast, he said, But why do you not fire, sir? Why do you not fire? Are you afraid of blood? Shoot. I have been the lover of your wife, your youngest daughter is my child. The Count lowered his weapon. The courts of justice are more certain, he said. You have robbed me of my honor, now I want yours. And, if you cannot be condemned without it, I shall swear, that I recognized you. You shall go to the galleys, M. de Boiscoran. He was on the point of coming forward. But his strength was exhausted, and he fell forward, face downward, and arms outstretched. Overcome with horror, half mad, Jacques fled. Chapter 29. Folgat had just risen. Standing before his mirror, hung up to one of the windows in his room, he had just finished shaving himself, when the door was thrown open violently, and old Anthony appeared quite beside himself. Ah, sir, what a terrible thing! What? Run away, disappeared. Who? Master Jacques. The surprise was so great, that Folgat nearly let his razor drop. He said, however, peremptorily. That is false. Alas, sir, replied the old servant, everybody is full of it in town. All the details are known. I have just seen a man who says he met master last night, about 11 o'clock, running like a madman down National Street. That is absurd. I have only told Miss Dionysia so far, and she sent me to you. You ought to go and make inquiry. The advice was not needed. Wiping his face hastily, the young advocate went to dress at once. He was ready in a moment. And, having run down the stairs, he was crossing the passage when he heard somebody call his name. He turned round, and saw Dionysia making him a sign to come into the boudoir in which she was usually sitting. He did so. Dionysia and the young advocate alone knew what a desperate venture Jacques had undertaken the night before. They had not said a word about it to each other, but each had noticed the preoccupation of the other. All the evening Folgat had not spoken 10 words, and Dionysia had, immediately after dinner, gone up to her own room. "Well?" she asked. "The report, madam, must be false," replied the advocate. "Who knows? His evasion would be a confession of his crime. It is only the guilty who try to escape, and de Boiscoran is innocent. You can rest quite assured, madam, it is not so. I pray you be quiet." Who would not have pitied the poor girl at that moment? She was as white as her collar, and trembled violently. Big tears ran over her eyes, and at each word a violent sob rose in her throat. "You know where Jacques went last night?" she asked again. "Yes." She turned her head a little aside, and went on, in a hardly audible voice. "He went to see once more a person whose influence over him is, probably, all-powerful. It may be that she has upset him, stunned him. Might she not have prevailed upon him to escape from the disgrace of appearing in court, charged with such a crime? No, madam, no. This person has always been Jacques' evil genius. She loves him, I am sure. She must have been incensed at the idea of his becoming my husband. Perhaps, in order to induce him to flee, she has fled with him. Ah! Do not be afraid, madam, the Countess Claudius is incapable of such devotion." Dionysia threw herself back in utter amazement, and, raising her wide-open eyes to the young advocate, she said with an air of stupefaction. "The Countess Claudius?" Folgat saw his indiscretion. He had been under the impression that Jacques had told his betrothed everything, and her very manner of speaking had confirmed him in his conviction. "Ah, it is the Countess Claudius," she went on, "that lady whom all revere as if she were a saint. And I, who only the other day marveled at her fervor in praying, I who pitied her with all my heart, I now see what they were hiding from me." Distressed by the blunder which he had committed, the young advocate said, "I shall never forgive myself, madam, for having mentioned that name in your presence." She smiled sadly. "Perhaps you have rendered me a great service, sir. But, I pray, go and see what the truth is about this report." Folgat had not walked down half the street, when he became aware that something extraordinary must really have happened. The whole town was in uproar. People stood at their doors, talking. Groups here and there were engaged in lively discussions. Hastening his steps, he was just turning into National Street, when he was stopped by 3 or 4 gentlemen, whose acquaintance he had, in some way or other, been forced to make since he was at Sauveterre. "Well, sir," said one of these amiable friends, "your client, it seems, is running about nicely." "I do not understand," replied Folgat in a tone of ice. "Why? Don't you know your client has run off? Are you quite sure of that?" "Certainly. The wife of a workman whom I employ was the person through whom the escape became known. She had gone on the old ramparts to cut grass there for her goat, and, when she came to the prison wall, she saw a big hole had been made there. She gave at once the alarm, the guard came up, and they reported the matter immediately to the Commonwealth attorney. For Folgat the evidence was not satisfactory yet. He asked, "Well? And de Boiscoran? Cannot be found." "Ah, I tell you, it is just as I say. I know it from a friend who heard it from a clerk at the mayor's office. Blangen the jailer, they say, is seriously implicated. I hope soon to see you again," said the young advocate, and left him abruptly. The gentleman seemed to be very grievously offended at such treatment, but the young advocate paid no attention to him, and rapidly crossed the Newmarket Square. He was become apprehensive. He did not fear an evasion, but thought there might have occurred some fearful catastrophe. 100 persons, at least, were assembled around the prison doors, standing there with open mouths and eager eyes. And the sentinels had much trouble in keeping them back. Folgat made his way through the crowd, and went in. In the courtyard he found the Commonwealth Attorney, the Chief of Police, the Captain of the Gendarmes, Seneschal, and, finally, Galpin, all standing before the janitor's lodge in animated discussion. The magistrate looked paler than ever, and was, as they called it in Sauveterre, in bulldog humor. There was reason for it. He had been informed as promptly as Folgat, and had, with equal promptness, dressed, and hastened to the prison. And all along his way, unmistakable evidence had proved to him that public opinion was fiercely roused against the accused, but that it was as deeply excited against himself. On all sides he had been greeted by ironical salutations, mocking smiles, and even expressions of condolence at the loss of his prisoner. Two men, whom he suspected of being in close relations with Dr. Seignebos, had even murmured, as he passed by them, "Cheated, Mr. Bloodhound." He was the first to notice the young advocate, and at once said to him, "Well, sir, do you come for news?" But Folgat was not the man to be taken in twice the same day. Concealing his apprehensions under the most punctilious politeness, he replied, "I have heard all kinds of reports, but they do not affect me. De Boiscoran has too much confidence in the excellency of his cause and the justice of his country to think of escaping. I only came to confer with him." "And you are right," exclaimed D'Abidjan. De Boiscoran is in his cell, utterly unaware of all the rumors that are afloat. It was Trummans who has run off, Trummans, the light-footed. He was kept in prison for form's sake only, and helped the keeper as a kind of assistant jailer. He it is who has made a hole in the wall, and escaped, thinking, no doubt, that the heavens are a better roof than the finest jail. A little distance behind the group stood Blangin, the jailer, affecting a contrite and distressed air. "Take the counsel to the prisoner Boiscoran," said Galpin dryly, fearing, perhaps, that D'Abidjan might regale the public with all the bitter epigrams with which he persecuted him privately. The jailer bowed to the ground, and obeyed the order, but, as soon as he was alone with Folgat in the porch of the building, he blew up his cheek, and then tapped it, saying, "Cheated all around." Then he burst out laughing. The young advocate pretended not to understand him. It was but prudent that he should appear ignorant of what had happened the night before, and thus avoid all suspicion of a complicity which substantially did not exist. "And still," Blangin went on, "this is not the end of it yet. The gendarmes are all out. If they should catch my poor Trummans. That man is such a fool, the most stupid judge would worm his secret out of him in 5 minutes. And then, who would be in a bad box?" Folgat still made no reply, but the other did not seem to mind that much. He continued, "I only want to do one thing, and that is to give up my keys as soon as possible. I am tired of this profession of jailer. Besides, I shall not be able to stay here much longer. This escape has put a flea into the ear of the authorities, and they are going to give me an assistant, a former police sergeant, who is as bad as a watchdog. Ah! The good days of de Boiscoran are over, no more stolen visits, no more promenades. He is to be watched day and night." Blangin had stopped at the foot of the staircase to give all these explanations. "Let us go up," he said now, as Folgat showed signs of growing impatience. He found Jacques lying on his bed, all dressed. And at the first glance he saw that a great misfortune had happened. "One more hope gone?" he asked. The prisoner raised himself up with difficulty, and sat up on the side of his bed. Then he replied in a voice of utter despair. "I am lost, and this time hopelessly. Oh! Just listen. The young advocate could not help shuddering as he heard the account given by Jacques of what had happened the night before. And when it was finished, he said, "You are right. If Count Claudius carries out his threat, it may be a condemnation." "It must be a condemnation, you mean?" "Well, you need not doubt. He will carry out his threat." And shaking his head with an air of desolation, he added, "And the most formidable part of it is this, I cannot blame him for doing it. The jealousy of husbands is often nothing more than self-love. When they find they have been deceived, their vanity is offended, but their heart remains whole. But in this case it is very different. He not only loved his wife, he worshipped her. She was his happiness, life itself. When I took her from him, I robbed him of all he had, yes, of all. I never knew what adultery meant till I saw him overcome with shame and rage. He was left without anything in a moment. His wife had a lover, his favorite daughter was not his own. I suffer terribly, but it is nothing, I am sure, in comparison with what he suffers." "And you expect, that, holding a weapon in his hand, he should not use it?" "It is a treacherous, dishonest weapon, to be sure, but have I been frank and honest? It would be a mean, ignoble vengeance, you will say, but what was the offense? In his place, I dare say, I should do as he does." Folgat was thunderstruck. "But after that," he asked, "when you left the house?" Jacques passed his hand mechanically over his forehead, as if to gather his thoughts, and then went on. "After that I fled precipitately, like a man who has committed a crime. The garden door was open, and I rushed out. I could not tell you with certainty in what direction I ran, through what streets I passed. I had but one fixed idea, to get away from that house as quickly and as far as possible. I did not know what I was doing. I went. When I came to myself, I was many miles away from Sauveterre, on the road to Boiscoran. The instinct of the animal within me had guided me on the familiar way to my house. At the first moment I could not comprehend how I had gotten there. I felt like a drunkard whose head is filled with the vapors of alcohol, and who, when he is roused, tries to remember what has happened during his intoxication. Alas! I recalled the fearful reality but too soon. I knew that I ought to go back to prison, that it was an absolute necessity, and yet I felt at times so weary, so exhausted, that I was afraid I should not be able to get back. Still I did reach the prison. Blangen was waiting for me, all anxiety. For it was nearly 2 o'clock. He helped me to get up here. I threw myself, all dressed as I was, on my bed, and I fell fast asleep in an instant. But my sleep was a miserable sleep, broken by terrible dreams, in which I saw myself chained to the galleys, or mounting the scaffold with a priest by my side. And even at this moment I hardly know whether I am awake or asleep, and whether I am not still suffering under a fearful nightmare. Folgat could hardly conceal a tear. He murmured, "Poor man." "Oh, yes, poor man indeed," repeated Jacques. "Why did I not follow my first inspiration last night when I found myself on the high road? I should have gone on to Boiscoran, I should have gone upstairs to my room, and there I should have blown out my brains. I should then suffer no more." Was he once more giving himself up to that fatal idea of suicide? "And your parents," said Folgat. "My parents. And do you think they will survive my condemnation? And Miss Chandor?" He shuddered, and said fiercely, "Ah! It is for her sake first of all that I ought to make an end of it. Poor Dionysia! Certainly she would grieve terribly when she heard of my suicide. But she is not 20 yet. My memory would soon fade in her heart. And weeks growing into months, and months into years, she would find comfort. To live means to forget." "No. You cannot really think what you are saying," broke in Folgat. "You know very well that she would never forget you." A tear appeared in the eyes of the unfortunate man, and he said in a half-smothered voice, "You are right. I believe to strike me down means to strike her down also. But do you think what life would be after a condemnation? Can you imagine what her sensations would be, if day after day she had to say to herself, "He whom alone I love upon earth is at the galleys, mixed up with the lowest of criminals, disgraced for life, dishonored. Ah! Death is 1,000 times preferable. Jacques, M. de Boiscoran, do you forget that you have given me your word of honor? The proof that I have not forgotten it is that you see me here. But, never mind, the day is not very far off when you will see me so wretched that you yourself will be the first to put a weapon into my hands." But the young advocate was one of those men whom difficulties only excite and stimulate, instead of discouraging. He had already recovered somewhat from the first great shock, and he said, "Before you throw down your hand, wait, at least, till the game is lost. You are not sentenced yet. Far from it. You are innocent, and there is divine justice. Who tells us that Count Claudius will really give evidence? We do not even know whether he has not, at this moment, drawn his last breath upon earth." Jacques leaped up as if in a spasm, and turning deadly pale, exclaimed, "Ah, don't say that. That fatal thought has already occurred to me, that perhaps he did not rise again last night. Would to God that that be not so. For then I should but too surely be an assassin. He was my first thought when I awoke. I thought of sending out to make inquiries. But I did not dare do it." M. Folgat felt his heart oppressed with most painful anxiety, like the prisoner himself. Hence he said at once, "We cannot remain in this uncertainty. We can do nothing as long as the Count's fate is unknown to us, for on his fate depends ours. Allow me to leave you now. I will let you know as soon as I hear anything positive. And, above all, keep up your courage, whatever may happen." The young advocate was sure of finding reliable information at Dr. Seignebosa's house. He hastened there, and, as soon as he entered, the physician cried, "Ah, there you are coming at last. I give up 20 of my worst patients to see you, and you keep me waiting forever. I was sure you would come. What happened last night at Count Claudius' house? Then you know." "I know nothing. I have seen the results. But I do not know the cause. The result was this: last night, about 11 o'clock, I had just gone to bed, tired to death, when, all of a sudden, somebody rings my bell as if he were determined to break it. I do not like people to perform so violently at my door. And I was getting up to let the man know my mind, when Count Claudius' servant rushed in, pushing my own servant unceremoniously aside, and cried out to me to come instantly, as his master had just died. Great God! That is what I said, because, although I knew the Count was very ill, I did not think he was so near death." "Then, he is really dead?" "Not at all. But, if you interrupt me continually, I shall never be able to tell you." And taking off his spectacles, wiping them, and putting them on again, he went on. "I was dressed in an instant, and in a few minutes I was at the house. They asked me to go into the sitting room downstairs. There I found, to my great amazement, Count Claudius, lying on a sofa. He was pale and stiff, his features fearfully distorted, and on his forehead a slight wound, from which a slender thread of blood was trickling down. Upon my word I thought it was all over." "And the Countess?" "The Countess was kneeling by her husband, and, with the help of her women, she was trying to resuscitate him by rubbing him, and putting hot napkins on his chest. But for these wise precautions she would be a widow at this moment, whilst, as it is, he may live a long time yet. This precious Count has a wonderful tenacity of life. We, 4 of us, then took him and carried him upstairs, and put him to bed, after having carefully warmed it first. He soon began to move, he opened his eyes. And a quarter of an hour later he had recovered his consciousness, and spoke readily, though with a somewhat feeble voice. Then, of course, I asked what had happened, and for the first time in my life I saw the marvelous self-possession of the Countess forsake her. She stammered pitifully, looking at her husband with a most frightened air, as if she wished to read in his eyes what she should say. He undertook to answer me, but he, also was evidently very much embarrassed. He said, that being left alone, and feeling better than usual, he had taken it into his head to try his strength. He had risen, put on his dressing gown, and gone downstairs. But, in the act of entering the room, he had become dizzy, and had fallen so unfortunately as to hurt his forehead against the sharp corner of a table. I affected to believe it, and said, "You have done a very imprudent thing, and you must not do it again." Then he looked at his wife in a very singular way, and replied, "Oh, you can be sure I shall not commit another imprudence. I want too much to get well. I have never wished it so much as now." Folgat was on the point of replying, but the doctor closed his lips with his hand, and said, "Wait, I have not done yet." And, manipulating his spectacles most assiduously, he added, "I was just going home, when suddenly a chambermaid came in with a frightened air to tell the Countess that her older daughter, little Martha, whom you know, had just been seized with terrible convulsions. Of course I went to see her, and found her suffering from a truly fearful nervous attack. It was only with great difficulty I could quiet her. And when I thought she had recovered, suspecting that there might be some connection between her attack and the accident that had befallen her father, I said in the most paternal tone I could assume, 'Now my child, you must tell me what was the matter.' She hesitated a while, and then she said, 'I was frightened.' 'Frightened at what, my darling?' She raised herself on her bed, trying to consult her mother's eyes. But I had placed myself between them, so that she could not see them. When I repeated my question, she said, 'Well, you see, I had just gone to bed, when I heard the bell ring. I got up, and went to the window to see who could be coming so late. I saw the servant go and open the door, a candlestick in her hand, and come back to the house, followed by a gentleman, whom I did not know.'" The Countess interrupted her here, saying, it was a messenger from the court, who had been sent to me with an urgent letter. But I pretended not to hear her. And, turning still to Martha, I asked again, "And it was this gentleman who frightened you so?" "Oh, no." "What then?" Out of the corner of my eye I was watching the Countess. She seemed to be terribly embarrassed. Still she did not dare to stop her daughter. "Well, doctor," said the little girl, "no sooner had the gentleman gone into the house than I saw one of the statues under the trees there come down from its pedestal, move on, and glide very quietly along the avenue of lime trees." Folgat trembled. "Do you remember, doctor," he said, "the day we were questioning little Martha, she said she was terribly frightened by the statues in the garden?" "Yes, indeed," replied the doctor. "But wait a while." The Countess promptly interrupted her daughter, saying to me, "But, dear doctor, you ought to forbid the child to have such notions in her head. At Valpinson she never was afraid, and even at night, quite alone, and without a light, all over the house. But here she is frightened at everything, and, as soon as night comes, she fancies the garden is full of ghosts. You are too big now, Martha, to think that statues, which are made of stone, can come to life, and walk about." The child was shuddering. "The other times, mamma," she said, "I was not quite sure, but this time I am sure. I wanted to go away from the window, and I could not do it. It was too strong for me, so that I saw it all, saw it perfectly. I saw the statue, the ghost, come up the avenue slowly and cautiously, and then place itself behind the last tree, the one that is nearest to the parlor window. Then I heard a loud cry, then nothing more. The ghost remained all the time behind the tree, and I saw all it did. It turned to the left and the right, it drew itself up, and it crouched down. Then, all of a sudden, two terrible cries, but, oh mamma, such cries! Then the ghost raised one arm, this way, and all of a sudden it was gone, but almost the same moment another one came out, and then disappeared, too." Folgat was utterly overcome with amazement. "Oh, these ghosts," he said. "You suspect them, do you?" "I suspected them at once. Still I pretended to turn Martha's whole story into a joke, and tried to explain to her how the darkness made us liable to have all kinds of optical illusions. So that when I left, and a servant was sent with a candle to light me on my way, the Countess was quite sure that I had no suspicion. I had none, but I had more than that. As soon as I entered the garden, therefore, I dropped a piece of money which I had kept in my hand for the purpose. Of course I set to work looking for it at the foot of the tree nearest to the parlour window, while the servant helped with his candle. Well, Folgat, I can assure you that it was not a ghost that had been walking about under the trees. And, if the footmarks which I found there were made by a statue, that statue must have enormous feet, and wear huge iron-shod shoes. The young advocate was prepared for this. He said. There is no doubt, the scene had a witness. Chapter 30. What scene? What witness? That is what I wanted to hear from you, and why I was waiting so impatiently for you, said Dr. Seignebos to Folgat. I have seen and stated the results, now it is for you to give me the cause. Nevertheless, he did not seem to be in the least surprised by what the young advocate told him of Jacques' desperate enterprise, and of the tragic result. As soon as he had heard it all, he exclaimed. I thought so, yes, upon my word. By racking my brains all night long, I had very nearly guessed the whole story. And who, in Jacques' place, would not have been desirous to make one last effort? But certainly fate is against him. Who knows, said Folgat. And, without giving the doctor time to reply, he went on. In what are our chances worse than they were before? In no way. We can today, just as well as we could yesterday, lay our hands upon those proofs which we know do exist, and which would save us. Who tells us that at this moment Sir Francis Burnett and Sucky Wood may not have been found? Is your confidence in Gowder shaken? Oh, as to that, not at all. I saw him this morning at the hospital, when I paid my usual visit, and he found an opportunity to tell me that he was almost certain of success. Well? I am persuaded COCOLEU will speak. But will he speak in time? That is the question. Ah, if we had but a month's time, I should say Jacques is safe. But our hours are counted, you know. The court will be held next week. I am told the presiding judge has already arrived, and Grandsier has engaged rooms at the hotel. What do you mean to do if nothing new occurs in the meantime? Magloire and I will obstinately adhere to our plan of defense. And if Count Claudius keeps his promise, and declares that he recognized Jacques in the act of firing at him, we shall say he is mistaken. And Jacques will be condemned. Well, said the young advocate. And lowering his voice, as if he did not wish to be overheard, he added. Only the sentence will not be a fatal sentence. Ah, do not interrupt me, doctor, and upon your life, upon Jacques' life, do not say a word of what I am going to tell you. A suspicion which should cross Galpin's mind would destroy my last hope. For it would give him an opportunity of correcting a blunder which he has committed, and which justifies me in saying to you, even if the Count should give evidence, even if sentence should be passed, nothing would be lost yet. He had become animated, and his accent and his gestures made you feel that he was sure of himself. No, he repeated, nothing would be lost. And then we should have time before us, while waiting for a second trial, to hunt up our witnesses, and to force COCOLEU to tell the truth. Let the Count say what he chooses, I like it all the better, I shall thus be relieved of my last scruples. It seemed to me odious to betray the Countess, because I thought the most cruelly punished would be the Count. But, if the Count attacks us, we are on the defense, and public opinion will be on our side. More than that, they will admire us for having sacrificed our honor to a woman's honor, and for having allowed ourselves to be condemned rather than to give up the name of her who has given herself to us. The physician did not seem to be convinced, but the young advocate paid no attention. He went on. No, our success in a second trial would be almost certain. The scene in Mautrec Street has been seen by a witness, his iron-shod shoes have left, as you say, their marks under the linden trees nearest to the parlor window, and little Martha has watched his movements. Who can this witness be unless it is Trummins? Well, we shall lay hands upon him. He was standing so that he could see everything, and hear every word. He will tell what he saw and what he heard. He will tell how Count Claudius called out to M. de Boiscoran, "No, I do not want to kill you. I have a surer vengeance than that, you shall go to the galleys." Dr. Seignebos sadly shook his head as he said, "I hope your expectations may be realized, my dear sir." But they came again for the doctor the third time today. Shaking hands with the young advocate, he parted with his young friend, who after a short visit to M. Magloire, whom he thought it his duty to keep well informed of all that was going on, hastened to the house of M. de Chandor. As soon as he looked into Dionysia's face, he knew that he had nothing to tell her. That she knew all the facts, and how unjust her suspicions had been. "What did I tell you, madam?" he said very modestly. She blushed, ashamed at having let him see the secret doubts which had troubled her so sorely, and, instead of replying, she said, "There are some letters for you, M. Folgat. They have carried them upstairs to your room." He found 2 letters, one from Mrs. Gowder, the other from the agent who had been sent to England. The former was of no importance. Mrs. Gowder only asked him to send a note, which she enclosed, to her husband. The second, on the other hand, was of the very greatest interest. The agent wrote, "Not without great difficulties, and especially not without a heavy outlay of money, I have at length discovered Sir Francis Burnett's brother in London, the former cashier of the house of Gilmore and Benson. Our Sir Francis is not dead. He was sent by his father to Madras, to attend to very important financial matters, and is expected back by the next mail steamer. We shall be informed of his arrival on the very day on which he lands. I have had less trouble in discovering Sucky Wood's family. They are people very well off, who keep a sailor's tavern in Folkestone. They had news from their daughter about 3 weeks ago. But, although they profess to be very much attached to her, they could not tell me accurately where she was just now. All they know is, that she has gone to Jersey to act as barmaid in a public house. But that is enough for me. The island is not very large, and I know it quite well, having once before followed a notary public there, who had run off with the money of his clients. You may consider Sucky as safe. When you receive this letter, I shall be on my way to Jersey. Send me money there to the Golden Apple Hotel, where I propose to lodge. Life is amazingly dear in London, and I have very little left of the sum you gave me on parting." Thus, in this direction, at least, everything was going well. Quite elated by this first success, M. Folgat put a 1,000-franc note into an envelope, directed it as desired, and sent it at once to the post office. Then he asked M. de Chandor to lend him his carriage, and went out to Boiscoran. He wanted to see Michael, the tenant's son, who had been so prompt in finding COCOLEU, and in bringing him into town. He found him, fortunately, just coming home, bringing in a cart loaded with straw. And, taking him aside, he asked him, "Will you render M. de Boiscoran a great service?" "What must I do?" replied the young man in a tone of voice which said, better than all protestations could have done, that he was ready to do anything. "Do you know Trummins? The former basket weaver of Tremblade?" "Exactly. Upon my word, don't I know him? He has stolen apples enough from me, the scamp. But I don't blame him so much, after all, for he is a good fellow, in spite of that. He was in prison at Sauveterre." "Yes, I know, he had broken down a gate near Brecky End. Well, he has escaped." "Ah, the scamp. And we must find him again. They have put the gendarmes on his track, but will they catch him?" Michael burst out laughing. "Never in his life," he said. "Trummins will make his way to Oran, where he has friends, the gendarmes will be after him in vain." M. Folgat slapped Michael amicably on the shoulder, and said, "But you, if you choose. Oh! Do not look angry at me. We do not want to have him arrested. All I want you to do is to hand him a letter from me, and to bring me back his answer. If that is all, then I am your man. Just give me time to change my clothes, and to let father know, and I am off." Thus M. Folgat began, as far as in him lay, to prepare for future action, trying to counteract all the cunning measures of the prosecution by such combinations as were suggested to him by his experience and his genius. Did it follow from this, that his faith in ultimate success was strong enough to make him speak of it to his most reliable friends, even, say to Dr. Seignebos, to M. Magloire, or to good M. Mechenet? No. For, bearing all the responsibility on his own shoulders, he had carefully weighed the contrary chances of the terrible game in which he proposed to engage, and in which the stakes were the honor and the life of a man. He knew, better than anybody else, that a mere nothing might destroy all his plans, and that Jacques' fate was dependent on the most trivial accident. Like a great general on the eve of a battle, he managed to control his feelings, affecting, for the benefit of others, a confidence which he did not really feel, and allowing no feature of his face to betray the great anxiety which generally kept him awake more than half the night. And certainly it required a character of marvelous strength to remain impassive and resolute under such circumstances. Everybody around him was in despair, and gave up all hope. The house of M. de Chandor, once so full of life and merriment, had become as silent and sombre as a tomb. The last 2 months had made of M. de Chandor an old man in good earnest. His tall figure had begun to stoop, and he looked bent and broken. He walked with difficulty, and his hands began to tremble. The Marquis de Boiscoran had been hit even harder. He, who only a few weeks before looked robust and hearty, now appeared almost decrepit. He did not eat, so to say, and did not sleep. He became frightfully thin. It gave him pain to utter a word. As to the Marchioness, the very sources of life seemed to have been sapped within her. She had had to hear M. Magloire say that Jacques' safety would have been put beyond all doubt if they had succeeded in obtaining a change of venue, or an adjournment of the trial. And it was her fault that such a change had not been applied for. That thought was death to her. She had hardly strength enough left to drag herself every day as far as the jail to see her son. The two Mrs. Laverand had to bear all the practical difficulties arising from this sore trial. They went and came, looking as pale as ghosts, whispering in a low voice, and walking on tiptoe, as if there had been a death in the house. Dionysia alone showed greater energy as the troubles increased. She did not indulge in much hope. "I know Jacques will be condemned," she said to M. Folgat. But she said, also, that despair belonged to criminals only, and that the fatal mistake for which Jacques was likely to suffer ought to inspire his friends with nothing but indignation and thirst for vengeance. And, while her grandfather and the Marquis de Boiscoran went out as little as possible, she took pains to show herself in town, astonishing the ladies, in good society, by the way in which she received their false expressions of sympathy. But it was evident that she was only held up by a kind of feverish excitement, which gave to her cheeks their bright color, to her eyes their brilliancy, and to her voice its clear, silvery ring. Ah! For her sake mainly, M. Folgat longed to end this uncertainty which is so much more painful than the greatest misfortune. The time was drawing near. As Dr. Seignebos had announced, the president of the tribunal, M. Domini, had already arrived in Sauveterre. He was one of those men whose character is an honor to the bench, full of the dignity of his profession, but not thinking himself infallible, firm without useless rigor, cold and still kind-hearted, having no other mistress but justice, and knowing no other ambition but that of establishing the truth. He had examined Jacques, as he was bound to do, but the examination had been, as it always is, a mere formality, and had led to no result. The next step was the selection of a jury. The jurymen had already begun to arrive from all parts of the department. They lodged at the Hôtel de France, where they took their meals in common in the large back dining room, which is always specially reserved for their use. In the afternoon one might see them, looking grave and thoughtful, take a walk on the Newmarket Square, or on the old ramparts. M. Grandsire, also, had arrived. But he kept strictly in retirement in his room at the Hôtel de la Poste, where M. Galpin every day spent several hours in close conference with him. "It seems," said Mechenet in confidence to M. Folgat, "it seems they are preparing an overwhelming charge." The day after, Dionysia opened the Sauveterre Independent, and found in it an announcement of the cases set down for each day. Monday. Fraudulent bankruptcy, defalcation, forgery. Tuesday. Murder, theft. Wednesday. Infanticide, domestic theft. Thursday. Incendiarism, and attempted assassination. Case of M. de Boiscoran. This was, therefore, the great day on which the good people of Sauveterre expected to enjoy the most delightful emotions. Hence there was an immense pressure brought to bear upon all the principal members of the court to obtain tickets of admission. People who, the night before, had refused to speak to M. Galpin, would stop him the next day in the street, and beg him to give them a ticket, not for themselves, but for their lady. Finally, the unheard-of fact became known, that tickets were openly sold for money. One family had actually the incomprehensible courage to write to the Marquis de Boiscoran for 3 tickets, promising, in return, by their attitude in court, to contribute to the acquittal of the accused. In the midst of all these rumors, the city was suddenly startled by a list of subscriptions in behalf of the families of the unfortunate firemen who had perished in the fire at Valpinson. Who had started this paper? M. Seneschal tried in vain to discover the hand that had struck this blow. The secret of this treacherous trick was well kept. But it was a most atrocious trick to revive thus, on the eve of the trial, such mournful memories and such bitter hatred. "That man Galpin had a hand in it," said Dr. Seignebos, grinding his teeth. "And to think that he may, after all, be triumphant. Ah, why did not Gauder commence his experiment a little sooner?" For Gauder, while assuring everybody of certain success, asked for time. To disarm the mistrust of an idiot like COCOLEU was not the work of a day or a week. He declared, that, if he should be over-hasty, he would most assuredly ruin everything. Otherwise, nothing new occurred. Count Claudius was getting rather better. The agent in Jersey had telegraphed that he was on Sucky's track, that he would certainly catch her, but that he could not say when. Michael, finally, had in vain searched the whole district, and been all over Oran. No one had been able to give him any news of Trumans. Thus, on the day when the session began, a council was held, in which all of Jacques' friends took part. And here it was resolved that his council would not mention the name of the Countess Claudius, and would, even if the Count should offer to give evidence, adhere to the plan of defense suggested by M. Folgat. Alas! The chances of success seemed hourly to diminish, for the jury, very much against the usual experience, appeared to be excessively severe. The bankrupt was sentenced to 20 years' hard labor. The man accused of murder could not even obtain the plea of extenuating circumstances, and was sentenced to death. This was on Wednesday. It was decided that M. de Chandor and the Marquis and the Marchioness de Boiscoran should attend the trial. They wanted to spare Dionysia the terrible excitement, but she declared that, in that case, she should go alone to the courthouse. And thus they were forced to submit to her will. Thanks to an order from M. Domini, M. Folgat and M. Magloire could spend the evening with Jacques in order to determine all the details, and to agree upon certain replies to be given. Jacques looked excessively pale, but was quite composed. And when his counsel left him, saying, "Keep up your courage and hope," he replied, "Hope I have none, but courage, I assure you, I have courage." Chapter 31. At last, in his dark cell, Jacques de Boiscoran saw the day break that was to decide his fate. He was to be tried today. The occasion was, of course, too good to be neglected by the Sauveterre Independent. Although a morning paper, it published, in view of the gravity of the circumstances, an evening edition, which a dozen newsboys cried out in the streets up to midnight. And this was what it said. Assizes at Sauveterre. Thursday, 23. Presiding Judge. M. Domini. Assassination. Incendiarism. Special Correspondence of the Independent. Whence this unusual commotion, this uproar, this great excitement, in our peaceful city? Whence these gatherings of our public squares, these groups in front of all the houses? Whence this restlessness on all faces, this anxiety in all eyes? The reason is, that today this terrible Valpinson case will be brought up in court, after having for so many weeks now agitated our people. Today this man who is charged with such fearful crimes is to be tried. Hence all steps are eagerly turned towards the courthouse, the people all hurry, and rush in the same direction. The courthouse. Long before daylight it was surrounded by an eager multitude, which the constables and the gendarmes could only with difficulty keep within bounds. They press and crowd and push. Coarse words fly to and fro. From words they pass to gestures, from gestures to blows. A row is imminent. Women cry, men swear, and 2 peasants from Breckie are arrested on the spot. It is well known that there will be few only, happy enough to get in. The great square would not contain all these curious people, who have gathered here from all parts of the district. How should the courtroom be able to hold them? And still our authorities, always anxious to please their constituents, who have bestowed their confidence upon them, have resorted to heroic measures. They have had 2 partition walls taken down, so that a part of the great hall is added to the courtroom proper. M. Lautier, the city architect, who is a good judge in such matters, assures us that this immense hall will accommodate 1,200 persons. But what are 1,200 persons? Long before the hour fixed for the opening of the court, everything is full to overflowing. A pin might be thrown into the room, and it could not fall to the ground. Not an inch of space is lost. All around, along the wall men are standing in close ranks. On both sides of the platform, chairs have been put, which are occupied by a large number of our first ladies in good society, not only of Sauveterre, however, but also of the neighborhood and even other sites. Some of them appear in magnificent toilettes. 1,000 reports are current, 1,000 conjectures are formed, which we shall take care not to report. Why should we? Let us say, however, that the accused has not availed himself of his right to reject a certain number of jurymen. He has accepted all the names which were drawn by lot, and which the prosecuting attorney did not object to. We obtained this information from an attorney, a friend of ours, and, just as he had told us all about it, a great noise rose at the door, which was followed by rapid moving of chairs, and half-smothered exclamations. It was the family of the accused, who had come in, and now occupied the seats assigned them close by the platform. The Marquis de Boiscoran had on his arm Miss Chandor, who wore with great grace and dignity a dark grey dress, trimmed with cherry-coloured ribbons. M. de Chandor escorted the Marchioness de Boiscoran. The Marquis and the Baron looked cold and reserved. The mother of the accused appears utterly overcome. Miss Chandor, on the contrary, is lively, does not seem in the least concerned, and returns with a bright smile the few greetings she receives from various parts of the courtroom. But soon they are no longer an object of curiosity. The attention of all is now directed towards a large table standing before the judges, and on which may be seen a number of articles covered by large red cloth. These are the articles to be used in evidence. In the meantime it strikes 11 o'clock. The sheriff's officers move about the room, seeing that everything is in order. Then a small door opens on the left, and the counsel for the defense enter. Our readers know who they are. One is M. Magloire, the ornament of our bar, the other, an advocate from the capital, M. Folgat, quite young, but already famous. M. Magloire looks as he does on his best days, and smilingly converses with the mayor of Sauveterre, while M. Folgat opens his blue bag, and consults his papers. 11:30. An usher announces. The court. M. Domini takes the chair. M. Grandsier occupies the seat of the prosecuting attorney. Behind them the jurymen sit down, looking grave and solemn. Everybody rises, everybody strains his eyes to see, and stands on tiptoe. Some persons in the back rows even get upon their chairs. The president has ordered the prisoner to be brought in. He appears. He is dressed in black, and with great elegance. It is noticed that he wears in his buttonhole the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. He looks pale. But his eye is clear and open, full of confidence, yet not defiant. His carriage is proud, though melancholy. He has hardly taken his seat when a gentleman passes over 3 rows of chairs, and, in spite of the officers of the court, succeeds in shaking hands with him. It is Dr. Senyebos. The president orders the sheriff to proclaim silence. And, after having reminded the audience that all expressions of approbation or disapprobation are strictly prohibited, he turns to the accused, and asks him, "Tell me your first names, your family name, your age, your profession, and your domicile." The accused replies, "Louis Trivulus Jacques de Boiscoran, 27 years, landowner, residing at Boiscoran, district of Sauveterre." "Sit down, and listen to the charges which are brought against you." The clerk, M. Mechanet, thereupon reads the charges, which, in their terrible simplicity, cause a shudder to pass through the whole audience. We shall not repeat them here, as all the incidents which they relate are well known to our readers. Examination of the accused. President. Accused, rise and answer clearly. During the preliminary investigation, you have refused to answer several questions. Now the matter must be cleared up. And I am bound to tell you it is to your interest to answer frankly. Accused. No one desires more than I do that the truth be known. I am ready to answer. P. Why were you so reticent in your first examination? A. I thought it important for my interests to answer only in court. P. You have heard of what crimes you are accused. A. I am innocent. And, first of all, I beg you will allow me to say one thing. The crime committed at Valpinson is an atrocious, cowardly crime, but it is at the same time an absurdly stupid crime, more like the unconscious act of a madman. Now, I have always been looked upon as not lacking exactly in intelligence. P. That is a discussion. A. Still, Mr. President. P. Hereafter you shall have full liberty to state your argument. For the present you must be content to answer the questions which I shall ask you. A. I submit. P. Were you not soon to be married? At this question all eyes are turned towards Miss Chondor, who blushes till she is as red as a poppy, but does not cast down her eyes. A. In a low voice. Yes. P. Did you not write to your betrothed a few hours before the crime was committed? A. Yes, sir, and I sent her my letter by the son of one of my tenants, Michael. P. What did you write to her? A. That important business would prevent me from spending the evening with her. P. What was that business? At the moment when the accused opened his lips to reply, the president stopped him by a gesture, and said, P. Take care. You were asked this question during the preliminary investigation, and you replied that you had to go to Breckie to see your wood merchant. A. I did indeed make that reply on the spur of the moment. It was not exact. P. Why did you tell a falsehood? A. After an expression of indignation, which was noticed by all. I could not believe that I was in danger. It seemed to me impossible that I should be reached by an accusation, which nevertheless, has brought me into this court. Hence I did not deem it necessary to make my private affairs public. P. But you very soon found out that you were in danger. A. Yes, I did. P. Why did you not tell the truth then? A. Because the magistrate who carried on the investigation had been too intimate a friend of mine to inspire me with confidence. P. Explain yourself more fully. A. I must ask leave to say no more. I might, in speaking of M. Galpin, be found to be wanting in moderation. A low murmur accompanies this reply made by the accused. P. Such murmurs are improper, and I remind the audience of the respect due to the court. M. Grandsier, the prosecuting attorney, rises. We cannot tolerate such recriminations against a magistrate who has done his duty nobly, and in spite of the pain it caused him. If the accused had well-founded objections to the magistrate, why did he not make them known? He cannot plead ignorance, he knows the law, he is a lawyer himself. His counsel, moreover, are men of experience. M. Magloire replies, in his seat. We were of the opinion that the accused ought to ask for a change of venue. He declined to follow our advice, being confident, as he said, that his cause was a good one. M. Grandsier, resuming his seat. The jury will judge of this plea. P. To the accused. And now are you ready to tell the truth with regard to that business which prevented you from spending the evening with your betrothed? A. Yes, sir. My wedding was to take place at the church in Breckie, and I had to make my arrangements with the priest about the ceremony. I had, besides, to fulfill certain religious duties. The priest at Breckie, who is a friend of mine, will tell you, that, although no day had been fixed, it had been agreed upon between us that I should come to confession on one of the evenings of the week since he insisted upon it. The audience, which had been expecting some very exciting revelations, seemed to be much disappointed, and ironical laughter was heard in various directions. P. In a severe tone of voice. This laughter is indecent and objectionable. Sheriff, take out the persons who presume to laugh. And once more I give notice, that, at the first disturbance, I shall order the room to be cleared. Then, turning again to the accused, he said. P. Go on. A. I went therefore to the priest at Breckie, that evening. Unluckily there was no one at home at the parsonage when I got there. I was ringing the third or fourth time in vain, when a little peasant girl came by, who told me that she had just met the priest at the Marshal's crossroads. I thought at once I would go and meet him, and went in that direction. But I walked more than 4 miles without meeting him. I thought the girl must have been mistaken, and went home again. P. Is that your explanation? A. Yes. P. And you think it a plausible one? A. I have promised to say not what is plausible, but what is true. I may confess, however, that, precisely because the explanation is so simple, I did not venture at first to give it. And yet if no crime had been committed, and I had said the day after, yesterday I went to see the priest at Breckie, and did not find him, who would have seen anything unnatural in my statement? P. And, in order to fulfill so simple a duty, you chose a roundabout way, which is not only troublesome, but actually dangerous, right across the swamps. A. I chose the shortest way. P. Then, why were you so frightened upon meeting young Ribaud at the Seal Canal? A. I was not frightened, but simply surprised, as one is apt to be when suddenly meeting a man where no one is expected. And, if I was surprised, young Ribaud was not less so. P. You see that you hope to meet no one. A. Pardon me, I did not say so. To expect is not the same as to hope. P. Why, then did you take such pains to explain your being there? A. I gave no explanations. Young Ribaud first told me, laughingly, where he was going, and then I told him that I was going to Breckie. P. You told him, also, that you were going through the marshes to shoot birds, and, at the same time you showed him your gun. A. That may be. But is that any proof against me? I think just the contrary. If I had had such criminal intentions as the prosecution suggests, I should certainly have gone back after meeting people, knowing that I was exposed to great danger. But I was only going to see my friend, the priest. P. And for such a visit you took your gun? A. My land lies in the woods and marshes, and there was not a day when I did not bag a rabbit or a waterfowl. Everybody in the neighborhood will tell you that I never went out without a gun. P. And on your return, why did you go through the forest of Rochepomere? A. because, from the place where I was on the road, it was probably the shortest way to Boiscoran. I say probably, because just then I did not think much about that. A man who is taking a walk would be very much embarrassed, in the majority of cases, if he had to give a precise account why he took one road rather than another. You were seen in the forest by a woodcutter, called Gaudry. A. So I was told by the magistrate. That witness deposes that you were in a state of great excitement. You were tearing leaves from the branches, you were talking loud. A. I certainly was very much vexed at having lost my evening, and particularly vexed at having relied on the little peasant girl. It is quite likely that I might have exclaimed, as I walked along, plague upon my friend, the priest, who goes and dines in town, or some such words. There was a smile in the assembly, but not such as to attract the president's attention. You know that the priest of Brecky was dining out that day? Magloire rose, and said. It is through us, sir, that the accused has found out this fact. When he told us how he had spent the evening, we went to see the priest at Brecky, who told us how it came about that neither he nor his old servant was at the parsonage. At our request the priest has been summoned. We shall also produce another priest, who at that time passed the marshal's crossroads, and was the one whom the little girl had seen. Having made a sign to counsel to sit down again, the president once more turns to the accused. The woman Courtois who met you deposes that you looked very curious. You did not speak to her, you were in great haste to escape from her. The night was much too dark for the woman to see my face. She asked me to render her a slight service, and I did so. I did not speak to her, because I had nothing to say to her. I did not leave her suddenly, but only got ahead of her, because her ass walked very slowly. At a sign from the president, the ushers raised the red cloth which cover the objects on the table. Great curiosity is manifested by the whole audience, and all rise, and stretch their necks to see better. On the table are displayed clothes, a pair of velveteen trousers, a shooting jacket of maroon-colored velveteen, an old straw hat, and a pair of dun-colored leather boots. By their side lie a double-barreled gun, packages of cartridges, 2 bowls filled with small shot, and, finally, a large china basin, with a dark sediment at the bottom. Showing these objects to the accused. Are those the clothes which you wore the evening of the crime? Yes, sir. A curious costume in which to visit a venerable ecclesiastic, and to perform religious duties. The priest at Brecky was my friend. Our intimacy will explain, even if it does not justify, the liberty I took. Do you also recognize this basin? The water has been allowed to evaporate, and the residue alone remains there on the bottom. It is true, that, when the magistrate appeared at my house, he found there the basin full of dark water, which was thick with half-burnt debris. He asked me about this water, and I did not hesitate a moment to tell him that I had washed my hands in it the evening before, after my return home. Is it not evident, that if I had been guilty, my first effort would have been to put every evidence of my crime out of the way? And yet this circumstance is looked upon as the strongest evidence of my guilt, and the prosecution produces it as the most serious charge against me. It is very strong and serious indeed. Well, nothing can be more easily explained than that. I am a great smoker. When I left home the evening of the crime, I took cigars in abundance, but, when I was about to light one, I found that I had no matches. Magloire rises, and says. And I wish to point out that this is not one of those explanations which are invented, after the fact, to meet the necessities of a doubtful case. We have absolute and overwhelming proof of it. De Boiscoran did not have the little matchbox which he usually carries about him, at that time, because he had left it at M. de Chandour's house, on the mantelpiece, where I have seen it, and where it still is. That is sufficient, Magloire. Let the defendant go on. I wanted to smoke, and so I resorted to the usual expedient, which all sportsmen know. I tore open one of my cartridges, put, instead of the lead, a piece of paper inside, and set it on fire. P. And thus you get a light. A. Not always, but certainly in one case out of 3. P. And the operation blackens the hands. A. Not the operation itself. But, when I had lit my cigar, I could not throw away the burning paper as it was, I might have kindled a regular fire. P. In the marshes. A. But, sir, I smoked 5 or 6 cigars during the evening, which means that I had to repeat the operation a dozen times at least, and in different places, in the woods and on the high road. Each time I quenched the fire with my fingers. And, as the powder is always greasy, my hands naturally became soon as black as those of a charcoal burner. The accused gives this explanation in a perfectly natural but still rather excited manner, which seems to make a great impression. P. Let us go on to your gun. Do you recognize it? A. Yes, sir. May I look at it? P. Yes. The accused takes up the gun with feverish eagerness, snaps the 2 cocks, and puts one of his fingers inside the barrels. He turns crimson, and, bending down to his counsel, says a few words to them so quickly and so low, that they do not reach us. P. What is the matter? M. Magloire. Rising. A fact has become patent which at once establishes the innocence of M. de Boiscoran. By providential intercession, his servant Anthony had cleaned the gun 2 days before the day of the crime. It appears now that one of the barrels is still clean, and in good condition. Hence it cannot be M. de Boiscoran who has fired twice at Count Claudius. During this time the accused has gone up to the table on which the objects are lying. He wraps his handkerchief around the ramrod, slips it into one of the barrels, draws it out again, and shows that it is hardly soiled. The whole audience is in a state of great excitement. P. Do the same thing to the other barrel. The accused does it. The handkerchief remains clean. P. You see, and still you have told us that you had burnt, perhaps, a dozen cartridges to light your cigars. But the prosecution had foreseen this objection, and they are prepared to meet it. Sheriff, bring in the witness, Maucroy. Our readers all know this gentleman, whose beautiful collection of weapons, sporting articles, and fishing tackle, is one of the ornaments of our great square. He is dressed up, and without hesitation takes the required oath. P. Repeat your deposition with regard to this gun. Witness. It is an excellent gun, and very costly. Such guns are not made in France, where people are too economical. At this answer the whole audience laughs. M. Maucroy is not exactly famous for cheap bargains. Even some of the jurymen can hardly control their laughter. P. Never mind your reflections on that object. Tell us only what you know about the peculiarities of this gun. Witness. Well, thanks to a peculiar arrangement of the cartridges, and thanks, also, to the special nature of the fulminating material, the barrels hardly ever become foul. A. Eagerly. You are mistaken, sir. I have myself cleaned my gun frequently, and I have, just on the contrary, found the barrels extremely foul. Witness. Because you had fired too often. But I mean to say that you can use up 2 or 3 cartridges without a trace being left in the barrels. A. I deny that positively. P. To witness. And if a dozen cartridges were burnt? Witness. Oh, then, the barrels would be very foul. P. Examine the barrels, and tell us what you see. Witness. After a minute examination. I declare that 2 cartridges cannot have been used since the gun was cleaned. P. To the accused. Well, what becomes of that dozen cartridges which you have used up to light your cigars, and which had blackened your hands so badly? M. Magloire. The question is too serious to be left entirely in the hands of a single witness. The prosecuting attorney. We only desire the truth. It is easy to make an experiment. Witness. Oh, certainly. P. Let it be done. Witness puts a cartridge into each barrel, and goes to the window to explode them. The sudden explosion is followed by the screams of several ladies. Witness. Returning, and showing that the barrels are no more foul than they were before. Well, you see I was right. P. To the accused. You see this circumstance on which you relied so securely, so far from helping you, only proves that your explanation of the blackened state of your hands was a falsehood. Upon the President's order, witness is taken out, and the examination of the accused is continued. P. What were your relations with Count Claudius? A. We had no intercourse with each other. P. But it was known all over the country that you hated him? A. That is a mistake. I declare, upon my honor, that I always looked upon him as the best and most honorable of men. P. There, at least, you agree with all who knew him. Still you are at law with him. A. I have inherited that suit from my uncle, together with his fortune. I carried it on, but very quietly. I asked for nothing better than a compromise. P. And, when Count Claudius refused, you were incensed. A. No. P. You were so irritated against him, that you once actually aimed your gun at him. At another time you said, he will not leave me alone till I put a ball into him. Do not deny. You will hear what the witnesses say. Thereupon, the accused resumes his place. He looks as confident as ever, and carries his head high. He has entirely overcome any feeling of discouragement, and converses with his counsel in the most composed manner. There can be no doubt, that, at this stage of the proceedings, public opinion is on his side. He has won the goodwill even of those who came there strongly prejudiced. No one can help being impressed by his proud but mournful expression of fate. And all are touched by the extreme simplicity of his answers. Although the discussion about the gun has not turned out to his advantage, it does not seem to have injured him. People are eagerly discussing the question of the fouling of guns. A number of incredulous persons, whom the experiment has not convinced, maintain that M. Mockroy has been too rash in his statements. Others express surprise at the reserve shown by counsel, less by that of M. Folgat, who is unknown here, than by that of M. Magloire, who usually allows no opportunity to escape, but is sure to profit by the smallest incident. The proceedings are not exactly suspended. But there is a pause, whilst the ushers cover the articles on the table once more with red cloth, and, after several comings and goings, roll a large armchair in front of the judge's seat. At last one of the ushers comes up to the President, and whispers something into his ear. The President only nods his head. When the usher has left the room, M. Domini says, "We shall now proceed to hear the witnesses, and we propose to begin with Count Claudius." Although seriously indisposed, he has preferred to appear in court. At these words Dr. Seignebos is seen to start up, as if he wished to address the court, but one of his friends, sitting by him, pulls him down by his coat. M. Folgat makes a sign to him, and he sits down again. P. Sheriff, bring in Count Claudius. Examination of witnesses. The small door through which the armourer Mockroy had been admitted opens once more, and Count Claudius enters. Supported and almost carried by his manservant. He is greeted by a murmur of sympathetic pity. He is frightfully thin, and his features look as haggard as if he were about to give up the ghost. The whole vitality of his system seems to have centered in his eyes, which shine with extraordinary brilliancy. He takes the oath in an almost inaudible voice. But the silence is so deep, that when the President asks him the usual question, "Do you swear to tell the whole truth?" and he answers, "I swear," the words are distinctly heard all over the courtroom. P. Very kindly. We are very much obliged to you, sir, for the effort which you have made. That chair has been brought in for you, please sit down. Count Claudus. I thank you, sir, but I am strong enough to stand. P. Please tell us, then, what you know of the attempt made on your life. C. It might have been 11 o'clock, I had gone to bed a little while before, and blown out my light. I was in that half state which is neither waking nor sleeping, when I saw my room lighted up by a dazzling glare. I saw it was fire. I jumped out of bed, and, only lightly dressed, rushed down the stairs. I found some difficulty in opening the outer door, which I had locked myself. At last I succeeded. But I had no sooner put my foot outside than I felt a terrible pain in my right side, and at the same time I heard an explosion of firearms. Instinctively I rushed towards the place from which the shot seemed to have been fired, but, before I had taken 3 steps, I was struck once more in my shoulder, and fell down unconscious. How long a time was there between the first and the second shots? CC, almost 3 or 4 seconds. Was that time enough to distinguish the murderer? CC, yes. And I saw him run from behind a wood pile, where he had been lying in ambush, and escape into the country. You can tell us, no doubt, how he was dressed. CC, certainly. He had on a pair of light grey trousers, a dark coat, and a large straw hat. At a sign from the president, and in the midst of the most profound silence, the ushers removed the red cloth from the table. Pointing at the clothes of the accused. Does the costume which you describe correspond with those cloths? CC, of course, for they are the same. Then you must have recognized the murderer. CC, the fire was so large at that time, that it was as bright as daylight. I recognized M. Jacques de Boiscoran. There was, probably, in the whole vast audience assembled under that roof, not a heart that was not seized with unspeakable anguish when these crushing words were uttered. We were so fully prepared for them, that we could watch the accused closely. Not a muscle in his face seemed to move. His counsel showed as little any signs of surprise or emotion. Like ourselves, the president also, and the prosecuting attorney, had been watching the accused and his counsel. Did they expect a protest, an answer, anything at all? Perhaps they did. But, as nothing came, the president continued, turning to witness. Your declaration is a very serious one, sir. CC, I know its weight. It is entirely different from your first deposition made before the investigating magistrate. CC. It is. When you were examined a few hours after the crime, you declared that you had not recognized the murderer. More than that, when M. de Boiscoran's name was mentioned, you seemed to be indignant of such a suspicion, and almost became sure to yourself for his innocence. CC, that was contrary to truth. I felt a very natural sense of commiseration, and tried to save a man who belonged to a highly esteemed family from disgraceful punishment. But now. CC, now I see that I was wrong, and that the law ought to have its course. And this is my reason for coming here, although afflicted by a disease which never spares, and on the point of appearing before God, in order to tell you M. de Boiscoran is guilty. I recognized him. To the accused. Do you hear? The accused rises and says. By all that is dear and sacred to me in the world, I swear that I am innocent. Count Claudius says he is about to appear before God, I appeal to the justice of God. Sobs well nigh drown the voice of the accused. The Marchioness de Boiscoran is overcome by a nervous attack. She is carried out stiff and inanimate, and Dr. Seignebos and Miss Chandor hasten after her. To Count Claudius. You have killed my mother. Certainly, all who had hoped for scenes of thrilling interest were not disappointed. Everybody looks overcome with excitement. Tears appear in the eyes of almost all the ladies. And yet those who watch the glances which are exchanged between M. de Boiscoran and Count Claudius cannot help asking themselves, if there is not something else between these two men, besides what the trial has made known. We cannot explain to ourselves these singular answers given to the president's questions, nor does any one understand the silence observed by M. de Boiscoran's counsel. Do they abandon their client? No. For we see them go up to him, shake hands with him, and lavish upon him every sign of friendly consolation and encouragement. We may even be permitted to say, that, to all appearances, the president himself and the prosecuting attorney were, for a moment, perfectly overcome with surprise. At all events, we thought so at the moment. But the president continues. P. I have but just been asking the accused, Count, whether there was any ground of enmity between you. C.C., in a steadily declining voice. I know no other ground except our lawsuit about a little stream of water. P. Has not the accused once threatened to fire at you? C.C. Yes, but I did not think he was in earnest, and I never resented the matter. P. Do you persist in your declaration? C.C. I do. And once more, upon my oath, I declare solemnly that I recognized, in such a manner as to prevent any possible mistake, M. Jacques Boiscoran. It was evidently time that Count Claudius should end his evidence. He begins to totter, his eyes close. His head rolls from side to side, and 2 ushers have to come to his assistance to enable him, with the help of his own servant, to leave the room. Is the Countess Claudius to be called next? It was thought so, but it was not so. The Countess being kept by the bedside of one of her daughters, who is most dangerously ill, will not be called at all, and the clerk of the court is ordered to read her deposition. Although her description of the terrible event is very graphic, it contains no new facts, and will remain without influence on the proceedings. The next witness is Ribaud. This is a fine handsome countryman, a regular village cock, with a pink and blue cravat around his neck, and a huge gold chain dangling from his watch pocket. He seems to be very proud of his appearance and looks around with an air of the most perfect self-satisfaction. In the same way he relates his meeting with the accused in a tone of great importance. He knows everything and explains everything. With a little encouragement he would, no doubt, declare that the accused had confided to him all his plans of incendiarism and murder. His answers are almost all received with great hilarity, which bring down upon the audience another and very severe reprimand from the president. The witness Gaudry, who succeeds him, is a small, wretched-looking man, with a false and timid eye, who exhausts himself in bows and scrapes. Quite different from Ribaud, he seems to have forgotten everything. It is evident he is afraid of committing himself. He praises the Count, but he does not speak the less well of M. de Boiscoran. He assures the court of his profound respect for them all, for the ladies and gentlemen present, for everybody, in fine. The woman Courtois, who comes next, evidently wishes she were 1,000 miles away. The president has to make the very greatest efforts to obtain, word by word, her evidence, which, after all, amounts to next to nothing. Then follow 2 farmers from Brecqui, who have been present at the violent altercation which ended in M. de Boiscoran's aiming with his gun at Count Claudius. Their account, interrupted by numberless parentheses, is very obscure. One of the counsel of the defendant requests them to be more explicit, and thereupon they become utterly unintelligible. Besides, they contradict each other. One has looked upon the act of the accused as a mere jest, the other has looked upon it so seriously as to throw himself between the 2 men, in order to prevent M. de Boiscoran from killing his adversary then and there. Once more the accused protests, energetically, he never hated Count Claudius, there was no reason why he should hate him. The obstinate peasant insists upon it that a lawsuit is always a sufficient reason for hating a man. And thereupon he undertakes to explain the lawsuit, and how Count Claudius, by stopping the water of the Ciel, overflowed M. de Boiscoran's meadows. The president at last stops the discussion, and orders another witness to be brought in. This man swears he has heard M. de Boiscoran say, that, sooner or later, he would put a ball into Count Claudius. He adds, that the accused is a terrible man, who threatened to shoot people upon the slightest provocation. And, to support his evidence, he states that once before, to the knowledge of the whole country, M. de Boiscoran has fired at a man. The accused undertakes to explain this. A scamp, who he thinks was no one else but the witness on the stand, came every night and stole his tenant's fruit and vegetables. One night he kept watch, and gave him a load of salt. He does not know whether he hit him. At all events, the thief never complained, and thus was never found out. The next witness is a constable from Breccia. He deposes that once Count Claudius, by stopping up the waters of the little stream, the Seal, had caused M. de Boiscoran a loss of 20,000 weight of first-rate hay. He confesses that such a bad neighbor would certainly have exasperated him. The prosecuting attorney does not deny the fact, but adds that Count Claudius offered to pay damages. M. de Boiscoran had refused with insulting haughtiness. The accused replies, that he had refused upon the advice of his lawyer, but that he had not used insulting words. Next appeared the witnesses summoned by the defense. The first is the excellent priest from Breccia. He confirms the statement of the accused. He was dining, the evening of the crime, at the house of M. de Besson. His servant had come for him, and the parsonage was deserted. He states that he had really arranged with M. de Boiscoran that the latter should come some evening of that week to fulfill the religious duties which the Church requires before it allows a marriage to be consecrated. He has known Jacques de Boiscoran from a child, and knows no better and no more honorable man. In his opinion, that hatred, of which so much has been said, never had any existence. He cannot believe, and does not believe, that the accused is guilty. The second witness is the priest of an adjoining parish. He states, that, between 9 and 10 o'clock, he was on the road, near the Marshal's crossroads. The night was quite dark. He is of the same size as the priest at Breccia. And the little girl might very well have taken him for the latter, thus misleading M. de Boiscoran. 3 other witnesses are introduced. And then, as neither the accused nor his counsel have anything to add, the prosecuting attorney begins his speech. The charge. M. Grandcier's eloquence is so widely known, and so justly appreciated, that we need not refer to it here. We will only say that he surpassed himself in this charge, which, for more than an hour, held the large assembly in anxious and breathless suspense, and caused all hearts to vibrate with the most intense excitement. He commences with a description of Valpenson, this poetic and charming residence, where the noble old trees of Rochepomere are mirrored in the crystal waves of the Seal. There, he went on to say, there lived the Count and the Countess Claudius, he one of those noblemen of a past age who worshipped honor, and were devoted to duty. She one of those women who are the glory of their sex, and the perfect model of all domestic virtues. Heaven had blessed their union, and given them 2 children, to whom they were tenderly attached. Fortune smiled upon their wise efforts. Esteemed by all, cherished, and revered, they lived happy, and might have counted upon long years of prosperity. But no. Hate was hovering over them. One evening, a fatal glare arouses the Count. He rushes out, he hears the report of a gun. He hears it a second time, and he sinks down, bathed in his blood. The Countess also is alarmed by the explosion, and hastens to the spot. She stumbles, she sees the lifeless body of her husband, and sinks unconscious to the ground. Are the children also to perish? No. Providence watches. A flash of intelligence pierces the night of an insane man, who rushes through the flames, and snatches the children from the fire that was already threatening their couch. Their lives are saved, but the fire continues its destructive march. At the sound of the terrible fire bell, all the inhabitants of the neighboring villages hurry to the spot. But there is no one to direct their efforts, there are no engines. And they can do nothing. But all of a sudden a distant rumbling sound revives hope in their hearts. They know the fire engines are coming. They come, they reach the spot, and whatever men can do is done at once. But great God! What mean those cries of horror which suddenly rise on all sides? The roof of the house is falling, and buries under its ruins 2 men, the most zealous and most courageous of all the zealous and courageous men, Bolton the drummer, who had just now summoned his neighbors to come to the rescue, and Gillibolt. A father with 5 children. High above the crash and the hissing of flames rise their heartrending cries. They call for help. Will they be allowed to perish? A gendarme rushes forward, and with him a farmer from Breckie. But their heroism is useless, the monster keeps its prey. The two men also are apparently doomed. And only by unheard of efforts, and at great peril of life, can they be rescued from the furnace. But they are so grievously wounded, that they will remain infirm for the rest of their lives, compelled to appeal to public charity for their subsistence. Then the prosecuting attorney proceeds to paint the whole of the disaster at Valpinson in the somberest colors, and with all the resources of his well-known eloquence. He describes the Countess Claudius as she kneels by the side of her dying husband, while the crowd is eagerly pressing around the wounded man and struggling with the flames for the charred remains of the unfortunate fireman. With increasing vehemence, he says next. And during all this time what becomes of the author of these fearful misdeeds? When his hatred is gratified, he flees through the wood, and returns to his home. Remorse, there is none. As soon as he reaches the house, he eats, drinks, smokes his cigar. His position in the country is such, and the precautionary measures he had taken appear to him so well chosen, that he thinks he is above suspicion. He is calm. He feels so perfectly safe, that he neglects the commonest precautions, and does not even take the trouble of pouring out the water in which he has washed his hands, blackened as they are by the fire he has just kindled. He forgets that Providence whose torch on great occasions illumines and guides human justice. And how, indeed, could the law ever have expected to find the guilty man in one of the most magnificent chateaux of the country but for a direct intervention of Providence? For the incendiary, the assassin, was actually there, at the Chateau Boiscoran. And let no one come and tell us that the past life of Jacques de Boiscoran is such as to protect him against the formidable charges that are brought against him. We know his past life. A perfect model of those idle young men who spend in riotous living a fortune painfully amassed by their fathers, Jacques de Boiscoran had not even a profession. Useless to society, a burden to himself, he passed through life like a ship without rudder and without compass, indulging in all kinds of unhealthy fashions in order to spend the hours that were weighing heavily upon him. And yet he was ambitious. But his ambition lay in the direction of those dangerous and wicked intrigues which inevitably lead men to crime. Hence we see him mixed up with all those sterile and wanton party movements which discredit our days, uttering over and over again hollow phrases in condemnation of all that is noble and sacred. Appealing to the most execrable passions of the multitude. M. Magloire. If this is a political affair, we ought to be informed beforehand. Attorney General. There is no question of politics here. We speak of the life of a man who has been an apostle of strife. M. Magloire. Does the Attorney General fancy he is preaching peace? President. I request counsel for the defense not to interrupt. Attorney General. And it is in this ambition of the accused that we must look for a key to that terrible hatred which has led him to commit such crimes. That lawsuit about a stream of water is a matter of comparatively little importance. But Jacques de Boiscoran was preparing to become a candidate for election. I never dreamed of it. Attorney General. Not noticing the interruption. He did not say so. But his friend said it for him, and went about everywhere, repeating that by his position, his wealth, and his opinions, he was the man best worthy of the votes of Republicans. And he would have had an excellent chance, if there had not stood between him and the object of his desires Count Claudius, who had already more than once succeeded in defeating similar plots. M. Magloire. Warmly. Do you refer to me? Attorney General. I allude to no one. M. Magloire. You might just as well say at once, that my friends as well as myself are all M. de Boiscoran's accomplices, and that we have employed him to rid us of a formidable adversary. Attorney General. Continues. Gentlemen, this is the real motive of the crime. Hence that hatred which the accused soon is unable to conceal any longer, which overflows in invectives, which breaks forth in threats of death, and which actually carries him so far that he points his gun at Count Claudius. The Attorney General next passes on to examine the charges, which, he declares, are overwhelming and irrefutable. Then he goes on. But what need is there of such questions after the crushing evidence of Count Claudius? You have heard it, on the point of appearing before God. His first impulse was to follow the generous nature of his heart, and to pardon the man who had attempted his life. He desired to save him. But, as he felt death come nearer, he saw that he had no right to shield a criminal from the sword of justice. He remembered that there were other victims beside himself. And then, rising from his bed of agony, he dragged himself here into court, in order to tell you. That is the man. By the light of the fire which he had kindled, I saw him and recognized him. He is the man. And could you hesitate after such evidence? No. I cannot and will not believe it. After such crimes, society expects that justice should be done, justice in the name of Count Claudius on his deathbed, justice in the name of the dead, justice in the name of Bolton's mother, and of Gillibalt's widow and her 5 children. A murmur of approbation accompanied the last words of M. Grandsire, and continued for some time after he had concluded. There is not a woman in the whole assembly who does not shed tears. P. The counsel for the defense. Pleading. As M. Magloire had so far alone taken an active part in the defense, it was generally believed that he would speak. But it was not so. M. Folgat rises. Our courthouse here in Sauveterre has at various times re-echoed the words of almost all our great masters of forensic eloquence. We have heard Barrier, Dufour, Jules Favre, and others, but, even after these illustrious orators, M. Folgat still succeeds in astonishing and moving us deeply. We can, of course, report here only a few of his phrases. And we must utterly abandon all hope of giving an idea of his proud and disdainful attitude, his admirable manner, full of authority, and especially of his full, rich voice, which found its way into every heart. To defend certain men against certain charges, he began, would be to insult them. They cannot be touched. To the portrait drawn by the prosecuting attorney, I shall simply oppose the answer given by the venerable priest of Brechy. What did he tell you? M. de Boiscoran is the best and most honorable of men. There is the truth, they wished to make him out a political intrigant. He had, it is true, a desire to be useful to his country. But, while others debated, he acted. The Sauveterre volunteers will tell you to what passions he appealed before the enemy, and by what intrigues he won the cross which Chaucy himself fastened to his breast. He wanted power, you say. No, he wished for happiness. You speak of a letter written by him, the evening of the crime, to his betrothed. I challenge you to read it. It covers 4 pages, before you have read 2, you will be forced to abandon the case. Then the young advocate repeats the evidence given by the accused, and really, under the influence of his eloquence, the charges seem to fall to the ground, and to be utterly annihilated. And now, he went on, what other evidence remains there? The evidence given by Count Claudius. It is crushing, you say. I say it is singular. What? Here is a witness who sees his last hour drawing nigh, and who yet waits for the last minute of his life before he speaks. And you think that is natural. You pretend that it was generosity which made him keep silent. I ask you how the most cruel enemy could have acted more atrociously. Never was a case clearer, says the prosecution. On the contrary, I maintain that never was a case more obscure, and that, so far from fathoming the secret of the whole affair, the prosecution has not found out the first word of it. M. Folgat takes his seat, and the sheriff's officers have to interfere to prevent applause from breaking out. If the vote had been taken at that moment, M. de Boiscoran would have been acquitted. But the proceedings are suspended for 15 minutes. And in the meantime the lamps are lit, for night begins to fall. When the president resumes his chair, the attorney general claims his right to speak. I shall not reply as I had at first proposed. Count Claudius is about to pay with his life for the effort which he has made to place his evidence before you. He could not even be carried home. He is perhaps at this very moment drawing his last breath upon earth in the adjoining room. The counsel for the defense do not desire to address the jury, and, as the accused also declares that he has nothing more to say, the president sums up, and the jurymen withdrew to their room to deliberate. The heat is overwhelming, the restraint almost unbearable, and all faces bear the marks of oppressive fatigue, but nobody thinks of leaving the house. 1,000 contradictory reports circulate through the excited crowd. Some say that Count Claudius has died, others, on the contrary, report him better, and add that he has sent for the priest from Brecci. At last, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, the jury reappears. Jacques de Boiscoran is declared guilty, and, on the score of extenuating circumstances, sentenced to 20 years penal labor. Third part, COCOLEU. Chapter 1. Thus M. Galpin triumphed, and M. Grandsier had reason to be proud of his eloquence. Jacques de Boiscoran had been found guilty. But he looked calm, and even haughty, as the president, M. Domini, pronounced the terrible sentence, 1,000 times braver at that moment than the man who, facing the squad of soldiers from whom he is to receive death, refuses to have his eyes bandaged. And himself gives the word of command with a firm voice. That very morning, a few moments before the beginning of the trial, he had said to Dionysia, "I know what is in store for me, but I am innocent. They shall not see me turn pale, nor hear me ask for mercy." And, gathering up all the energy of which the human heart is capable, he had made a supreme effort at the decisive moment, and kept his word. Turning quietly to his counsel at the moment when the last words of the president were lost among the din of the crowd, he said, "Did I not tell you that the day would come when you yourself would be the first to put a weapon into my hands?" M. Folgat rose promptly. He showed neither the anger or the disappointment of an advocate who has just had a cause which he knew to be just. "That day has not come yet," he replied. "Remember your promise. As long as there remains a ray of hope, we shall fight. Now we have much more than mere hope at this moment. In less than a month, in a week, perhaps tomorrow, we shall have our revenge." The unfortunate man shook his head. "I shall nevertheless have undergone the disgrace of a condemnation," he murmured. Then taking the ribbon of the Legion of Honor from his buttonhole, he handed it to M. Folgat, saying, "Keep this in memory of me, and if I never regain the right to wear it." In the meantime, however, the gendarmes, whose duty it was to guard the prisoner, had risen, and the sergeant said to Jacques, "We must go, sir. Come, come. You need not despair. You need not lose courage. All is not over yet. There is still the appeal for you, and then the petition for pardon, not to speak of what may happen, and cannot be foreseen." M. Folgat was allowed to accompany the prisoner, and was getting ready to do so, but the latter said, with a pained voice, "No, my friend, please leave me alone. Others have more need of your presence than I have. Dionysia, my poor father, my mother. Go to them. Tell them that the horror of my condemnation lies in the thought of them. May they forgive me for the affliction which I caused them, and for the disgrace of having me for their son, for her betrothed." Then, pressing the hands of his counsel, he added, "And you, my friends, how shall I ever express to you my gratitude? Ah! If incomparable talents, and matchless zeal and ability, had sufficed, I know I should be free. But instead of that, he pointed at the little door through which he was to pass, and said in a heartrending tone, "Instead of that, there is the door to the galleys. Henceforth." A sob cut short his words. His strength was exhausted. For if there are, so to say, no limits to the power of endurance of the spirit, the energy of the body has its bounds. Refusing the arm which the sergeant offered him, he rushed out of the room. M. Magloire was well nigh beside himself with grief. "Ah! Why could we not save him?" he said to his young colleague. "Let them come and speak to me again of the power of conviction. But we must not stay here, let us go." They threw themselves into the crowd, which was slowly dispersing, all palpitating yet with the excitement of the day. A strange reaction was already beginning to set in, a reaction perfectly illogic, and yet intelligible, and by no means rare under similar circumstances. Jacques de Boiscoran, an object of general execration as long as he was only suspected, regained the sympathy of all the moment he was condemned. It was as if the fatal sentence had wiped out the horror of the crime. He was pitied. His fate was deplored, and as they thought of his family, his mother, and his betrothed, they almost cursed the severity of the judges. Besides, even the least observant among those present had been struck by the singular course which the proceedings had taken. There was not one, probably, in that vast assembly who did not feel that there was a mysterious and unexplored side of the case, which neither the prosecution nor the defense had chosen to approach. Why had COCOLEU been mentioned only once, and then quite incidentally? He was an idiot, to be sure, but it was nevertheless through his evidence alone that suspicions had been aroused against him, de Boiscoran. Why had he not been summoned either by the prosecution or by the defense? The evidence given by Count Claudius, also, although apparently so conclusive at the moment, was now severely criticized. The most indulgent said, "That was not well done. That was a trick. Why did he not speak out before? People do not wait for a man to be down before they strike him." Others added, "And did you notice how M. de Boiscoran and Count Claudius looked at each other? Did you hear what they said to each other? One might have sworn that there was something else, something very different from a mere lawsuit, between them." And on all sides people repeated, "At all events, M. Folgat is right. The whole matter is far from being cleared up." The jury was long before they agreed. Perhaps M. de Boiscoran would have been acquitted, if, at the last moment, M. Grandsier had not announced the impending death of Count Claudius in the adjoining room. M. Magloire and M. Folgat listened to all these remarks, as they heard them in the crowd here and there, with great satisfaction. For in spite of all the assertions of magistrates and judges, in spite of all the thundering condemnations against the practice, public opinion will find an echo in the courtroom. And, more frequently than we think, public opinion does dictate the verdict of the jury. "And now," said M. Magloire to his young colleague, "now we can be content. I know Sauveterre by heart. I tell you public opinion is henceforth on our side." By dint of perseverance they made their way, at last, out through the narrow door of the courtroom, when one of the ushers stopped them. "They wish to see you," said the man. "Who?" "The family of the prisoner." "Poor people. They are all in there, in M. Mechanet's office. M. Dubigeon told me to keep it for them." The Marchioness de Boiscoran also was carried there when she was taken ill in the courtroom. He accompanied the two gentlemen, while telling them this, to the end of the hall, then he opened a door, and said, "They are in there," and withdrew discreetly. There, in an easy chair, with closed eyes, and half-open lips, lay Jacques' mother. Her livid pallor and her stiff limbs made her look like a dead person, but, from time to time, spasms shook her whole body, from head to foot. M. de Chandor stood on one side, and the Marquis, her husband, on the other, watching her with mournful eyes and in perfect silence. They had been thunderstruck. And, from the moment when the fatal sentence fell upon their ears, neither of them had uttered a word. Dionysia alone seemed to have preserved the faculty of reasoning and moving. But her face was deep purple. Her dry eyes shone with a painful light, and her body shook as with fever. As soon as the two advocates appeared, she cried, "And you call this human justice?" And, as they were silent, she added, "Here is Jacques condemned to penal labor. That is to say, he is judicially dishonored, lost, disgraced, forever cut off from human society. He is innocent, but that does not matter. His best friends will know him no longer, no hand will touch his hand hereafter. And even those who were most proud of his affection will pretend to have forgotten his name. I understand your grief but too well, madam," said M. Magloire. "My grief is not as great as my indignation," she broke in. "Jacques must be avenged, and he shall be avenged. I am only 20, and he is not 30 yet, there is a whole life before us which we can devote to the work of his rehabilitation, for I do not mean to abandon him. His undeserved misfortunes make him 1,000 times dearer to me, and almost sacred. I was his betrothed this morning, this evening I am his wife. His condemnation was our nuptial benediction. And if it is true, as Grandpapa says, that the law prohibits a prisoner to marry the woman he loves, well, I will be his without marriage. Dionysia spoke all this aloud, so loud that it seemed she wanted all the earth to hear what she was saying. Ah! Let me reassure you by a single word, madam, said M. Falgat. We have not yet come to that. The sentence is not final. The Marquis de Boiscoran and M. de Chandor started. What do you mean? An oversight which M. Galpin has committed makes the whole proceeding null and void. You will ask how a man of his character, so painstaking and so formal, should have made such a blunder. Probably because he was blinded by passion. Why had nobody noticed this oversight? Because fate owed us this compensation. There can be no question about the matter. The defect is a defect of form, and the law provides expressly for the case. The sentence must be declared void, and we shall have another trial. And you never told us anything of that, asked Dionysia. We hardly dared to think of it, replied M. Magloire. It was one of those secrets which we dare not confide to our own pillow. Remember, that, in the course of the proceedings, the error might have been corrected at any time. Now it is too late. We have time before us, and the conduct of Count Claudius relieves us from all restraint of delicacy. The veil shall be torn now. The door opened violently, interrupting his words. Dr. Seignebos entered, red with anger, and darting fiery glances from under his gold spectacles. Count Claudius? M. Falgat asked eagerly. Is next door, replied the doctor. They have had him down on a mattress, and his wife is by his side. What a profession ours is! Here is a man, a wretch, whom I should be most happy to strangle with my own hands. And I am compelled to do all I can to recall him to life. I must lavish my attentions upon him, and seek every means to relieve his sufferings. Is he any better? Not at all. Unless a special miracle should be performed in his behalf, he will leave the courthouse only feet forward, and that in 24 hours. I have not concealed it from the Countess. And I have told her, that, if she wishes her husband to die in peace with heaven, she has but just time to send for a priest. And has she sent for one? Not at all. She told me her husband would be terrified by the appearance of a priest, and that would hasten his end. Even when the good priest from Brecci came of his own accord, she sent him off unceremoniously. Ah, the miserable woman, cried Dionysia. And, after a moment's reflection, she added. And yet that may be our salvation. Yes, certainly. Why should I hesitate? Wait for me here, I am coming back. She hurried out. Her grandpapa was about to follow her, but M. Falgat stopped him. Let her do it, he said, let her do it. It had just struck 10 o'clock. The courthouse, just now as full and as noisy as a beehive, was silent and deserted. In the immense hall, badly lighted by a smoking lamp, there were only 2 men to be seen. One was the priest from Brecci, who was praying on his knees close to a door. And the other was the watchman, who was slowly walking up and down, and whose steps resounded there as in a church. Dionysia went straight up to the latter. Where is Count Claudius? She asked. There, madam, replied the man, pointing at the door before which the priest was praying, there, in the private office of the Commonwealth Attorney. Who is with him? His wife, madam, and a servant. Well, go in and tell the Countess Claudius, but so that her husband does not hear you, that Miss Chandor desires to see her a few moments. The watchman made no objection, and went in. But, when he came back, he said to the young girl. Madam, the Countess sends word that she cannot leave her husband, who is very low. She stopped him by an impatient gesture, and said. Never mind. Go back and tell the Countess, that, if she does not come out, I shall go in this moment, that, if it must be, I shall force my way in, that I shall call for help, that nothing will keep me. I must absolutely see her. But, madam. Go. Don't you see that it is a question of life and death? There was such authority in her voice, that the watchman no longer hesitated. He went in once more, and reappeared a moment after. Go in, he said to the young girl. She went in, and found herself in a little anteroom which preceded the office of the Commonwealth Attorney. A large lamp illuminated the room. The door leading to the room in which the Count was lying was closed. In the center of the room stood the Countess Claudius. All these successive blows had not broken her indomitable energy. She looked pale, but calm. Since you insist upon it, madam, she began, I come to tell you myself that I cannot listen to you. Are you not aware that I am standing between two open graves, that of my poor girl, who is dying at my house, and that of my husband, who is breathing his last in there? She made a motion as if she were about to retire. But Dionysia stopped her by a threatening look, and said with a trembling voice. If you go back into that room where your husband is, I shall go back with you, and I shall speak before him. I shall ask you right before him, how you dare order a priest away from his bedside at the moment of death, and whether, after having robbed him of all his happiness in life, you mean to make him unhappy in all eternity. Instinctively the Countess drew back. I do not understand you, she said. Yes, you do understand me, madam. Why will you deny it? Do you not see that I know everything, and that I have guessed what you have not told me? Jacques was your lover. And your husband has had his revenge. Ah, cried the Countess, that is too much, that is too much. And you have permitted it, Dionysia went on with breathless haste. And you did not come, and cry out in open court that your husband was a false witness. What a woman you must be! You do not mind it, that your love carries a poor unfortunate man to the galleys. You mean to live on with this thought in your heart, that the man whom you love is innocent, and nevertheless, disgraced forever, and cut off from human society. A priest might induce the Count to retract his statement, you know very well. And hence you refuse to let the priest from Breccia come to his bedside. And what is the end and aim of all your crimes? To save your false reputation as an honest woman. Ah! That is miserable, that is mean, that is infamous. The Countess was roused at last. What all M. Folgat's skill and ability had not been able to accomplish, Dionysia obtained in an instant by the force of her passion. Throwing aside her mask, the Countess exclaimed with a perfect burst of rage. Well, then, no, no. I have not acted so, and permitted all this to happen, because I care for my reputation. My reputation, what does it matter? It was only a week ago, when Jacques had succeeded in escaping from prison, I offered to flee with him. He had only to say a word, and I should have given up my family, my children, my country, everything, for him. He answered, rather the galleys. In the midst of all her fearful sufferings, Dionysia's heart filled with unspeakable happiness as she heard these words. Ah! Now she could no longer doubt Jacques. He has condemned himself, you see, continued the Countess. I was quite willing to ruin myself for him, but certainly not for another woman. And that other woman, no doubt you mean me. Yes. You for whose sake he abandoned me, you whom he was going to marry, you with whom he hoped to enjoy long happy years, and a happiness not furtive and sinful like ours, but a legitimate, honest happiness. Tears were trembling in Dionysia's eyes. She was beloved, she thought of what she must suffer who was not beloved. And yet I should have been generous, she murmured. The Countess broke out into a fierce, savage laugh. And the proof of it is, said the young girl, that I came to offer you a bargain. A bargain? Yes. Save Jacques, and, by all that is sacred to me in the world, I promise I will enter a convent, I will disappear, and you shall never hear my name any more. Intense astonishment seized the countess, and she looked at Dionysia with a glance full of doubt and mistrust. Such devotion seemed to her too sublime not to conceal some snare. "You would really do that?" she asked. Unhesitatingly. "You would make a great sacrifice for my benefit?" "For yours?" "No, madam, for Jacques." "You love him very dearly, do you?" "I love him dearly enough to prefer his happiness to my own 1,000 times over. Even if I were buried in the depths of a convent, I should still have the consolation of knowing that he owed his rehabilitation to me, and I should suffer less in knowing that he belonged to another than that he was innocent, and yet condemned." But, in proportion as the young girl thus confirmed her sincerity, the brow of the countess grew darker and sterner, and passing blushes mantled her cheek. At last she said with haughty irony, "Admirable! Madam! You condescend to give up M. de Boiscoran. Will that make him love me? You know very well he will not. You know that he loves you alone. Heroism with such conditions is easy enough. What have you to fear? Buried in a convent, he will love you only all the more ardently, and he will execrate me all the more fervently. He shall never know anything of our bargain." "Ah! What does that matter? He will guess it, if you do not tell him." "No, I know what awaits me. I have felt it now for 2 years, this agony of seeing him becoming daily more detached from me. What have I not done to keep him near me? How I have stooped to meanness, to falsehood, to keep him a single day longer, perhaps a single hour. But all was useless. I was a burden to him. He loved me no longer. And my love became to him a heavier load than the cannonball which they will fasten to his chains at the galleys." Dionysia shuddered. "That is horrible," she murmured. "Horrible. Yes, but true. You look amazed. That is because you have as yet only seen the morning dawn of your love. Wait for the dark evening, and you will understand me. Is not the story of all of us women the same? I have seen Jacques at my feet as you see him at yours. The vows he swears to you, he once swore to me, and he swore them to me with the same voice, tremulous with passion, and with the same burning glances. But you think you will be his wife, and I never was. What does that matter? What does he tell you? That he will love you forever, because his love is under the protection of God and of men. He told me, precisely because our love was not thus protected, that we should be united by indissoluble bonds, bonds stronger than all others. You have his promise, so had I. And the proof of it is that I gave him everything, my honor and the honor of my family, and that I would have given him still more, if there had been any more to give. And now to be betrayed, forsaken, despised, to sink lower and lower, until at last I must become the object of your pity. To have fallen so low, that you should dare come and offer me to give up Jacques for my benefit. Ah, that is maddening. And I should let the vengeance I hold in my hand slip from me at your bidding. I should be stupid enough, blind enough, to allow myself to be touched by your hypocritical tears. I should secure your happiness by the sacrifice of my reputation. No, madam, cherish no such hope." Her voice expired in her throat in a kind of toneless rattle. She walked up and down a few times in the room. Then she placed herself straight before Dionysia, and, looking fixedly into her eyes, she asked, "Who suggested to you this plan of coming here, this supreme insult which you tried to inflict upon me?" Dionysia was seized with unspeakable horror, and hardly found heart to reply. "No one," she murmured. "M. Folgat knows nothing of it. And Jacques? I have not seen him." The thought occurred to me quite suddenly, like an inspiration on high. When Dr. Seignebos told me that you had refused to admit the priest from Brecci, I said to myself, this is the last misfortune, and the greatest of them all. If Count Claudius dies without retracting, Jacques can never be fully restored, whatever may happen hereafter, not even if his innocence should be established. Then I made up my mind to come to you. Ah! It was a hard task. But I was in hopes I might touch your heart, or that you might be moved by the greatness of my sacrifice." The Countess was really moved. There is no heart absolutely bad, as there is none altogether good. As she listened to Dionysia's passionate entreaty, her resolution began to grow weaker. Would it be such a great sacrifice, she asked. Tears sprang to the eyes of the poor young girl. "Alas," she said, "I offer you my life. I know very well you will not be long jealous of me." She was interrupted by groans, which seemed to come from the room in which the Count was lying. The Countess half opened the door. And immediately a feeble, and yet imperious voice was heard calling out. "Genevieve, I say, Genevieve." "I am coming, my dear, in a moment," replied the Countess. "What security can you give me," she said, in a hard and stern voice, after having closed the door again, "what security do you give me, that if Jacques' innocence were established, and he reinstated, you would not forget your promises?" "Ah, madam. How or upon what do you want me to swear that I am ready to disappear? Choose your own securities, and I will do whatever you require." Then, sinking down on her knees, before the Countess, she went on. "Here I am at your feet, madam, humble and suppliant, I whom you accuse of a desire to insult you. Have pity on Jacques. Ah! If you loved him as much as I do, you would not hesitate." The Countess raised her suddenly and quickly, and holding her hands in her own, looked at her for more than a minute without saying a word, but with heaving bosom and trembling lips. At last she asked in a voice which was so deeply affected, that it was hardly intelligible. "What do you want me to do?" "Induce Count Claudius to retract." The Countess shook her head. "It would be useless to try. You do not know the Count. He is a man of iron. You might tear his flesh inch by inch with hot iron pincers, and he would not take back one of his words. You cannot conceive what he has suffered, nor the depth of the hatred, the rage, and the thirst of vengeance, which have accumulated in his heart. It was to torture me that he brought me here to his bedside. Only 5 minutes ago he told me that he died content, since Jacques was declared guilty, and condemned through his evidence." She was conquered, her energy was exhausted, and tears came to her eyes. "He has been so cruelly tried," she went on. "He loved me to distraction, he loved nothing in the world but me. And if we could know, if we could foresee. No, I shall never be able to induce him to retract." Dionysia almost forgot her own great grief. "Nor do I expect you to obtain that favor," she said very gently. "Who, then?" "The priest from Brecci. He will surely find words to shake even the firmest resolution. He can speak in the name of that God, who, even on the cross, forgave those who crucified him." One moment longer the Countess hesitated. And then, overcoming finally the last rebellious impulses of her pride, she said, "Well, I will call the priest. And I, madam, I swear I will keep my promise." But the Countess stopped her, and said, making a supreme effort over herself, "No, I shall try to save Jacques without making conditions. Let him be yours. He loves you, and you were ready to sacrifice your life for his sake. He forsakes me. But I sacrifice my honor to him. Farewell." And hastening to the door, while Dionysia returned to her friends, she summoned the priest from Brecci. Chapter 2. M. D'Abidjan, the Commonwealth attorney, learned that morning from his chief clerk what had happened, and how the proceedings in the Boiscoran case were necessarily null and void on account of a fatal error in form. The counsel of the defense had lost no time, and, after spending the whole night in consultation, had early that morning presented their application for a new trial to the court. The Commonwealth attorney took no pains to conceal his satisfaction. "Now," he cried, "this will worry my friend Galpin, and clip his wings considerably," and yet I had called his attention to the lines of Horace, in which he speaks of Phaeton's sad fate, and says, "Terret ambustus Phaeton avaris spes." But he would not listen to me, forgetting, that, without prudence, force is a danger. And there he is now, in great difficulty, I am sure. And at once he made haste to dress, and to go and see M. Galpin in order to hear all the details accurately, as he told his clerk, but, in reality, in order to enjoy to his heart's content the discomfiture of the ambitious magistrate. He found him furious, and ready to tear his hair. "I am disgraced," he repeated, "I am ruined, I am lost. All my prospects, all my hopes, are gone. I shall never be forgiven for such an oversight." To look at M. Dubidgeon, you would have thought he was sincerely distressed. "Is it really true," he said with an air of assumed pity, "is it really true, what they tell me, that this unlucky mistake was made by you?" "By me?" "Yes, indeed. I forgot those wretched details which a scholar knows by heart. Can you understand that? And to say that no one noticed my inconceivable blindness. Neither the first court of inquiry, nor the Attorney General himself, nor the presiding judge, ever said a word about it. It is my fate. And that is to be the result of my labors. Everybody, no doubt, said, 'Oh, M. Galpin has the case in hand, he knows all about it, no need to look after the matter when such a man has taken hold of it.' And here I am. Oh! I might kill myself." "It is all the more fortunate," replied M. Dubidgeon, "that yesterday the case was hanging on a thread." The magistrate gnashed his teeth, and replied, "Yes, on a thread, thanks to M. Dominie. Whose weakness I cannot comprehend, and who did not know at all, or who was not willing to know, how to make the most of the evidence. But it was M. Grandsiere's fault quite as much. What had he to do with politics to drag them into the affair? And whom did he want to hit? No one else but M. Magloire, the man whom everybody respects in the whole district, and who had 3 warm personal friends among the jurymen. I foresaw it, and I told him where he would get into trouble. But there are people who will not listen. M. Grandsire wants to be elected himself. It is a fancy, a monomania of our day, everybody wants to be a deputy. I wish heaven would confound all ambitious men." For the first time in his life, and no doubt for the last time also, the Commonwealth attorney rejoiced at the misfortune of others. "Taking savage pleasure in turning the dagger in his poor friend's wounds," he said. No doubt M. Folgat's speech had something to do with it. Nothing at all. He was brilliantly successful. He took them by surprise. It was nothing but a big voice, and grand, rolling sentences. But still. And what did he say, after all? That the prosecution did not know the real secret of the case. That is absurd. The new judges may not think so, however. We shall see. This time M. de Boiscoran's defense will be very different. He will spare nobody. He is down now, and cannot fall any lower. That may be. But he also risks having a less indulgent jury, and not getting off with 20 years. What do his counsel say? I do not know. But I have just sent my clerk to find out. And, if you choose to wait. M. Dubidgeon did wait, and he did well, for M. Mechanet came in very soon after, with a long face for the world, but inwardly delighted. "Well?" asked M. Galpin eagerly. He shook his head, and said in a melancholy tone of voice. "I have never seen anything like this. How fickle public opinion is, after all. Day before yesterday M. de Boiscoran could not have passed through the town without being mobbed. If he should show himself today, they would carry him in triumph. He has been condemned, and now he is a martyr. It is known already that the sentence is void, and they are delighted. My sisters have just told me that the ladies in good society propose to give to the Marchioness de Boiscoran and to Miss Chaundor some public evidence of their sympathy. The members of the bar will give M. Folgat a public dinner." "Why, that is monstrous," cried M. Galpin. "Well," said M. Dubidgeon, "the opinions of men are more fickle and changeable than the waves of the sea." But, interrupting the quotation, M. Galpin asked his clerk. "Well, what else?" "I went to hand M. Grandsire the letter which you gave me for him." "What did he say?" I found him in consultation with the president, M. Domini. He took the letter, glanced at it rapidly, and told me in his most icy tone, "Very well." To tell the truth, I thought, that, in spite of his stiff and grand air, he was in reality furious. The magistrate looked utterly in despair. "I can't stand it," he said sighing. "These men whose veins have no blood in them, but poison, never forgive. Day before yesterday you thought very highly of him. Day before yesterday he did not look upon me as the cause of a great misfortune for him." M. Mechenet went on quite eagerly. "After leaving M. Grandsire, I went to the courthouse, and there I had the great piece of news which has set all the town agog. Count Claudius is dead." M. Dubidgeon and M. Galpin looked at each other, and exclaimed in the same breath, "Great God! Is that so? He breathed his last this morning, at 2 or 3 minutes before 6 o'clock. I saw his body in the private room of the Attorney General. The priest from Breckie was there, and 2 other priests from his parish. They were waiting for a bier to have him carried to his house." "Poor man," murmured M. Dubidgeon. "But I heard a great deal more," Mechenet said, "from the watchman who was on guard last night. He told me that when the trial was over, and it became known that Count Claudius was likely to die, the priest from Breckie came there, and asked to be allowed to offer him the last consolations of his church. The countess refused to let him come to the bedside of her husband. The watchman was amazed at this, and just then Miss Chandor suddenly appeared, and sent word to the countess that she wanted to speak to her." "Is it possible?" "Quite certain. They remained together for more than a quarter of an hour." "What did they say?" "The watchman told me he was dying with curiosity to know. But he could hear nothing, because there was the priest from Breckie, all the while, kneeling before the door, and praying. When they parted, they looked terribly excited. Then the countess immediately called in the priest, and he stayed with the count till he died." M. Dubidgeon and M. Galpin had not yet recovered from their amazement at this account, when somebody knocked timidly at the door. "Come in," cried Mechenet. The door opened, and the sergeant of gendarmes appeared. "I have been sent here by the Attorney General," he said, "and the servant told me you were up here. We have just caught Trumans." "That man who had escaped from jail?" "Yes. We were about to carry him back there, when he told us that he had a secret to reveal, a very important, urgent secret, concerning the condemned prisoner, Boiscoran." "Trumans?" "Yes. Then we carried him to the courthouse, and I came for orders." "Run and say that I am coming to see him," cried M. Dubidgeon. "Make haste. I am coming after you." But the gendarme, a model of obedience, had not waited so long, he was already downstairs. "I must leave you, Galpin," said M. Dubidgeon, very much excited. "You heard what the man said. We must know what that means at once." But the magistrate was not less excited. "You permit me to accompany you, I hope?" he asked. He had a right to do so. "Certainly," replied the Commonwealth attorney. "But make haste." The recommendation was not needed. M. Galpin had already put on his boots. He now slipped his overcoat over his home dress, as he was, and off they went. Mechenet followed the 2 gentlemen as they hastened down the street. And the good people of Sauveterre, always on the lookout, were not a little scandalized at seeing their well-known magistrate, M. Galpin, in his home costume, he who generally was most scrupulously precise in his dress. Standing on their doorsteps, they said to each other, "Something very important must have happened. Just look at these gentlemen." The fact was, they were walking so fast, that people might well wonder, and they did not say a word all the way. But, ere they reached the courthouse, they were forced to stop, for some 400 or 500 people were filling the court, crowding on the steps, and actually pressing against the doors. Immediately all became silent, hats were raised. The crowd parted, and a passage was opened. On the porch appeared the priest from Breckie, and 2 other priests. Behind them came attendants from the hospital, who bore a bier covered with black cloth. And beneath the cloth the outlines of a human body could be seen. The women began to cry, and those who had room enough knelt down. "Poor countess," murmured one of them. "Here is her husband dead, and they say one of her daughters is dying at home." But M. d'Aubigen, the magistrate, and Mechenet were too preoccupied with their own interests to think of stopping for more reliable news. The way was open, they went in, and hastened to the clerk's office, where the gendarmes had taken Trumans, and now were guarding him. He rose as soon as he recognized the gentleman, and respectfully took off his cap. It was really Trumans. But the good-for-nothing vagrant did not present his usual careless appearance. He looked pale, and was evidently very much excited. "Well," said M. d'Aubigen, "so you have allowed yourself to be retaken?" "Beg pardon, Judge," replied the poor fellow, "I was not retaken. I came of my own accord." "Involuntarily, you mean?" "Quite by my own free will. Just ask the sergeant." The sergeant stepped forward, touched his cap, and reported. "That is the naked truth. Trumans came himself to our baraque, and said, 'I surrender as a prisoner. I wish to speak to the Commonwealth attorney, and give important evidence.'" The vagabond drew himself up proudly. "You see, sir, that I did not lie. While these gentlemen were galloping all over the country in search of me, I was snugly ensconced in a garret at the Red Lamb, and did not think of coming out from there till I should be entirely forgotten." "Yes. But people who lodge at the Red Lamb have to pay, and you had no money." Trumans very quietly drew from his pocket a handful of Napoleons, and of 5-and-20-franc notes, and showed them. "You see that I had the wherewithal to pay for my room," he said. "But I surrendered, because, after all, I am an honest man, and I would rather suffer some trouble myself than see an innocent gentleman go to the galleys." M. de Boiscoran. "Yes. He is innocent. I know it, I am sure of it, and I can prove it. And, if you will not tell, I will tell everything." M. d'Aubigen and M. Galpin were utterly astounded. "Explain yourself," they both said in the same breath. But the vagrant shook his head, pointing at the gendarmes, and, as a man who is quite cognizant of all the formalities of the law, he replied. "But it is a great secret. And, when one confesses, one does not like anybody else to hear it but the priest. Besides, I should like my deposition to be taken down in writing." Upon a sign made by M. Galpin, the gendarmes withdrew. And Mechenet took his seat at a table, with a blank sheet of paper before him. "Now we can talk," said Trumans, "that's the way I like it. I was not thinking myself of running away. I was pretty well off in jail. Winter is coming, I had not a cent, and I knew, that, if I were retaken, I should fare rather badly. But M. Jacques de Boiscoran had a notion to spend a night outside." "Mind what you are saying," M. Galpin broke in severely. "You cannot play with the law, and go off unpunished." "May I die if I do not tell the truth," cried Trumans. "M. Jacques has spent a whole night out of jail." The magistrate trembled. "What a story that is," he said again. "I have my proof," replied Trumans coldly, "and you shall hear." Well, as he wanted to leave, M. Jacques came to me, and we agreed, that in consideration of a certain sum of money which he has paid me, and of which you have seen just now all that is left, I should make a hole in the wall, and that I should run off altogether. While he was to come back when he had done his business. "And the jailer?" asked M. d'Aubigen. Like a true peasant of his promise, Trumans was far too cunning to expose Blangen unnecessarily. Assuming, therefore, the whole responsibility of the evasion, he replied. "The jailer saw nothing. We had no use for him. Was not I, so to say, under jailer? Had not I been charged by you yourself, M. Galpin, with keeping watch over M. Jacques? Was it not I who opened and locked his door, who took him to the parlor, and brought him back again? That was the exact truth." "Go on," said M. Galpin harshly. Well, said Trumans, everything was done as agreed upon. One evening, about 9 o'clock, I make my hole in the wall, and here we are, Jacques and I, on the ramparts. There he slips a package of banknotes into my hand, and tells me to run for it, while he goes about his business. I thought he was innocent then, but you see I should not exactly have gone through the fire for him as yet. I said to myself, that perhaps he was making fun of me, and that, once on the wing, he would not be such a fool as to go back into the cage. This made me curious, as he was going off, to see which way he was going, and there I was, following him close upon his heels. The magistrate and the Commonwealth attorney, accustomed as they both were, by the nature of their profession, to conceal their feelings, could hardly restrain now, one, the hope trembling within him, and the other, the vague apprehensions which began to fill his heart. Mechenet, who knew already all that was coming, laughed in his sleeve while his pen was flying rapidly over the paper. He was afraid he might be recognized, continued the vagrant, and so Jacques had been running ever so fast, keeping close to the wall, and choosing the narrowest lanes. Fortunately, I have a pair of very good legs. He goes through Sauveterre like a racehorse. And, when he reaches Mautrec Street, he begins to ring the bell at a large gate. At Count Claudius's house. I know now what house it was, but I did not know then. Well, he rings. A servant comes and opens. He speaks to her, and immediately she invites him in, and that so eagerly, that she forgets to close the gate again. D'Abidjan stopped him by a gesture. Wait, he said. And, taking up a blank form, he filled it up, rang the bell, and said to an usher of the court who had hastened in, giving him the printed paper. I want this to be taken immediately. Make haste, and not a word. Then Trumans was directed to go on, and he said. There I was, standing in the middle of the street, feeling like a fool. I thought I had nothing left me but to go and use my legs, that was safest for me. But that wretched, half-open gate attracted me. I said to myself, if you go in, and they catch you, they will think you have come to steal, and you'll have to pay for it. That was true, but the temptation was too strong for me. My curiosity broke my heart, so to say, and, come what may, I'll risk it, I said. I pushed the huge gate just wide enough to let me in, and here I am in a large garden. It was pitch dark. But, quite at the bottom of the garden, 3 windows in the lower story of the house were lighted up. I had ventured too far now to go back. So I went on, creeping along stealthily, until I reached a tree, against which I pressed closely, about the length of my arm from one of the windows, which belonged to a beautiful parlor. I look, and I see whom? De Boiscoran. As there were no curtains to the windows, I could see as well as I can see you. His face looked terrible. I was asking myself for whom he could be waiting there, when I saw him hiding behind the open door of the room, like a man who is lying in wait for somebody, with evil intentions. This troubled me very much, but the next moment a lady came in. Instantly Jacques shuts the door behind her, the lady turns round, sees him, and wants to run, uttering at the same time a loud cry. That lady was the Countess Claudius. He looked as if he wished to pause to watch the effect of his revelation. But Mechenet was so impatient, that he forgot the modest character of his duty, and said hastily. Go on, go on. One of the windows was half open, continued the vagrant, and thus I could hear almost as well as I saw. I crouched down on all fours and kept my head on a level with the ground, so as not to lose a word. Oh, it was fearful. At the first word I understood it all, Jacques and the Countess Claudius had been lovers. This is madness, cried Galpin. Well, I tell you I was amazed. The Countess Claudius, such a pious lady. But I have ears, don't you think I have? Jacques reminded her of the night of the crime, how they had been together a few minutes before the fire broke out, as they had agreed some days before to meet near Valpenson at that very time. At this meeting they had burnt their love letters, and Jacques had blackened his fingers badly in burning them. Did you really hear that, asked M. Dubidgeon. As I hear you, sir. Write it down, Mechenet, said the Commonwealth attorney with great eagerness, write that down carefully. The clerk was sure to do it. What surprised me most, continued Trummins, was, that the Countess seemed to consider M. Jacques guilty, and he thought she was. Each accused the other of the crime. She said, you attempted the life of my husband, because you were afraid of him. And he said, you wanted to kill him, so as to be free, and to prevent my marriage. M. Galpin had sunk into a chair, he stammered. Did anybody ever hear such a thing? However, they explained, and at last they found out that they were both of them innocent. Then M. Jacques entreated the Countess to save him. And she replied that she would certainly not save him at the expense of her reputation, and so enable him, as soon as he was free once more, to marry Miss Chandor. Then he said to her, well, then I must tell all. And she, you will not be believed. I shall deny it all, and you have no proof. In his despair, he reproached her bitterly, and said she had never loved him at all. Then she swore she loved him more than ever. And that, as he was free now, she was ready to abandon everything, and to escape with him to some foreign country. And she conjured him to flee, in a voice which moved my heart, with loving words such as I have never heard before in my life, and with looks which seemed to be burning fire. What a woman! I did not think he could possibly resist. And yet he did resist, and, perfectly beside himself with anger, he cried, rather the galleys. Then she laughed, mocking him, and saying, very well, you shall go to the galleys. Although Trummins entered into many details, it was quite evident that he kept back many things. Still M. Dubidgeon did not dare question him, for fear of breaking the thread of his account. But that was nothing at all, said the vagrant. While M. Jacques and the Countess were quarrelling in this way, I saw the door of the parlour suddenly open as if by itself, and a phantom appear in it, dressed in a funeral pall. It was Count Claudius himself. His face looked terrible. And he had a revolver in his hand. He was leaning against the side of the door, and he listened while his wife and M. Jacques were talking of their former love affairs. At certain words, he would raise his pistol as if to fire. Then he would lower it again, and go on listening. It was so awful, I had not a dry thread on my body. It was very hard not to cry out to M. Jacques and the Countess, you poor people, don't you see that the Count is there? But they saw nothing. For they were both beside themselves with rage and despair, and at last M. Jacques actually raised his hand to strike the Countess. Do not strike that woman, suddenly said the Count. They turn round, they see him, and utter a fearful cry. The Countess fell on a chair as if she were dead. I was thunderstruck. I never in my life saw a man behave so beautifully as M. Jacques did at that moment. Instead of trying to escape, he opened his coat, and baring his breast, he said to the husband, fire. You are in your right. The Count, however, laughed contemptuously, and said, the court will avenge me. You know very well that I am innocent. All the better. It would be infamous to let me be condemned. I shall do more than that. To make your condemnation sure, I shall say that I recognized you. The Count was going to step forward, as he said this, but he was dying. Great God, what a man! He fell forward, lying at full length on the floor. Then I got frightened, and ran away. By a very great effort only could the Commonwealth attorney control his intense excitement. His voice, however, betrayed him as he asked Trummins, after a solemn pause. Why did you not come and tell us all that at once? The vagabond shook his head, and said. I meant to do so, but I was afraid. You ought to understand what I mean. I was afraid I might be punished very severely for having run off. Your silence has led the court to commit a grievous mistake. I had no idea M. Jacques would be found guilty. Big people like him, who can pay great lawyers, always get out of trouble. Besides, I did not think Count Claudius would carry out his threat. To be betrayed by one's wife is hard. But to send an innocent man to the galleys. Still you see. Ah, if I could have foreseen. My intentions were good. And I assure you, although I did not come at once to denounce the whole thing, I was firmly resolved to make a clean breast of it if Jacques should get into trouble. And the proof of it is, that instead of running off, and going far away, I very quietly lay concealed at the Red Lamb, waiting for the sentence to be published. As soon as I heard what was done last night, I did not lose an hour, and surrendered at once to the gendarmes. In the meantime, Galpin had overcome his first amazement, and now broke out furiously. This man is an impostor. The money he showed us was paid him to bear false witness. How can we credit his story? We must investigate the matter, replied D'Abidjan. He rang the bell, and, when the usher came in, he asked, "Have you done what I told you?" "Yes, sir," replied the man. De Boiscoran and the servant of Count Claudius are here. Bring in the woman. When I ring, show de Boiscoran in. This woman was a big country girl, plain of face, and square of figure. She seemed to be very much excited, and looked crimson in her face. "Do you remember," asked D'Abidjan, "that one night last week a man came to your house, and asked to see your mistress?" "Oh, yes," replied the honest girl. "I did not want to let him in at first, but he said he came from the court, and then I let him in." "Would you recognize him?" "Certainly." The Commonwealth attorney rang again. The door opened, and Jacques came in, his face full of amazement and wonder. "That is the man," cried the servant. "May I know?" asked the unfortunate man. "Not yet," replied D'Abidjan. "Go back, and be of good hope." But Jacques remained standing where he was, like a man who has suddenly been overcome, looking all around with amazed eyes, and evidently unable to comprehend. How could he have comprehended what was going on? They had taken him out of his cell without warning, they had carried him to the courthouse, and here he was confronted with Trumance, whom he thought he should never see again, and with the servant of the Countess Claudius. Galpin looked the picture of consternation, and D'Abidjan, radiant with delight, bade him be of good hope. Hopeful of what? How? To what purpose? And Mechenet made him all kinds of signs. The usher who had brought him in had actually to take him out. Immediately the Commonwealth attorney turned again to the servant girl and said, "Now, my good girl, can you tell me if anything special happened in connection with this gentleman's visit at your house? There was a great quarrel between him and master and mistress. Were you present?" "No. But I am quite certain of what I say." "How so?" "Well, I will tell you. When I went upstairs to tell the Countess that there was a gentleman below who came from the courts, she was in a great hurry to go down, and told me to stay with the Count, my master. Of course, I did what she said. But no sooner was she down than I heard a loud cry. Master, who had looked all in a stupor, heard it too. He raised himself on his pillow, and asked me where my mistress was. I told him, and he was just settling down to try and fall asleep again, when the sound of loud voices came up to us. "That is very singular," said master. I offered to go down and see what was the matter, but he told me sharply not to stir an inch. And, when the voices became louder and louder, he said, "I will go down myself. Give me my dressing gown." Sick as he was, exhausted, and almost on his deathbed, it was very imprudent in him, and might easily have cost him his life. I ventured to speak to him, but he swore at me, and told me to hush, and to do what he ordered me to do. The Count, God be merciful to his soul, was a very good man, certainly. But he was a terrible man also, and when he got angry, and talked in a certain way, everybody in the house began to tremble, even mistress. I obeyed, therefore, and did what he wanted. Poor man! He was so weak he could hardly stand up, and had to hold on to a chair while I helped him just to hang his dressing gown over his shoulders. Then I asked him if he would not let me help him down. But looking at me with awful eyes, he said, "You will do me the favor to stay here, and, whatever may happen, if you dare so much as open the door while I am away, you shall not stay another hour in my service." Then he went out, holding on to the wall, and I remained alone in the chamber, all trembling, and feeling as sick as if I had known that a great misfortune was coming upon us. However, I heard nothing more for a time. And as the minutes passed away, I was just beginning to reproach myself for having been so foolishly alarmed, when I heard two cries, but, oh sir! Two such fearful, sharp cries, that I felt cold shivers running all over me. As I did not dare leave the room, I put my ear to the door, and I heard distinctly the Count's voice, as he was quarrelling with another gentleman. But I could not catch a single word, and only made out that they were angry about a very serious matter. All of a sudden, a great but dull noise, like that of the fall of a heavy body, then another awful cry. I had not a drop of blood left in my veins at that moment. Fortunately, the other servants, who had gone to bed, had heard something. They had gotten up, and were now coming down the passage. I left the room at all hazards, and went downstairs with the others, and there we found my mistress fainting in an armchair, and my master stretched out at full length, lying on the floor like a dead man. "What did I say?" cried Trummins. But the Commonwealth attorney made him a sign to keep quiet, and, turning again to the girl, he asked, "And the visitor?" "He was gone, sir. He had vanished." "What did you do then?" "We raised up the Count, we carried him upstairs and laid him on his bed. Then we brought mistress round again, and the valet went in haste to fetch Dr. Seniebos." "What said the Countess when she recovered her consciousness?" "Nothing. Mistress looked like a person who has been knocked in the head." "Was there anything else?" "Oh, yes, sir." "What?" "The oldest of the young ladies, Miss Martha, was seized with terrible convulsions." "How was that?" "Why, I only know what Miss told us herself." "Let us hear what she said." "Ah! It is a very singular story. When this gentleman whom I have just seen here rang the bell at our gate, Miss Martha, who had already gone to bed, got up again, and went to the window to see who it was. She saw me go and open, with a candle in my hand, and come back again with the gentleman behind me. She was just going to bed again, when she thought she saw one of the statues in the garden move, and walk right off. We told her it could not be so. But she did not mind us. She told us over and over again that she was quite sure that she saw that statue come up the avenue, and take a place behind the tree which is nearest to the parlor window." Trummins looked triumphant. "That was I!" he cried. The girl looked at him, and said, only moderately surprised, "That may very well be." "What do you know about it?" asked M. Dubidgeon. "I know it must have been a man who had stolen into the garden, and who had frightened Miss Martha so terribly, because Dr. Seniebos dropped, in going out, a 5-franc piece just at the foot of that tree, where Miss said she had seen the man standing. The valet who showed the doctor out helped him look for his money. And, as they sought with the candle, they saw the footprints of a man who wore iron-shod shoes. The marks of my shoes," broke in Trummins again. And sitting down, and raising his legs, he said to the magistrate, "Just look at my shoes, and you will see there is no lack of iron nails." But there was no need for such evidence, and he was told, "Never mind that. We believe you." "And you, my good girl," said M. Dubidgeon again, "can you tell us, if, after these occurrences, Count Claudius had any explanation with your mistress?" "No, I do not know. Only I saw that the Count and the Countess were no longer as they used to be with each other. That was all she knew. She was asked to sign her deposition, and then M. Dubidgeon told her she might go. Then, turning to Trummins, he said, "You will be taken to jail now. But you are an honest man, and you need not give yourself any trouble. Go now." The magistrate and the Commonwealth attorney remained alone now, since, of course, a clerk counts for nothing. "Well," said M. Dubidgeon, "what do you think of that?" M. Galpin was dumbfounded. "It is enough to make one mad," he murmured. Do you begin to see how that Folgat was right when he said the case was far from being so clear as you pretended? Ah! Who would not have been deceived as I was? You yourself, at one time at least, were of my opinion. And yet, if the Countess Claudius and de Boiscoran are both innocent, who is the guilty one? That is what we shall know very soon. For I am determined I will not allow myself a moment's rest till I have found out the truth of the whole matter. How fortunate it was that this fatal error in form should have made the sentence null and void. He was so much excited, that he forgot his never-failing quotations. Turning to the clerk, he said. But we must not lose a minute. Put your legs into active motion, my dear Mechanet, and run and ask Folgat to come here. I will wait for him here. Chapter 3. When Dionysia, after leaving the Countess Claudius, came back to Jacques' parents and his friends, she said, radiant with hope. Now victory is on our side. Her grandfather and the Marquis de Boiscoran urged her to explain. But she refused to say anything, and only later, towards evening, she confessed to Folgat what she had done with the Countess, and that it was more than probable that the Count would, before he died, retract his evidence. That alone would save Jacques, said the young advocate. But his hope only encouraged him to make still greater efforts. And, all overcome as he was by his labors and emotions of the trial, he spent the night in Grandpapa Chandor's study, preparing with Magloire the application they proposed to make for a new trial. They finished only when it was already broad daylight, so he did not care to go to bed, and installed himself in a large easy chair for the purpose of getting a few hours' rest. He had, however, not slept more than an hour, when old Anthony roused him to tell him that there was an unknown man downstairs who asked to see him instantly. Folgat rubbed his eyes, and at once went down. In the passage he found himself face to face with a man of some 50 years, of rather suspicious appearance, who wore his mustache and his chin-beard, and was dressed in a tight coat and large trousers, such as old soldiers affect. You are Folgat? Asked this man. Yes. Well, I am the agent whom friend Gowder sent to England. The young lawyer started, and asked. Since when are you here? Since this morning, by express 24 hours too late, I know. For I bought a newspaper at the station. De Boiscoran has been found guilty. And yet I swear I did not lose a minute, and I have well earned the gratuity which I was promised in case of success. You have been successful, have you? Of course. Did I not tell you in my letter from Jersey that I was sure of success? You have found Sucky. 24 hours after I wrote to you, in a public house at Bonley Bay. She would not come, the wretch. You have brought her, however. Of course. She is at the Hotel de France, where I have left her till I could come and see you. Does she know anything? Everything. Make haste and bring her here. From the time when Folgat first hoped for this recovery of the servant girl, he had made up his mind to make the most of her evidence. He had slipped a portrait of the Countess Claudius into an album of Dionysia's, amidst some 30 photographs. He now went for this album, and had just put it upon the center table in the parlor when the agent came back with his captive. She was a tall, stout woman of some 40 years, with hard features, masculine manners, and dressed, as all common English women are, with great pretensions to fashion. When Folgat questioned her, she answered in very fair, intelligible French, which was only marred by her strong English accent. I stayed 4 years at the house in Vine Street, and I should be there still, but for the war. As soon as I entered upon my duties, I became aware that I was put in charge of a house in which 2 lovers had their meetings. I was not exactly pleased, because, you know, we have our self-respect, but it was a good place. I had very little to do, and so I stayed. However, my master mistrusted me, I saw that very clearly. When a meeting was to take place, my master sent me on some errand to Versailles, to Saint-Germain, or even to Orleans. This hurt me so much, that I determined I would find out what they tried so hard to conceal from me. It was not very difficult, and the very next week I knew that my master was no more Sir Francis Burnett than I was. And that he had borrowed the name from a friend of his. How did you go about to find it out? Oh. Very simply. One day, when my master went away on foot, I followed him, and saw him go into a house in University Street. Before the house opposite, some servants were standing and talking. I asked them who the gentleman was, and they told me it was the son of the Marquis de Boiscoran. So much for the master, but the lady. Sucky would smiled. As for the lady, she replied, I did the same thing to find her out. It cost me, however, a great deal more time and a great deal more patience, because she took the very greatest precautions, and I lost more than one afternoon in watching her. But, the more she tried to hide, the more I was curious to know, as a matter of course. At last, one evening when she left the house in her carriage, I took a cab and followed her. I traced her thus to her house. And next morning I talked to the servants there, and they told me that she was a lady who lived in the province, but came every year to Paris to spend a month with her parents, and that her name was Countess Claudius. And Jacques had imagined and strongly maintained that Sucky would not know anything, in fact, could not know anything. But did you ever see this lady? Asked M. Folgat. As well as I see you. Would you recognize her? Among thousands. And if you saw her portrait? I should know it at once. M. Folgat handed her the album. Well, look for her, he said. She had found the likeness in a moment. Here she is, cried Sucky, putting her finger on the photograph. There was no doubt any longer. But now, Miss Sucky, said the young advocate, you will have to repeat all that before a magistrate. I will do so with pleasure. It is the truth. If that is so, they will send for you at your lodgings, and you will please stay there till you are called. You need not trouble yourself about anything. You shall have whatever you want, and they will pay you your wages as if you were in service. M. Folgat had not time to say more, for Dr. Seignebos rushed in like a tempest, and cried out at the top of his voice. Victory! We are victorious now. Great victory! But he could not speak before Sucky and the agent. They were sent off, and, as soon as they had left the room, he said to M. Folgat. I am just from the hospital. I have seen Gowder. He had done it. He had made COCOLEU talk. And what does he say? Well, exactly what I knew he would say, as soon as they could loose his tongue. But you will hear it all. For it is not enough that COCOLEU should confess it to Gowder, there must be witnesses present to certify to the confessions of the wretch. He will not talk before witnesses. He must not see them, they can be concealed. The place is admirably adapted for such a purpose. But how, if COCOLEU refuses to talk after the witnesses have been introduced? He will not. Gowder has found out a way to make him talk whenever he wants it. Ah! That man is a clever man, and understands his business thoroughly. Have you full confidence in him? Oh, entire. Well, he says he is sure he will succeed. Come today, he said to me, between 1 and 2, with M. Folgat, the Commonwealth Attorney, and M. Galpin, put yourself where I will show you, and then let me go to work. Then he showed me the place where he wants us to remain, and told me how we should let him know when we are all ready. M. Folgat did not hesitate. We have not a moment to lose. Let me go at once to the courthouse. But they were hardly in the passage when they were met by Mechenet, who came running up out of breath, and half mad with delight. M. The Bijan sends me to say you must come to him at once. Great news! Great news! And immediately he told them in a few words what had happened in the morning, Trumont's statement, and the deposition of the maid of Countess Claudius. Ah, now we are safe, cried Dr. Seignebos. M. Folgat was pale with excitement. Still he proposed. Let us tell the Marquis and Miss Dionysia what is going on before we leave the house. No, said the doctor, no. Let us wait till everything is quite safe. Let us go quick, let us go at once. They were right to make haste. The magistrate and the Commonwealth attorney were waiting for them with the greatest impatience. As soon as they came into the small room of the clerk's office, M. Dubidgeon cried. "Well, I suppose Mechenet has told you all?" "Yes," replied M. Folgat, "but we have some information of which you have heard as yet nothing." Then he told them that Sucky Wood had arrived, and what she had given in as evidence. M. Galpin had sunk into a chair, completely crushed by the weight of so many proofs of his misapprehension of the case. There he sat without saying a word, without moving a muscle. But M. Dubidgeon was radiant. "Most assuredly," he cried, "Jacques must be innocent." "Most assuredly he is innocent," said Dr. Seignebos. "And the proof of it is, that I know who is guilty." "Oh. And you will know too, if you will take the trouble of following me, with M. Galpin, to the hospital." It was just striking 1, and not one of them all had eaten anything that morning. But they had no time to think of breakfast. Without a shadow of hesitation, M. Dubidgeon turned to M. Galpin, and said, "Will you come, Galpin?" The poor magistrate rose mechanically, after the manner of an automaton, and they went out, creating no small sensation among the good people of Sauveterre, when they appeared thus all in a group. M. Dubidgeon spoke first to the Lady Superior of the hospital. And, when he had explained to her what their purpose was in coming there, she raised her eyes heavenward, and said with a sigh of resignation, "Well, gentlemen, do as you like, and I hope you will be successful. For it is a sore trial for us poor sisters to have these continual visitations in the name of the law. Please follow me, then, to the insane ward, gentlemen," said the doctor. They call the insane ward at the Sauveterre Hospital a small, low building, with a sanded court in front, and a tall wall around the whole. The building is divided into 6 cells, each of which has 2 doors, one opening into the court, and the other an outside door for the assistants and servants. It was to one of these latter doors that Dr. Seignebos led his friends. And after having recommended to them the most perfect silence, so as not to rouse COCOLEU's suspicions, he invited them into one of the cells, in which the door leading into the court had been closed. There was, however, a little grated window in the upper part of the door, so that they could, without being seen, both see and hear all that was said and done in the court reserved for the use of the insane. Not 2 yards from the little window, Gowder and COCOLEU were sitting on a wooden bench in the bright sunlight. By long study and a great effort of will, Gowder had succeeded in giving to his face a most perfect expression of stupidity. Even the people belonging to the hospital thought he was more idiotic than the other. He held in his hand his violin, which the doctor had ordered to be left to him, and he accompanied himself with a few notes, as he repeated the same familiar song which he had sung on the Newmarket Square when he first accosted M. Folgat. COCOLEU, a large piece of bread and butter in one hand, and a big clasp knife in the other, was finishing his meal. But this music delighted him so intensely, that he actually forgot to eat, and, with hanging lip and half-closed eyes, rocked himself to and fro, keeping time with the measure. "They look hideous." M. Folgat could not keep from whispering. In the meantime Gowder, warned by the preconcerted signal, had finished his song. He bent over, and drew from under the bench an enormous bottle, from which he seemed to draw a considerable quantity of something pleasant. Then he passed it to COCOLEU, who likewise began to pull eagerly and long, and with an expression of idiotic beatitude. Then patting his stomach with his hands, he said, That's good." M. Dubidgeon whispered into Dr. Seignebos's ear. "Ah, I begin to see. I notice from COCOLEU's eyes, that this practice with the bottle must have been going on for some time already. COCOLEU is drunk." Gowder again took up his violin and repeated his song. I want to drink," stammered COCOLEU. Gowder kept him waiting a little while, and then handed him the bottle. The idiot threw back his head, and drank till he had lost his breath. Then Gowder asked, "Ah, You did not have such good wine to drink at Valpinson. Oh, yes, replied COCOLEU. But as much as you wanted? Yes. Quite, enough. And, laughing with some difficulty, he stammered, and stuttered out. I got into the cellar through one of the windows, and I drank through a straw. You must be sorry you are no longer there. Oh, yes. But, if you were so well off at Valpinson, why did you set it on fire? The witnesses of the strange scene crowded to the little window of the cell, and held their breath with eager expectation. I wanted to burn some faggots only, to make the Count come out. It was not my fault, if the whole house got on fire. And why did you want to kill the Count? Because I wanted the great lady to marry M. de Boiscoran. Ah! She told you to do it, did she? Oh, no. But she cried so much, and then she told me she would be so happy if her husband were dead. And she was always good to COCOLEU, and the Count was always bad, and so I shot him. Well. But why, then, did you say it was M. de Boiscoran who shot the Count? They said at first it was me. I did not like that. I would rather they should cut off his head than mine. He shuddered as he said this, so that Gowder, afraid of having gone rather too fast, took up his violin, and gave him a verse of his song to quiet him. Then accompanying his words still now and then with a few notes, and after having allowed COCOLEU to caress his bottle once more, he asked again. Where did you get a gun? I had taken it from the Count to shoot birds, and I have it still. It is hid in the hole where Michael found me. Poor Dr. Seignebos could not stand it any longer. He suddenly pushed open the door, and, rushing into the court, he cried. Bravo, Gowder! Well done! At the noise, COCOLEU had started up. He evidently understood it all. For terror drove the fumes of the wine out of his mind in an instant, and he looked frightened to death. Ah, you scoundrel, he howled. And, throwing himself upon Gowder, he plunged his knife twice into him. The movement was so rapid and so sudden, that it had been impossible to prevent it. Pushing M. Folgat violently back as he tried to disarm him, COCOLEU leaped into a corner of the court and there, looking like a wild beast driven to bay, his eyes bloodshot, his mouth foaming. He threatened with his formidable knife to kill anyone who should come near him. At the cries of M. Dubigeon and M. Galpin, the assistants in the hospital came rushing in. The struggle, however, would probably have been a long one, notwithstanding their numbers, if one of the keepers had not, with great presence of mind, climbed up to the top of the wall, and caught the arm of the wretch in a noose. By these means he was thrown down in a moment, disarmed, and rendered harmless. You may do what you choose, I won't say another WW word. In the meantime, poor Dr. Seignebos, who had unwillingly caused the catastrophe, was distressed beyond measure, still he hastened to the assistance of Gowder, who lay insensible on the sand of the court. The 2 wounds which the detective had received were quite serious, but not fatal, or even very dangerous, as the knife had been turned aside by the ribs. He was at once carried into one of the private rooms of the hospital, and soon recovered his consciousness. When he saw all 4 of the gentlemen bending anxiously over his bed, he murmured with a mournful smile. Well, was I not right when I said that my profession is a rascally profession? But you are at liberty now to give it up, replied M. Folgat, provided always a certain house in Vine Street should not prove too small for your ambition. The pale face of the detective recovered its color for a moment. Will they really give it to me? He asked. Since you have discovered the real criminal, and handed him over to justice. Well, then, I will bless these wounds, I feel that I shall be up again in a fortnight. Give me quick pen and ink, that I may write my resignation immediately, and tell my wife the good news. He was interrupted by the entrance of one of the officers of the court, who, walking up to the Commonwealth attorney, said to him respectfully. Sir, the priest from Brecky is waiting for you at your office. I am coming directly, replied M. d'Abidjan. And, turning to his companions, he said, "Let us go, gentlemen." The priest was waiting, and rose quickly from his chair when he saw M. d'Abidjan enter, accompanied by M. Galpin, M. Folgat and Dr. Seignebos. "Perhaps you wish to speak to me alone, sir?" asked M. d'Abidjan. "No, sir," replied the old priest, "no. The words of reparation which have been entrusted to me must be uttered publicly." And handing him a letter, he added, "Read this. Please read it aloud." The Commonwealth attorney tore the envelope with a tremulous hand, and then read. "Being about to die as a Christian, as I have lived as a Christian, I owe it to myself, I owe it to God whom I have offended. And I owe it to those men whom I have deceived, to declare the truth. Actuated by hatred, I have been guilty of giving false evidence in court, and of stating wrongfully that M. de Boiscoran is the man who shot at me, and that I recognized him in the act. I did not only not recognize him, but I know that he is innocent. I am sure of it, and I swear it by all I hold sacred in this world which I am about to leave, and in that world in which I must appear before my sovereign judge. May M. de Boiscoran pardon me as I pardon myself. Trivulus Count Claudius." "Poor man," murmured M. Folgat. The priest at once went on. "You see, gentlemen, Count Claudius withdraws his charge unconditionally. He asks for nothing in return, he only wants the truth to be established. And yet I beg leave to express the last wishes of a dying man. I beseech you, in the new trial, to make no mention of the name of the Countess." Tears were seen in all eyes. "You may rest assured, Reverend Father," said M. d'Abidjan, "that Count Claudius' last wishes shall be attended to. The name of the Countess shall not appear. There will be no need for it. The secret of her wrongs shall be religiously kept by those who know it." It was 4 o'clock now. An hour later there arrived at the courthouse a gendarme and Michael, the son of the Boiscoran tenant, who had been sent out to ascertain if COCOLEU's statement was true. They brought back the gun which the wretch had used, and which he had concealed in that den which he had dug out for himself in the forest of Rochepomere, and where Michael had discovered him the day after the crime. Henceforth Jacques' innocence was as clear as daylight, and although he had to bear the burden of his sentence till the judgment was declared void, it was decided, with the consent of the president of the court, M. Domini, and the active cooperation of M. Grandsier, that he should be set free that same evening. M. Folgat and M. Magloire were charged with the pleasant duty of informing the prisoner of this happy news. They found him walking up and down in his cell like a madman, devoured by unspeakable anguish, and not knowing what to make of the words of hope which M. d'Abidjan had spoken to him in the morning. He was hopeful, it is true. And yet when he was told that he was safe, that he was free, he sank, an inert mass, into a chair, being less able to bear joy than sorrow. But such emotions are not apt to last long. A few moments later, and Jacques de Boiscoran, arm in arm with his counsel, left his prison, in which he had for several months suffered all that an honest man can suffer. He had paid a fearful penalty for what, in the eyes of so many men, is but a trifling wrong. When they reached the street in which the Chandors lived, M. Folgat said to his client, "They do not expect you, I am sure. Go slowly, while I go ahead to prepare them." He found Jacques' parents and friends assembled in the parlor, suffering great anxiety, for they had not been able to ascertain if there were any truth in the vague rumors which had reached them. The young advocate employed the utmost caution in preparing them for the truth, but at the first words Dionysia asked, "Where is Jacques?" Jacques was kneeling at her feet, overcome with gratitude and love. Chapter 5. The next day the funeral of Count Claudius took place. His youngest daughter was buried at the same time, and in the evening the Countess left Sauveterre, to make her home henceforth with her father in Paris. In the proper course of the law, the sentence which condemned Jacques was declared null and void, and COCOLEU, found guilty of having committed the crime at Valpensin, was sentenced to hard labor for life. A month later Jacques de Boiscoran was married at the church in Brecky to Dionysia de Chandor. The witnesses for the bridegroom were M. Magloire and Dr. Seignebos, the witnesses for the bride, M. Folgat and M. Dubidgeon. Even the excellent Commonwealth attorney laid aside on that day some of his usual gravity. He continually repeated, Nunc est bibendum, nunc pedi libero. Pulsanda tellus. And he really did drink his glass of wine, and opened the ball with the bride. M. Galpin, who was sent to Algiers, was not present at the wedding. But M. Mechenet was there, quite brilliant, and, thanks to Jacques, free from all pecuniary troubles. The two Blangons, husband and wife, have well nigh spent the whole of the large sums of money which they extorted from Dionysia. Trumans, private bailiff at Boiscoran, is the terror of all vagrants. And Gouder, in his garden and nursery, sells the finest peaches in Paris.